Hello, everybody, and welcome. We're D&D Boyband, a group of dorks that all like to play D&D Pretty Boys because apparently it's not fantasy unless everyone's hot. This is an original D&D campaign set in the Critical Role world of Exandria, taking place 10 years after the events of CR1. Whilst the Council of Tal'Dorei deal with the aftermath, tensions are growing within the heartlands of Tal'Dorei and deep beneath the ground. I'm Dungeon Master Jamie, and joining me tonight are the Spice Boys and a special guest. So we have Clued as Rasha, Eski as Zug, Luke as Ascor, Lauren as Ghost, Erin as Haydn, and Bladeycakes as, I'm going to say this correctly, Casadius?
Casadius, yeah.
Casadius. Did it first the wrong time, then messed it up the second. Perfect.
Didn't pronounce my character's name correctly.
Pretty amazing.
Oh, sorry, absolutely. I need to change this in my notes.
Ghost
Lauren is no longer playing Ghost. Lauren is playing Romen. Very important distinction there. Anyway, in terms of announcements, Erin, I believe you are going first.
We've got announcements. I wrote them down, and I totally have them right here, very handy. The first announcement was, tell Jamie that we have a guest today, which is Hannah, who is going to introduce himself.
Oh, hi. I'm Hannah, or Bladeycakes. I'm a cosplayer from the UK who's been playing D&D for like 5 years. Usually play support classes or classes where I run in and hit things really hard. Wait and see what I'm doing today, I guess. You can find me on social media at nanabanunu on Twitter, or Bladeycakes literally anywhere else, just because someone took my username. Not naming names. Some people from the Crit Roll fandom and any Exandria loving circles might remember me as playing Caleb in a little video called Project Widowgast or With the Eye, which was made by Electrospectrum, who's a wonderful videographer. If you haven't been keeping up on social media, we're also making a new Vox Machina based CMV project called the Bad News Initiative. You can find that on like Twitter, TikTok, anything like that. I'll be playing Vexalia in that. So, yay! Exciting.
That's really exciting. I am really excited to see the video. I watched the Widowgast video again last night, and I was just like, why are you all so amazing and perfect in your cosplays? It's really inspiring. So if
Sorry, it's like the guy we have playing Grog is like a literal titan. I am amazed that he exists.
IRL
so
Grog.
ready.
So I think this happened before we started streaming, but we actually got to meet Vox Machina in this campaign quite a while ago, and
Three of them.
So we met Grog, Percy, and Vex, I think it was.
Yeah.
And
Vex.
what happened?
We met Count Daddy as well.
Oh, we met Silas Briarwood as well, which Zug, we didn't ask his name, so we just made one up, and Zug came up with Count Daddy.
Count Daddy.
Zug didn't.
You're not wrong.
Zug,
really
Zug
not wrong.
didn't. I want to highlight that. That was not.
His name in our campaign, we don't know who he really is, so he's affectionately known as Count Daddy, the Spice Father.
But yeah,
I'm gonna call him that for the rest of my life. Thank you.
Good. Glad to pass on the joy.
Yeah, Vex was living up to her name. She was quite vexed with us with our shenanigans we got up to in the Silvercut Crossroads. But we somehow befriended Grog, which was fun. But now we are in the barbed fields, so quite far away from them and their potential help. But yeah.
But I guess we might be meeting some other Critical Role characters on this side of the world. Maybe.
Mr. Thalis, perhaps.
Maybe.
That'd be nice.
Give him to me. Let me smooch his face.
Thank you so much for joining us, Hannah. Really pleased to have you on the stream. And our second announcement is Clued. I don't think we left the details, but
I'm announcing things. That's me. We're doing another drawing session because we have so much fun doing them. We are going to continue doing some pictures. I think we're finishing off Roman's art. I'm painting fire after like many attempts of failed YouTube tutorials. But yeah, I think we're doing that this Saturday. 7 p.m. UK time is what I'm gonna say.
Hopefully 7, but we've never actually managed to start an art stream on time yet. So
No,
the
we
best place
haven't.
to get info is our Discord, which is
Oh,
not
nice
spamware.
segue.
Oh my god,
It's
the
not
timing!
spyware.
It's appeared right on the stream at the perfect moment. There's our Discord. There's a Discord link. It's discord.gg/848KU5XCJY. Come join our Discord. It's lots of fun.
Wow, how
Oh,
catchy.
Not spyware.
Hannah even joined
Hashtag not
our
spyware.
Discord, and it was not spyware. So
Can confirm it's legit.
Anyway, yeah, we're hanging out. We play games in here and talk about D&D and draw pictures.
yes, yeah. Come for chill vibes. And that is the end of the announcements. Back to you, Jamie.
Wonderful. So to get everybody quickly up to speed on where we are/were last week, obviously, through the treachery of a certain party member, you are all a bit stranded in the Barbed Fields. At the aftermath of that ritual and event, last session was dealt with Ascor being under the effects of feeble mind and being a little bit obsessed with dairy products. And each of you kind of took in what had happened, discussed what was going to happen, slept, recovered, recuperated, freed Ascor of the feeble mind spell, returned to the site of the ritual to find Ghost sitting alone in the middle of the valley. Haydn snuck in and stole back Rasha's finger and ring that he had cut off in order to try to break the bonding spell that had been placed upon him. Haydn suffered a psychic scream as a result of that, however returned with the ring, seemingly without Ghost noticing. So you are all on the edge of kind of this cliff, looking down as Haydn returns to you. I believe your current mission was to get the finger and then return to the Moorbounders. And then I believe the rough decision was made to probably go back to Rosohna, recuperate, and figure out what you were going to do and how you were going to get home, because Ghost teleported you all here, which you don't have access to anymore. So, Spice Boys, what are you up to on the top of this ridge, looking down at your former party member?
Okay, I've got the finger. Here, and he holds it out to Rasha. What,
Has he just come back with his just eyes and
yeah,
nose
like he's
bleeding,
he's got blood coming out of his ears and like out of his mouth, and he was fine before he left, and now he looks fucked up. But he's being really proud of himself that he got the finger and didn't wake up Ghost. Maybe.
What? Are you okay?
What happened to you?
Just a little headache.
Yeah, that really does not look little. Rasha takes his finger back,
There you
kind
go.
of takes it. He's not quite sure where to put it. Do it. Well,
Do you?
I guess I will put this in my bag, or
Yeah, just
Oh.
hold on to it for now. Maybe if you've got some ice, keep it cold or something, and then we
This is-
can
Ice in a desert.
it's
touch
a
it.
little bit. Yeah, he puts it in his pocket. Okay, well, you are bleeding a little bit though. Is this? Did my finger do this? I mean, Ghost did not move.
I heard one of those noises in my head when I got over there. Anyway, I don't really want to stay here because we're still very close to him. So how about we leave?
Right.
But I'm fine.
Is Ghost still massive?
He's definitely
absolute unit.
he's shrunk ever so slightly than kind of peak power, but he's probably about 1.5 times what he was, and is still glowing purple a little bit.
Yes, I fear the purple aura is never a good omen, so we should move on from here.
Oh, I hate purple. It is the worst.
Purple is banned in this party going forward.
Roman
Hated
just coughs awkwardly.
I mean, besides you,
No, I think it includes him. And he kind
Ro-
of glares at him a bit.
Roman helped me during the fight yesterday. If you guys do not recall, I guess Doug, you weren't here, but the rest of you might have seen he helped me get away from the danger. So maybe we could all be nice to him a little bit.
Well, he saved my life as well. I think so. I don't know. There was something about clocks but that was before I was eaten by the star spawn, so...
You sure he didn't just try and kill you and screwed it up?
Well, the star spawn wasn't your pet or anything, was it, Roman?
He just looks at you like you are just completely insane.
So there we go. There's nothing to be concerned about. Should we go get the Moorbounders?
Let's get the
Sure.
cats. But what are we going to do about Starbuck? You know, that is Ghost's Moorbounder.
Can you like retrain a Moorbounder once you've bonded with it? Can it bond with someone else, or is it like bonded for life? Like
Yeah, would
wolves or
Roman know that?
penguins?
Yeah, Roman would know that generally Moorbounders are incredibly difficult to retrain. There are only kind of events where they do, or possible, is when they've witnessed the death of the person that they have bonded to.
I could arrange an opportunity for rebonding, should you require it.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
I just wish there was something we could do. And as they're walking away, Rasha's gonna peer back over his shoulder at Ghost. And it's probably not a particularly kind expression he has on his face as he walks off.
Is it sexy expression? No,
Yeah,
ignore me.
sure,
Ignore me. I didn't.
definitely.
Smoldering.
Jaw is set. He looks
Lips
resolute.
pursed.
Mm.
The morning
Steel.
sun glints off his golden armor a little bit. His amber crystals glitter a little in the sun.
Rose turns round. I know.
His sweat runs down the side of his face.
That's my husband, Ghost says.
As you kind of making your way around this ridge, through kind of your feet kind of slowly trying not to make too much noise, creeping around this battlefield you only a couple of hours ago were fighting your life across, slowly make your way back to where you remember your camp being. Zug, this will be the place where you disappeared from. And as you return, all of you kind of stop for a moment and look around and think this must be the place, but it is. There are signs of your camp here, but all of the Moorbounders seem to be missing.
No.
Looks like we were walking.
Well, we can't have expected them to stay here, could we?
It took 4 days to get here by Moorbounder. I don't think... Is it even possible to walk back to
Do any of
Rosohna
you
from here?
haven't? Well, I mean, it's possible in the realm of all things are mathematically possible.
Without
But-
dying.
So I guess we just
Possible,
die then.
unlikely.
What is the mathematical chance of finding our cats there?
Depends on the skill of you all. Anybody particularly skilled in animal tracking of any kind?
DM, are
Have
there any
good eyes,
tracks
I
of
guess.
sorts in the area?
Yeah, so there absolutely will be tracks if people want to try to track them.
Hayden turns around
like
and just
that.
starts like kind of clapping his hands and going, "Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Here, kitty, 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 kitty." Trying to
You would
look for
have
the
a-
Moorbounders.
4 DM.
A 4, no
That's
luck.
not gonna work.
Yeah,
Let's do it a lot
I wanna
louder
make
than
this
that.
level as well. Ooh, that's 13 plus
Where are you?
5, 18.
18. Okay, so with a 4, Ascor, your mind is still coming back to you slowly but surely, but things are still fuzzy. You're not making connections as easily. It's difficult to process some things. Rasha, you identify not only your tracks coming in, but also your tracks leaving the day previously. You kind of go to where you remember the Moorbounders are, have a look round. From there, you found that 3 of the Moorbounders have left together, and you can kind of think you know where they've gone. One of them has a slightly heavier indent, which you presume might be... No, two of them have a slightly heavier indent, which you think might be Ascor's, as a slightly larger one, but also potentially Gebcat, because Gebcat is wearing armor. You do notice that there is a slightly large set of footprints that seems to be leaving with another one.
With another Moorbounder. Wait,
As in, there are 4 Moorbounders you guys had. 3 of them have left together. One of them seems to have left with a slightly large pair of footprints.
Slightly large pair of footprints. Okay, Rasha's going to point this out and say, well, perhaps it is possible that Ghost has actually claimed Starbuck. You know, these are big feet, and Ghost is big now, so...
That big.
Yeah,
What
the
about-
size of the feet line up with.
He's like as big as you, or a tiny bit bigger now. Like I don't know why you're acting like he's some sort of
With a
giant.
18,
It's
it's
bigger.
difficult, but they are humanoid feet.
He's bigger than me, so he's really big, because I am...
So, hold on, DM. You
addition-
said you said that he's about 50% taller than a regular ghost.
So originally, when
Yeah,
you...
I know.
Yeah. Originally, when it was when he just completed the ritual, he was like 10, 11 foot tall.
Yeah,
However,
but
now he's probably down
he
to like
didn't see
7 or
that.
8.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So he's like 7 foot tall. You're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's quite big. I take back what I said.
You
Big
big boy.
Additionally, I would like to add that he seems to not have reason to walk anywhere, nor cause to take a Moorbounder. He can.
Maybe he just liked it.
Maybe he really liked his cat. I like my
Maybe
cat a
he's
lot.
just fucking with us,
Whoa,
like how he
hold
does
on.
with everything else.
Do we even know it was him? It could be anybody.
No,
it could be savages.
Could be savages.
Indeed.
Well,
Maybe
anyway,
it's those bugbears. Or
True.
Rakshasha, the tiger,
are the angry
guys.
cats.
the angry ones, yeah.
You had dealings with Rakshasha?
They tried to make us go to a pool, and then they set the pool on fire, but then we killed the angry cats.
I see you have a knack for being led astray and betrayed.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well,
I don't understand anything else I could have inferred by that. You seem easily misled, easily tricked, fooled.
You know, you've got a lot of attitude for somebody who's just got out of a black hole or something.
Yes, one would say I have 10 years worth of attitude stored up, ready to disperse among the masses.
Well, I believe we appreciate a little more humility from your saviors.
it is kind of funny coming from you, Ascor, though, really.
Ascor, I know that you were not really in your right mind at the time, but I would say that
Of course I am.
Romans...
Why did you say that?
Well, no, I mean, during the fight with Ghost, you weren't kind of here for the whole thing, but Roman actually kind of saved our butts a bit.
Well, it seems unlikely. There's one of him and so many of us.
Yeah, we were all kind of, a little bit.
And you yourself owe your friends a great debt for keeping you alive through that.
Okay,
But he's such a
that's a debt
dickhead,
that's
though.
shared. Okay, there's debts coming through each way. It's all it's a two-way street with them. But you're new here. You need to earn your place.
So, are you guys tracking the 3 Moorbounders, or are you gonna walk?
Yeah, I think Rasha would suggest, well, there are 3 cats this way, so maybe we can find them. Even if the detour is, a day, it will probably save us time in the long run, but... What do you think?
I mean, maybe even if we can't get Starbuck to come with us, we should still be able to get Thaddeus and Gebcat. So, yeah, let's go look for them.
Gebcat's armor is solid gold. He is worth so much money. I really don't want people taking my cat or his armor.
Yeah, that would suck.
Yeah, that would really suck.
Mm.
Okay,
Alright.
let's go on a cat adventure.
Okay.
Make yourself a very pleasing target, eh?
Hmm.
Wait, so we're not dealing with the wands or anything like that? We're just looking for cats now?
Cats first, wand later, I guess.
You will not get very far in the barbed fields without some mode of transport other than your feet.
So, as you're all, as Rasha is tracking, Rasha, could I get an additional survival check for me?
Can I cast guidance upon myself as a willing creature looking for something?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, we needed that. 11 5 and... Oh! Okay, a 3. 11, 5, and 3. 16, 19.
19. Okay. You very quickly discern that the Moorbounders clearly were fairly panicked. There's a lot of kind of running around, a lot of tracks that kind of crisscross over each other. But after not long, you think you discern the direction that they've probably gone in. And you kind of lead the party. And as you're kind of moving through these fields, kind of ruminating, thinking, you remember there's not a lot of life and vegetation around here. There are kind of ridges that hide things. And I'd say about not long, 20-30 minutes, and there's, you can see pretty far, especially with your perception. About 20-30 minutes after walking, you off in the distance, you see a couple of shapes, quite large shapes, hunkered to the ground. One of them glistening with gold, like still moving about a little bit, but very much like congregating on kind of a central area, and a figure standing there, seemingly kind of like interacting with them. In some way. And this is quite far. You'll see like this on the horizon.
Look, somebody has wrangled my cat.
Well, it's not ghost, is it?
Are they purple, Jamie?
Who is it? I can't see.
If you want to roll perception checks as you get closer.
I'm gonna try.
I guess at this point, you guys might note that, like, in the full sun of the day, Roman's just kind of like walking with his hand above his eyes.
Oh,
like he's probably like Naddan is as well. They're both probably like.
I thought you were about to say, in the full sun of the day, his skin sparkles.
Oh yeah, his skin also
as well.
sparkles like that. Yeah, that's what this is all about. His skin sparkles like
Twilight
diamonds.
heat.
So I drow don't go out during the day.
So I rolled a really
That's too
solid
attractive.
2, so that's a total of... has this gone up? A total of 11.
Lay down
So,
a juicy 12.
because we leveled up to
I
level
was
11, I have reliable talent, which means that whenever you make an ability check that lets you add your proficiency bonus, you can treat a d20 roll of a 9 or lower as a 10. And
Yeah.
I've got proficiency in perception, so let's see how this goes. It's a 22.
Honor my days of trapping any of you. So the rest of you kind of, it's quite
Rude.
difficult, glinting, kind of looking like off into the distance. Like say you're walking towards the sun, and it just looks like a figure for a lot of times you walk closer. Haydn, you'll very quickly notice that the figure's wearing kind of a blue cape, long white hair, and seems to have red skin, a tail, and horns. I'm aware I've done a tiny bit of it. However, Hannah, if you could please properly introduce your character and what they look like.
All right, so I'm assuming Hayden's the only person that's seen him so far. So
That's
the
a good
man you
idea,
can see
yeah.
standing, the man you can see standing there, if you could fairly call him a man because he's clearly not human, is gripping the reins of 3 Moorbounders, and talking to them in very like hushed, gentle tones that sound soothing even to your ears so far away. Standing at 6'3" without horns, probably about 6'5" width, just in case you wanted to know, is a long and lanky-looking bright red tiefling. His horns are tall and twisted like an antelope's, and in between them is like a mop of like twisted curly white hair. That goes down to like a mullet at the back with shaved sides and very long sideburns that lead into like a little soul patch just under his bottom lip. He's wearing a loose white shirt with leather braces and studded leather over it. High-waisted breeches with like a belt covered in pouches with a sword and crossbow hanging either side of his hips with knee-high lace-up boots. All of it looks, as you get closer, looks as though at one point it was very expensive and very well kept, and it just, you can just see little hints that it's a little bit worn out now and everything looks like a little bit too old to be as fancy as it is. He's got a lute slung over his back with this blue mantle underneath, and his bright red tail, which is pointed at the end, is tucked around his waist like a sash. The end is just kind of flipping a little bit.
So Hayden, that
I'm assuming with my passive, I'm assuming he sees people coming.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and he's just gonna turn his head. Yeah. You go.
No. Sorry, I was going to say yes. She would have seen people. Sorry. Go ahead. Can you hear me?
I think I'm on a delay again. I'm sorry.
No problem. No bet.
I'll carry on.
Yeah.
I assume he sees people coming, and he's just gonna turn with the reins in one hand, fling his other arm out in a wave, grinning ear to ear, and as you get closer, you see all his teeth are like filed really sharp, and his smile is like unnaturally wide, like a little bit uncomfortably wide, and his eyes are just block turquoise. There's no pupil, nothing. It's just block turquoise with like white lashes and lots of white freckles across his face. And he's just going to start waving at you guys.
Haydn, kind of squinting into the sunlight, making out the features of this guy, is gonna, once he starts waving, he's gonna stick his arm up and like wave back.
Why are you waving at the cat thief?
Wait,
Well,
does he see us?
this man is-
he waved at me first. But sorry, what'd you say, Roman?
Do you know this man?
Oh, we don't know.
I think I do,
Red man.
actually. He looks familiar. Should we go? Let's go closer.
Wait, you know Red Man?
Good, I can't see anything in this light.
Oh yeah, you can. Don't worry. Just hold Naddan's hand and he'll.
Grandpa's like,
Should I make you a parasol or something maybe later?
No, I.
you could do that.
Of course. I can
Perhaps
make
some,
really anything.
shaded glass spectacles would be appropriate.
Oh, shaded glass. Yeah, I can do that as well. Maybe after we deal with the cat thief, I will make nice, cool glasses, so you look really funky.
Ah, yes, the cat thief. He starts like drawing a sword. You need to.
Right. Rasha grips his hammer. Nobody touches my
I'm
cat.
assuming he sees this happening. I'm gonna assume.
Jamie, are we like? Is this part of the Barb Fields? Is this like a desert, like with dunes and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. Hayden kind of scrambles over the sand dune that they were all kind of peering over Mandalorian style, and he starts kind of sliding down, and he's like waving. Hey, you found our
Who is-
cats!
Do I see people coming forward?
it's a
with
very-
swords pulled out?
It's a very mixed message. Hayden seems to have jumped down and is waving, saying that, and then you see kind of this drow squinting with like hand thing, and then this quite large grey-skinned creature with like again hand on weapons, kind of standing a bit further back and not
Call me a
rushing forward
creature,
like
mate.
Hayden is.
I'm a
You are a
drow,
creature.
okay?
Little creature.
Yeah, it's a very mixed message on your end, definitely.
Right. He's gonna step forward in an almost like showman-y kind of way and just, hey guys, sorry, I didn't mean to cause any fuss. I just saw these Moorbounders running off, and I thought these belong to someone. I was looking for you guys, actually. It's a real stroke of luck that you guys came my way over that nice dune right there. Big grin.
Inside check.
I'll go for it.
It's been nice knowing you, Hannah. Thanks for
Can I
joining.
roll
Thanks for
against
joining the
that?
stream.
Can
Wait,
I
did you
roll
roll-
against that? But can
I've rolled
I
a
not
natural.
necessarily say what I'm rolling
Yeah,
against?
yeah,
Yeah,
That's what
absolutely.
Chris
If-
did for like a year.
Yeah. So Lauren did this for a year, but I'd say perception or deception. You don't tell us. You just tell us what the number is. But I don't think it matters because Rasha just rolled a natural 1.
Okay, can I just double check? Is it going to feed through into roll 20?
It might well do. And the one you clicked. So, what you can just do is you can just slash roll on roll 20 and then just roll a dice and roll 20 and then just add it.
Hey, Rasha. Chronal shift. No, I'm joking. I'm not going to do that.
we can't see. We don't know your character
give me
sheet,
one
so we
sec.
don't know what you've got pluses in.
Oh
So
my god, have you got Bobber, Aaron?
maybe.
I'm just going to add what...
Yeah,
okay, let me just add my bonus to that. I will DM you what that would have been.
So, what is your natural
It's the
1
same.
plus?
Oh, it's
Is it like plus 20?
It's plus 9.
So 10.
Yeah, 10. But yes, you have this 6'10", perhaps drow. You're not entirely sure. He looks somewhat drow, just somewhat enlarged, with little rocks sticking out his face and little crystal freckles. Extremely armored, kind of glinty, almost showy, golden sort of thing. And he just looks deeply disgruntled and keeps staring nervously at his cat, who wears matching armor to him.
Sorry. I think it's probably a good idea to do that in a second. But to clarify, that's a 10 to a 16, or a natural 1 to a 16. So Rasha, somehow, despite everything that's happened, still trusting.
I mean, so Rasha's just been horrendously betrayed by ghosts, so his demeanor of general distrust, he just isn't certain, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely.
yeah.
And I think now that you can see everybody, Hannah, if everybody wants to do a very brief description of their characters and what they look like, so Hannah has an idea of who she's interacting with. If we go top of the thing, we'll go Zug, Ascor, Rasha, Haydn, Romen.
Okay.
Alright, you picked probably the weirdest looking of the bunch. Like that's quite a title actually, considering how strange most people look, but is what at first glance looks like a half orc that's quite short. Like that is generally he's like 5'9", which is obviously pretty damn small for a half orc. Because he's also got wings for some reason and kind of slight scales on his cheeks. He's wearing an unbelievably mismatched like attire of armor with a really bright red breastplate mixed with just what is just a strange combo of just random bits of half plate and leather. Basically, it just looks like he's thrown together whatever the hell he got and just stuck it on, basically. And he's got a big hilt coming over his back as well that you'll see from some two-handed weapon, which if he's facing you, you won't see what it is. Other than that seems, I guess the hilt probably looks quite fancy in comparison to everything else, which is just questionable across. And other than that, yeah. I mean, if I'm going by the official art made by our amazing Aaron, he's also got incredible eyebrows.
The best.
Much like
Plus
myself.
5 eyebrows.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
But you missed out the most important thing about Zug, didn't you?
What? The big wings?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I said the wings. He's got really
did
big
you?
wings.
The wings.
Yeah, he's got
Oh,
wings.
okay.
Just like, yeah. He's not wearing his hat of disguise right now, so he has wings.
If he's got impressive eyebrows, that makes up for the fact that Cas has none. So
Yeah.
you took all the
Together,
eyebrows.
together we have an eyebrow.
Wonderful. Ascor.
So you look across and you see what looks like a human male. Pretty simple. He's dressed quite stylishly, quite fashionably. Perhaps a little bit too much. Perhaps it's a bit OTT. So you're looking at a kind of Jacobean ruff coming out from the neck there, big white plumage, along with sort of similar cufflinks as well. He's wearing black robes in this case, black robes with a few tinted stars across them, and the sort of lower body is, dark trousers as well, which are bound around the ankles into boots, and he's wearing a sort of, if you imagine sort of like expensive hiking gear, you go to like camping kind of shops and you get sort of upsold like this ridiculously expensive like Gore-Tex or whatever. He's wearing something like that. He's a rich boy thinking he's going, to the ends of the earth. Kind of is. But that's the sort of get-up he's wearing if you think with a sort of medieval twist. His hair is looking a little unkempt. It is getting a bit on the long side now. But it's jet black hair. He is shaved, but it's probably starting to ingrow a bit. Out here in the desert, trying to shave away. And you make out he's got eyes which are really quite blue. And he's got kind of porcelain skin, which comes down through the sort of rosy cheeks into a bit of a sort of almost kiss-shaped mouth. It's a quite punchable little face this guy's got, and. He's not the tallest. He's probably the shortest of the bunch. I think we agreed. He would be about 5'9", I think. Definitely out-heighted. I think about 5'9", 5'10".
Hayden's still smaller. Cry.
Okay.
I think Hayden's now the smallest.
Yeah.
All right, cool. There's at least one.
It's because you've got heels on. I'm sure if you change your
That's
shoes,
right.
then
Yeah, well,
6 foot in heels.
he's not wearing his full sort of city boy get-up, but yeah. And he has to his side a rapier, which of course is massively ornate in its sheath. Doesn't look particularly well used, though. I'll say that. What more is there to say about the guy? Yeah, that's how he looks, and he looks very wary and untrustful of you at the moment.
Fantastic, thank you, Rasha.
I kind of more or less said, but to add some colour, potentially drow features, although his skin is grey, it's also set with kind of deep, almost rock-like fissures that trace up certain areas of his skin, as though part of it is almost slate-like. And where he's kind of inset with little crystals, etc., they occasionally glint, almost as though they're glowing with some kind of it's the same color that his sort of eyes sit in, this amber glow, set in sort of almost blank slate pupil iris sort of situation. His armor is gold and extremely fancy. There's filigree everywhere. Everything looks kind of artfully purposeful. Every plate is well fitted to him. There is nothing extraneous about it. It fits perfectly to his body, and everything sort of works together in one cohesive, quite artistic image. But in the center of his chest, there is a large symbol, which is an eye from which little kind of almost sunbursts fan off. And it's probably not a symbol you would recognize, but it marks him out as a man of faith, as it would seem. But otherwise, he seems to have a set of smithing tools at his side. Again, a kind of large hilt of his back, which, if you see him turn, looks to be a large warhammer, and the handle looks to be kind of two concentric pillars that prop up what looks to be a kind of impression of the earth surface on it. So, yeah, that's what we got.
Wonderful. Thank you, Rasha. Haydn.
Cool. So, Haydn is the shortest member of the group, standing at a whopping 5'7", which I thought was tall when he used to party with a bunch of dwarves, but joining this group was obviously a mistake. He's a half elf. So depending on how much time you spend around elves or humans, you could potentially mistake him for one or the other. But he has kind of dark blue hair. It's kind of almost black in some lights, but in the desert sun, it kind of probably glints a little bit blue. And he's wearing kind of a short, kind of cropped coat that's rolled up at the sleeves. He's got kind of a brace on one elbow, and a quiver strapped to his back, which probably gives you a hint that he is a bow user of some sort, including a archery guard covering up his left forearm. And he's just kind of wearing a loose tunic underneath that, kind of drawn together with a couple strings at the neck. And he has a leather satchel kind of strapped to his side, which on first glance you might think he's probably a little bit underpacked for traveling across the barbed fields, until you probably think might be a magical bag. And he looks like shit right now, because yesterday he nearly died 3 times. So at the moment, his most fresh wound, he does have a little bit of blood kind of dripping out the side of an ear and kind of smeared away from his nose and mouth that he hasn't really washed off yet, but it's kind of like still there on his skin, and he's definitely got quite big bags under his eyes. He looks like someone who has been con crunching for about a week before MCM and did not sleep at all. But he's like, I'm here to have fun, and I'm gonna have fun. So yeah, he's looking at you. He's kind of like squinting at you right now, being a bit like, I feel like I recognize you, but I'm not quite sure. So he's kind of flitting between like kind of smiley and greeting you, and also kind of a bit, wait a second. Anyway, that's me. Thrown over to
probably
Romen.
looks like shit, actually.
Yeah, that's true.
Rasha's missing a finger, fresh wound. It probably looks pretty nasty.
Doug looks okay, actually.
Oh, and the
Yeah,
last
well.
thing is, once you come into a couple of feet of Haydn, you might not notice this right now, but later you may notice that any potions that you have on your person turn clear and are no longer functional as potions. So I'm sorry about that if that was in your inventory.
I mean, I've got one.
You might also have a slight sense of unease around him, depending on
heavy
how JB wants to play that. So, despite his friendly demeanor.
Sense of unease. Roman.
Oh, well, this is my first time describing my character, I think, really. Roman's a drow.
Done.
No, despite I know that the guys have gone to lengths to explain how shitty and worn out and terrible they look, but if you were to pick one out who looked the worst of the entire group that you've just kind of come across, it would be this guy. His like clothes, if you'd ever been like around like Kryn Dynasty folk or to Rosohna, you can tell straight away that it's clearly from those parts, but they're kind of like torn and kind of like almost like molded and moth-eaten in lots of places. Like looks like he's wearing these clothes for a really long time. He's just got one sword strapped to his back, and on his shoulders where the clothes have ripped, if you were to look closely, you could kind of see the like vague glance. At a glance, you can kind of maybe see tattoos like kind of poking out from underneath. And if you were to stare at the tattoos too long, maybe the world would kind of start spinning a bit, and you'd maybe start feeling a little ill. It just makes you feel like very uncomfortable and like not good, and don't want to be around this guy for too long. He also just permanently has an expression like just completely expressionless face, just like looking at everything all the time. Just very handsome though, obviously. In keeping with our tradition, he's got like kind of short white hair that's kind of just like a bit foppish.
That's a really good point Lauren brings up. Everyone in this party is hot, including the NPCs. So that's the most important thing that you need to know.
Super hot.
Speaking of our pet,
like
Casadius
boyband
is
hot.
Casadius is hot in like an unsettling kind of way. Like his features are all a bit too pointy and his smile's a bit too wide. But you look at him and you're like, maybe.
Given he was in their party till recently, the guys are very used to a very big pointy smile. So maybe Casadius' smile kind of invokes a little. It's a bit of a trigger, yeah.
So there is an NPC with them, who again is kind of a hooded figure. You can see beneath the hood that's obviously a drow as well, but kind of using that to keep out of the sun. Seems to be quite a lean build. You notice a couple of daggers in the side and the back pelt, as well as a crossbow. Beneath the hood, you can see a very kind of scarred face. Some green eyes that kind of have a very slight twinge of red. Obviously, the white hair of a drow, and an angular hot face in keeping with the rest of the party.
He doesn't have a Zoe Deschanel haircut though. We just want to be very clear about this.
He used to, but he got given a haircut off camera at some point.
We vetoed that. Yeah.
And that is who is approaching you with Haydn in the front. And as you turn around and say this to all of you, it doesn't sound aggressive. Doesn't sound too untrustworthy based on the role and also the insight check that was done, although the other people can. And yeah, that's what is said. Haydn is obviously coming closer. How the rest of you guys react? What are you doing?
I don't know if I trust this individual. I'm not sure if that's just because overall we've been betrayed by pretty much everyone we've met, but I don't know, he just looks shifty.
His smile kind of reminds me of Ghost. You get that, guys?
Yes, that's it.
Pointiness.
I'm standing right here and I can hear every word that you're saying, and honestly, my heart just bleeds. I can't believe you wouldn't trust me. I've got your Moorbounders right here.
Yeah, guys, come on. Why are you building? This guy's just helped us out.
Rashaval, you hear telepathically inside your head. Should we just grab him and bundle him into a sack?
Roman just states out loud, looking at this guy, just like with a straight face, like, often when people are trustworthy, they do need to declare their trustworthiness to others.
Oh, but I thought, out here, everything's just so rough and tumble, and it's hard to find people who are worth trusting out in the middle of nowhere, so I thought I'd, make it easier by stating my intention from the get-go.
I think the Rakshasa said that they were trustworthy as well, but I guess...
Gesundheit, I don't know what that word is.
They are like other cats. He looks sort of nervously at his Moorbounder, the gold-plated one. Is Gebcat okay? Has he seemed sad?
Oh, well, they all looked a little lost when I got here, but they perked up once they saw a person, and heard you guys coming over the dune over there, and cheered right up. Got really excited. Hard to
Oh.
keep hold of them after that.
Mm.
By the way, are you some kind of artisan? I noticed you've got some tools there.
Oh, almost immediately Rasha kind of perks up as though finally somebody's noticed me. And his eyes sort of spark a little bit. He says, "Oh, yes, I am a blacksmith, right? Yeah, I am also a high priest of Geb, god of the Golden Forge, so, my talents stem from his great otherworldly artistry, but I serve the domain of all things beautiful and great, but yeah, I can make everything, really, just...
Oh, that's music to my ears. I'm from an artisan guild myself, more of a calligrapher, if I might say so. And he opens like the side of his mantle, and just on the inside is a calligrapher's set, just like stitched in to a little pocket on the inside.
Oh, you write things.
Oh yeah, fancy notes, letters, contracts, all sorts of stuff. Just whatever needs doing.
Oh, well,
DM.
nice to meet you, Mr. Cartographer. Is that the one?
No, that's
calligraph.
maths and stuff. Calligrapher.
He kind of struggles with the word a little bit and like falls quiet as he attempts to commit it to memory. As
Nowhere near as impressive as the things you make. I assume you made what goes on your Moorbounder here.
Yeah, I did, and that, and that, and that. And he's kind of pointing around the party at the various knickknacks and things, and yeah.
I'm
He's
sorry.
beautiful.
Yes, that's cool.
Cheered up.
I would like to, as a subtle spell,
Oh, no.
just cast Detect
Oh, here we
Thoughts.
go.
It's starting now.
Set thoughts. Okay, sure.
Detect Thoughts, little spell there. So let's go ahead and cast that. And use
Last
your
time-
sorcery point.
You did subtle spells on someone we didn't know.
It
You
went
got-
Is
really
it a
well.
saving throw? I just need to ask, is that a saving throw?
So
No, so
you
it's-
cast it on
it-
self to begin with.
You cast it on
and
yourself.
You cast it on yourself. That's how it works.
Yeah.
and
So
then
no, that's
and
fine. So
then-
it's surface level thoughts initially, which doesn't require a saving throw, but it's more like emotions. And then if you want to probe deeper to get anything, that is then a saving throw, and the person becomes aware of it regardless if you succeed or fail.
yeah. So just to feel, just get a little little bit
Surface level
there.
emotions, I suppose. Then
All right. Surface level. Genuinely relieved. Little bit anxious. Trying to think what another surface level emotion would be.
I think those are pretty good. Those both
Happy.
loom large in your mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Happy.
Okay.
gonna go with deeper?
With that, we're gonna go deeper. We're gonna inception.
That will
this
be a
together.
wisdom saving throw.
Okay, I'd just like to note, thanks to my mantle of spell resistance, I have advantage against saving throws
indeed,
with
yes.
spells.
Oh, hell yeah.
So it's a wisdom saving throw.
Casadius did not come to fuck about with us tonight.
This man is
I'm
prepared.
I'm gonna roll twice. So
dear.
one. Oh, I only got a 10. I didn't do great.
Okay, so you are aware that Ascor
Damn,
has
that
begun-
advantage didn't do me many
Yeah.
favors.
You are aware that something has begun probing into your mind, and will probably it was shaped by your thoughts. Ascor, what do you ask, or what are you looking for?
Just this person's
You-
intentions, whether there's a fight or flight response, whether they're looking to get one over on us, just get a read on this guy, just get a bead on this guy.
Yeah, so you'll be very aware that someone has just entered your mind. Obviously, your thoughts will be fairly laid bare. But however, the fact that then someone has entered your mind will probably shape your thoughts from that point. So it's up to you to kind of describe how that initial thing would go. What were you kind of hoping or trying to achieve? And then how you react to someone imposing this on your mind. And that can be both in your thoughts and also like how you say it to the group. Because like this is obviously happening in real time. You can speak out and be like, what the hell?
Okay, so there would be like an initial, he'd get a read, and then there'd be the kind of like, oh, someone's pushing in my head, so I'd be able to kind of like shut it off a little bit.
Yeah, I think that he'd probably get like whether or not you were about to attack the party. What were you thinking? Like, what whether or not that statement was true, what you said about you're getting Moorbounders for them, and yeah, it's not like an open book, but basically your current thoughts.
Okay. The initial thing you get is both a sense of relief and mild disappointment this time. I would say the statement about the Moorbounders probably feels a little bit less true. It's not a complete lie, but it's not as true as he's insinuating it was. The weird sense of relief does seem to be the prominent thought, and you get a kind of vibe of he's very glad that someone is here because he didn't want to be caught out here alone by something, but you don't know what that is, because the minute he notices that you're doing that, he's just gonna turn his eyes to you and just tilt his head in a kind of still grinning, but the grin kind of takes on a slightly more sinister edge of what are you doing? Just doesn't say it, but looks at you
Yeah. I casted a subtle spell, which means, I don't know, James, does that mean the person knows it's specifically me?
I think that might be a no.
Maybe.
You just know that somebody is.
And I roll a perception or use my passive 20 to see if I can work out who's doing it.
No, it says knows that you are probing into its mind. So yeah, that's a you. So yeah, you do know.
I don't mean to be rude, but I like to buy people drinks before I try and get that far in their heads.
I have no idea what you're talking about. What is it you're doing here anyway?
Oh, I was, well, actually, I'm on a little, job from my employer. I'm trying to, deliver some items, but I've, found myself a little bit stuck. I didn't really have a means of transport to get back. I got myself a little muddled out in the desert here, and, well, if I'm completely honest with you, there's a bit of a nasty storm front following me from behind, so I was hoping to, beat it, get ahead of it, trying to travel light and fast, as you do.
Oh, so you're a delivery boy. That is interesting. Hayden here is also a courier of sorts. But let me ask, Hayden, please, 1 moment. Let me ask, what is it you're delivering? And
Oh, it's just some,
with the hope of asking the question, he's hoping that, while reading your mind at the same time, it might provoke a kind of maybe an undisciplined mind might provoke a sort of,
Yeah. That's okay. So
I mean, I know the spell's being cast now, right?
yeah. So what would you say? Response? Maybe because it insight into your reasoning, anything that looms large. Also, what is your response?
What he gains from having the spell up, you mean?
Yeah, so what he gains is kind of the insight into your reasoning, if any, its emotional state, and something that looms large in its mind. So it basically, and when you talk, you shape the conversation. So if he asks, it depends what you say, obviously, but that's kind of
what he just said. He is delivering something. He's not lying about that. He was on business, wasn't lying about that. You don't get the vibe that he's told you a lie in that. The bit about the storm front following behind isn't necessarily a lie. But again, it sounds like he's holding information back on that front.
Yeah, and at the concept of delivery,
and you get that vibe of he's actively blocking.
Yeah, and at the mention of delivery, the thing that probably loomed largest is a letter.
A letter. You're seeking to deliver a letter.
Well, that's what delivery boys do.
What are you talking
And
about?
my employers need written communications sometimes, contracts, details, that sort of thing. Where are my manners, by the way? I have not introduced myself to any of you, and I haven't gotten any of your names. So if you'll allow me, it is Casadius at your service, but my friends call me Cas. All of you, bar that little one there, can now call me Cas.
Which little one?
The one who's been poking around in my noggin.
Well, what should I call you in that case?
Just Casadius. Casadius is fine.
I thought I recognized you. I think.
Detect thoughts lasts a minute, so I say it ends there.
Aren't you? Is it true that you're the guy who convinced the beholder to give you treasure once? I heard a rumor like that about this guy who had these long red horns and a big grin and blue eyes, and was that just an urban legend or is that actually true? Was that you?
Oh, guilty as charged. I can't believe that spread all around. You've heard that rumor?
Is it also true that you also once convinced a wizard to give you the deed to his tower?
I don't like to spread news, but happened once.
Hayden
Well, it didn't take much convincing.
Hayden gets kind of excited and turns to the rest of the party. Guys, this guy's a local legend.
Wait, this
wait.
man is famous. You are famous.
I can
Wait.
confirm there are no locals to this place.
Well, no,
so
not local
I'm not
here.
sure
I
what
mean,
you're
back
referring to.
in Taldore. I've heard about him.
Oh,
Wait.
A long way from home, sir.
Well, so are
Wait.
we.
Oh, I'm not
You're
from Eldora.
you're a
I
lawyer?
travel around for work.
An international
Yeah.
legend,
Another
then.
one.
I suppose you could look at it that way.
Suppose you could call you
Suppose
Mr.
you could
Worldwide.
consider my services similar to that.
so you are
Timber.
delivering. You are delivering a letter, but you are lost. Where is it you are going back to?
Oh, I'm
Mr.
heading to
Cast.
Rosohna.
We're
Oh.
going to Roshana. Maybe we could go together.
Did you not seek the Arbois exemplar? Is that not where we were headed to?
You know, the cucumber and things.
Yes, you are the Scion of Orcus, and you wanted to rid yourself
Hayden
of the burden.
literally slams his hand out and tries to slap it over Roman's mouth to get him to stop talking about being
Roman just lets
Scion
him
of
put his
Orcus.
hand on his mouth.
I'm assuming with my I'm assuming with my passive perception I heard that.
Yep.
Easily.
Roman enunciates very clearly.
And I think with that, Ascor's going to whip
can I
around
roll-
almost with his back to.
Should I roll something to see if I know what that is?
Let's make a. You can make a religion check.
Ghost
yeah.
might be gone, but doesn't mean the trolling's going to end, does it?
Sorry, Lauren, I didn't hear what you said before. Did you say that the hand connected on Roman's mouth?
Oh, yeah,
Did
he
he dodge
just-
out the way?
He he just lets Hayden put his hand. He's not worried about Hayden at all. He's not gonna aggress on him. He's just gonna let him. Like, was it not a secret? You guys told me, and I literally met you 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, so the cucumber is why we need to go to the tree.
No, we decided that we're going to Roshana to get you a divorce first. Because if your husband shows up, it could be bad news for everyone.
We are not married. We are really not this. And he like brings up his missing index finger and points to it being gone, being like, "This is not marriage. This is like a violation of the soul. You know, this is post bonding, but it is really I cannot be married. You know, because then my forge master would have had to sign all the papers. I cannot be married unless he says that is okay."
Right.
Well, now you have a
We have
calligrapher. He
much-
could arrange the papers to be.
No.
Considering-
We have much more important stuff to do than divorcing you. Like, we've got the Wand of Orcus over there.
No, we do not have that.
Hayden tries to
This
reach one hand
this is what
on
I
Roman's mouth
said.
and the other hand on Zug's mouth.
We really don't have that thing. It's the
It's like a
cucumber.
leaking boat.
I still
Like,
haven't
what are you
had
doing?
any of your names, but I'd really like to point out you keep mentioning Orcus, and as far as I'm aware, that's a very bad name, right?
Oh yeah, we don't like him. He's bad.
It's an in joke. It's just a joke among friends. Anyway, I'm Hayden. Nice to meet you.
Orcus, yes.
My name's not Orcus. It's
Hayden.
Hayden.
No, I do not.
Hayden.
Uh,
Cass is gonna look at you with a slight, again, like in the way that you looked at him with like a kind of recognition. He's gonna look at Hayden with a kind of like, especially once the name comes up, he kind of like squints at you a little bit, and then he's gonna reach out his right hand, which is covered by he's got a brace on it that covers most of his arm, where he's got his like shirt tucked in, and he's gonna reach out to like clasp yours and just grip in a very like specific
like a handshake.
Clasp
handhold.
it.
You're clasping hands.
It's a secret handshake
A clasp.
Gonna grip it real
between
tight.
mailmen, between the established delivery boys.
A friendly
Yeah, just gonna
clasp.
gonna grip your hand real tight and then just grin at you, and he's just gonna send you a quick little message.
Oh,
Wait, it's Jamie.
Yes, hello.
I can't. I've got a terrible memory for this kind of thing, but the clasp.
Yes.
Would Zug potentially be wearing a piece of memorabilia on his right arm that might give something away? Like a little sash, maybe.
A little what? Sorry.
Like a
Zug.
little sash. I can't remember which organization gave him the little sash that told him he would have safe passage in the city. That he's
Yes.
probably still wearing.
No, no, you are still wearing it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's 100% still wearing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, with your passive 20 perception, you probably notice that Zug on his right, like bicep, has a red cloth kind of like tied around it, and you would recognize that.
Symbol.
No sign. Is it big enough to have a thing under it?
I have no idea.
is it kind of more of a like a little bandana to be like, this guy's cool, don't fuck with him?
I mean,
Yeah.
Jamie would have to answer that.
Yeah,
don't
it's
know
certainly not a
the
membership
details of
thing.
it.
The tattoo is definitely the membership.
Yeah.
This is more like
Yeah.
as you said,
Yeah.
safe passage, but it might not be quite well
I don't know
traveled.
if they recognize it or not. I have no idea.
Yeah, Cass is just gonna send Hayden a quick message that's just, I see we have a mutual employer.
Hayden just kind of, as he gets the message, he's still not really quite gotten the hang of responding telepathically to messages. So he starts to open his mouth to reply, and then he just kind of laughs awkwardly and smiles. He's like, "It's so nice to meet you. You're a legend in the delivery world with mail and stuff. I heard you once delivered 10,000 letters in a quarter. Wow, that's pretty cool. Wow."
Naddan, you're
I don't like-
sweating.
I'm not sweating. It's just because we're in
before.
desert and whoa, it's really hot outside, isn't
you
it?
if you're sweating.
No.
You seem...
Yeah, Rashaval, you hear inside your head, you hear, I think he's cast some kind of spell on Hayden. Hayden's disintegrating or something.
Rasha just says aloud, Naddan is not disintegrating. What are you
What?
talking about?
No, okay.
What are you talking about? Oh, I'm so furious
What?
at all of you, by the way. He says that just out loud.
Hayden kind of finishes the handshake with Cass and then says, "Okay, anyway, these are my traveling companions and friends, I guess. This is Rasha, Zug, Ascor, Aku, Romen, and Naddan. We're trying to go to Rosohna, and we lost our Moorbounders, but you found them, so that's great. Maybe we can."
What a happy day! Great
Stop.
situation.
Having
Starbuck
like
is missing. Sorry, Starbuck is missing.
Oh, shit.
Ghost Moorbounders is the one that's missing. There are 3 of them here.
having like Hayden so informally introduce him to like a new person, Roman kind of like gains his kind of like composure for a second. He's like, "Oh, no, of course not." And he reaches his hand out to like shake Cass's hand. He says, "No, may I formally introduce myself? My name is Roman of House Everthville, and it is good to meet your acquaintance."
Very
Why
nice to
weren't
meet
you-
too.
Why weren't you
Very
nice to us?
serious manners.
Oh, manners.
Manners? He's a dickhead.
Cass will like bow his head and incline it ever so slightly and almost touch Roman's hand to his forehead in a show of respect, but then just kind of grins and pulls back before he quite does it.
Hmm.
Getting the sense this is what one should do, Rasha also. By the way, in all your interactions with Rasha, this is possibly the most awkward man you've ever met. His eyes kind of dart to the side quite a lot. He obviously can't do eye contact. He fiddles with bits on his armor quite often. And he kind of looks to you and says, "It's Rasha Valtelin Utsa." And if you speak any Undercommon, do you speak Undercommon?
No.
Okay, okay, or Elvish actually, because I think.
Do you speak Dwarvish?
No, okay, all right, okay. Well, he introduces himself anyway, and he offers his hand, and it's like it's you kind of get the sense he might actually have just never done this before, and he kind of almost like reaches out to almost slap your hand, and then like awkwardly takes it if you go for the handshake.
Castle take it properly and then bow and put his head to the hand in a show of respect and just pull back up with a big grin.
I'm
It's
not
a
used to
pleasure.
the surface things. Sorry, he did it. He seems fancy, so his house is
Oh, no,
really nice. So I guess, yeah.
Yeah,
There
he's
is-
loaded.
One
You know,
additional-
an
Big
artisan,
money.
an artisan like yourself should not be so shy. You should be very proud of what you create and proud of yourself.
Oh, I'm really proud. I'm really good at what I do. I just don't people very well, you know. But no, I'm really great. I am great.
That's a can-do attitude. Really like that.
There is one additional member of the group. Does anybody want to describe Aku?
I was
Or
thinking we haven't
Sai for
described
me?
Aku.
Okay,
so
has
this- the
wrestling
six-
muscles, a
The six
Dorito
guys in front
body.
of you are like super hot, but there is one who is probably standing quite far back and looking
Arms
through-
folded,
Like a
looking like
snack.
thunder.
There is
arms
one.
folded,
A group
like-
of tens
like,
and
kind
this
of
is
like
the 11 over
eyes
there. like-
narrowed. He is the hottest one of them all.
He's also
by
got
a
one
country
titty
mile.
out, which is very important
One
information.
titty out, like the Lonely Island song, exactly.
He's massive. You can
Like
get, you
that.
probably get the energy. He's massively socially dysfunctional in the way that male protagonists always are.
You may feel the threat of imminent stabbing as well.
Does anybody want to describe
got
Aku?
boys.
Seriously.
Talking about Jamie, what are you talking about?
I thought this was a pretty good description of Aku.
Yeah, big surly paladin, pretty grumpy looking, permanently
Appears to
set
be
in a bit
human,
of a
right?
scowl. He
Appears-
appears
appears to be
human.
human.
He's got like a little healed, looks like scar over his neck still. I don't think that's fully gone.
Yeah.
He's got kind of fluffy robes, quite pretty robes. Oh, he's grubby, he's dirty. He's got like soil everywhere and leaves and stuff. And so he has a Sylvana symbol somewhere, right?
You've not
looks to
mentioned
be a
his
man
nipple?
of nature.
Yeah, he's got
Ah.
a couple Sylvanas
right
symbols
there.
on his costume.
Lovely
He's got
pert nipple.
he's got an amulet
Yeah,
around
I
his
He had
neck.
the symbols on his nipples. I was like, oh,
He has his top kind of one
I
half
just shaped
open,
it.
Yeah.
almost sash-like. You know, it's and then there's the nipple, of course.
He's got the Dorian Parvis titty, basically.
And
That's
he's
what
got
I'm
a
hearing.
huge spear.
I'm sure he does.
Huge.
Okay, okay.
He's also probably the closest in height to you. Rasha is the tallest in the group, a whopping 6'10". Aku is about 6'4", and then the next tallest is Zug at 5'10".
Excuse me.
How
No,
tall is
Roman's
Roman?
taller.
Same height as Ghost.
Oh, then you're also very close in height to Roman, who is 6'2". So
Slightly taller.
Yeah.
My horns are adding a lot here.
Ghost wishes his ones added a lot, but they did not.
they were nubbins.
Gotta really commit to growing them, you know?
So anyway, sorry, I just
Can't
realised that
sleep
we've
in normal
done-
beds anymore. It's a sacrifice and a half. Gets
Yeah.
in bed, just headboard, like, oh.
Right, I realised this with one of my characters. He can't lie in beds. How do they go through doors?
I describe it as Cass always sleeps the wrong way round on bed, so his head's over the foot. His foot end.
Oh.
Well, we
Yeah,
all
I
know
just-
Ghost was
yeah.
a great lover of sleep, so it was never a problem for
Yeah,
him.
he slept a lot.
Mm,
Slept a lot.
Yeah, guys always sleeping on the job.
so
Always.
obviously that's in the background, kind of shaking hands with Rasha. Yeah, Starbucks missing. New figure is here. What are you guys up to? Talking, moving.
So I should probably ask you. I did snoop around, let's say, while I looked what was in here. There's a storm coming.
Oh yeah, one hell of a storm. It's a I don't know if you've traveled this area much. I'm assuming you probably have.
Not for too long, but quite far, yes.
We've
Oh,
only
you
been here
should
for a
probably-
few days.
Oh, you guys probably have heard that you get some storms that are caused by excess, magical energy and stuff in the area, and I think maybe something happened recently, but there's a big one heading this way, so...
Yeah,
Ascor
you
looks at
could
Roman.
you could say something happened recently, huh? Aiden also looks at Roman.
I
Did
should
happen.
I should like to clarify that was not of my doing.
Oh.
Sure, but is that true? We don't even know
That
this
is
man.
true. That is true. That is why I said it.
I mean, I introduced myself to you. Your friend over there knows plenty of stories about me, so...
This man is not my friend. No disrespect to you, Hayden.
What?
I just met them yesterday.
We're working on it. Acquaintances, if you will. Cass, I can call you Cass, right?
You can call me Cass. You can call me whatever you want to.
How did you get all the way out here? Did you travel by Moorbounder as well, or have you been walking all this time?
Oh, well, on my way out, I picked up a ride in Rosohna, and then we traveled outwards towards my destination, where I was doing my business. Just an inn a little ways out, but didn't stop to organize a ride back. Probably should have done, but I thought I could make it on foot. Terrible decision. I've been known to make some bad calls in my time.
Well, luckily, maybe you can travel with us. Actually,
Make really good calls, all of the time.
where did Starbuck go?
I believe that.
I don't know, but Jebcat's armor is a bit damaged. Does it look like there might have been an altercation with one Starbuck?
There are some scratches on it, and it looks like it might have been a fight or two, and like, it's a bit dented in places. A couple of plates are missing.
No.
I think Ghost's cat has hurt my cat.
Oh, I saw another cat disappearing over the dunes with a. I didn't get a close look at him, but I saw a figure just wandering off with one of them. I thought maybe these had been, abandoned. I wasn't really sure anyone was gonna show up. Thought I'd
Was he
hang around for
very-
a bit, but
Was he very purple, this man? This figure?
I mean, the sun was in my eyes, but dark color, yeah, darker than pale human skin, I suppose. Could have been purple.
Not many humans around this part, regardless.
It's true.
Well, Rasha, as he's kind of talking, absentmindedly listening, is going to be spamming the mending cantrip and kind of polishing up Gebcat's armor and giving him a bit of a groom while we decide what we're doing. Make sure he's looking all prim and
Yeah.
Roman just
spend
says,
time working.
Rushabel, your priorities are rather intriguing to me.
What is wrong with my priorities?
Well, your friend is bleeding from his nose, and you are stranded in the barbed fields, a place known for
I'm fine.
Quite. And with everything going on, polishing your cat's superfluous fancy armor seems to be really a large disregard for the havoc that weaving magic can cause in this atmosphere.
The raiments of Geb are not superfluous. If I am going to ride a steed, if I am, the scion of a god, I have to look the part wherever I am. It is part of the creed that, I cannot just look like a guy.
I assure you, no matter what you wear nor what you ride, you will never look just like a guy.
Well, thank you. That is really kind of you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Roman.
Well, I do
You want
hope
me to
that...
fix your clothes, actually, because you look a bit stinky.
We've got our own stinky wizard.
Perhaps I can... I believe I should be able to last until we leave a place where weaving magic does not incur a wild magic repercussion.
Cantrips don't do it, right?
You
I'm
know-
just casually mending the thing. It's all fine.
Shit. Forgot
Um,
about that.
If you remember this close to kind of the epicenter, this seems to almost be a bit of the eye of the storm when it comes to magic.
Oh yeah.
But once we
Oh, were we
leave-
not far? I thought we were far enough out
Like
having chased
10,
the
20
cat.
minutes. Not really, no.
Okay, right. Well, Roman wouldn't know that anyway.
Yeah.
I just do not think we can take you back to your mother when you look like. What are we going to tell your parents about your brother?
We can work it out when we get there.
Let's figure that out. Yeah.
And
maybe we just-
Roshana's really big, so the Everthil estate is like pretty far in. So once we get there, we can go get you some new clothes or whatever, and
Right.
then dress
Maybe-
up someone as Ghost and pretend that he's okay.
Maybe Ghost's surprise party was so good that he is asleep.
Yeah, he's really tired out. He's from partying. He's hungover. He went home with a hot date. And guess what, Mama Everthil? You're gonna have heirs soon. Isn't that exciting?
I don't know how long you've been traveling with my brother, but I assure you, nobody at home would believe that, and there is certainly no replacement for Elenia that you could come up with. So
I mean, like, Aku and him kind of had some alone time in their bedroom that time, you know?
Roman instantly turns to look at Aku, like dead in the eye, and like narrows his eyes at him and doesn't say anything, just like glares at him.
I can glares back.
Yeah.
While all this inter-party drama is happening, Cass is just stood there holding a Moorbounder, like,
Aku strides forward, grabs his Moorbounder, presumably from Kaz, just like sits on it. Is well. Are we going then?
Okay, wait, how many Moorbounders are left then? Is it just 3? Wait, so Aku did have a Moorbounder. What was Aku's Moorbounder called? Did it have a name?
Yes,
Shit
it did.
stick or something? I don't know.
Yeah, this is bad.
Aku would know what his Moorbounder was called, though.
Yeah.
Edgy McEdgerson.
Wait, no. Aku
Help.
traveled out on Ghost's Moorbounder.
Yeah,
Because-
we only had
No, we
'cause-
didn't.
yeah, 'cause
just
he-
Dan was on Ghost Moorbounder.
Was he on my Moorbounder?
Oh yeah,
am
was-
I
he
being,
was on
am I being
Ascor's.
crazy? Did you guys only have 3
We
initially
only
and
had
I've
3.
messed it up?
We only had
Okay,
three.
in which
we
case-
fucked it with Aku's Moorbounder.
Yeah, sorry, in which
because
case
Yeah,
Thaddeus
he
got
just
from
fucking-
the
he
start.
stabbed his Moorbounder.
Sorry, you're absolutely
Yeah.
correct. I have messed this up from the start. My apologies. There are 2 more bounders here, and Starbuck is missing. So you have Thaddeus and Gebcat. My bad.
So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
8 of us.
9 of us on 2 Moorbounders.
8, isn't there?
Naddan as well,
Yeah.
and Aku,
Yeah.
and Casadius,
Yeah.
and you.
Yeah.
I think you've just counted the DM in your portrait head count.
Oh yeah, I did.
There's 8. Yeah, we're gonna get that. Yep. Yep.
Well, Naddan is Jamie is Naddan. Anyway,
Yeah.
there's 8 of us guys, and there's only 2 Moorbounders. So how are we gonna do this?
Thaddeus is so big. Maybe.
I'm not sure your Gebcat could carry 4 and its armor. It seems a little much.
We did 2 on the way out, right? Was-
You did 2 on the way out. Thaddeus could definitely carry 4, given his size relative to the others. Gebcat could probably do 2 or 3. The armor is definitely a problem.
Oh no.
I mean, I can take it off, I suppose, and put it in the I don't know, Hayden, you have your cool bag.
Yeah,
Um,
I think I could put it in there. DM, can I put big sheets of armor in my little bag of holding? Will that stretch? Ghost's bag stretched to fit that giant egg in it, so
True. Bag of holding.
It's face plates I made for Gedcat.
Yeah,
right?
it was face plates.
Oh.
It's not like big armor. Yeah, that's fine.
yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I can put it in my bag. We can put it back on. when
500
we get-
pounds. Yeah.
But also, when we get back, we have to
Reverse,
return the
yeah.
Moorbounders to the Everthil estate. So maybe you want to keep your armor for the next time we get a Moorbounder, or you could sell it in the market. In fact, this guy, and he turns and points back to Cas, I heard he once sold something that was only worth 1,000 gold, and he managed to mark it up for 20,000 gold, and the customer was really happy with it.
Well, that's very
Oh, yeah,
impressive.
they were
but
really
that's just the
into that.
nature of business.
Yeah,
That seems
it's really cool.
deeply problematic to me.
Well,
That's
it's
only
about
problematic for the person who loses out. So
Yes, so deeply problematic.
And if you get a magical work of art that is really surpasses beauty, then have you really lost out? All it is money, and what you have gained is far more precious.
Hold on. I don't think you understand the fundamentals of value here. It's not about how much it's worth. It's about how much it means to somebody.
My work is priceless, you know. You cannot put value on it. It is
That
so
may be true,
arbitrary,
and that's
so-
great marketing, but there's also a price.
I could get one hell of a price for your beautiful works of art. I'd just like you to know that. If you ever needed some
That
spare money, I could definitely round
well-
me up some.
Aku was doing that, but I guess now we're traveling, it's sort of kind of looks over at Aku with a kind of face. But okay, I will take the armor off, but I don't know if you will do 4 even with the armor off.
That leaves another problem. Now, Thaddeus, this fine steed, could only seat 3 people. There's no way he could fit 4.
Thaddeus cannot do 4, then no hope for little Gebcat.
Well, I mean, he's a prize steed, a thoroughbred. There's no way he would ever want to risk his back carrying 4.
I'm sure he'll be fine, Ascor. Don't worry.
And no,
Do you
he's
think
something
that
of an
the-
investment, I think.
Do you think that the third Moorbounder has gone very far?
Well, it was led off by feet, so it is figure, you know.
Well, do you think it
When
was...
did you last see it?
It was led off by
Casadius?
feet.
I don't know. It was about 10 minutes before you guys got back, maybe.
Oh, so it can't be very far then.
So we could
Six.
go get it.
Yeah, when was it?
Yeah, maybe not in 10 minutes, more like half an hour ago.
Yeah, half an hour, maybe. Sorry. Time.
So easily
around
can't
here.
not have gone so far, especially if the
Yeah,
person
but I mean,
leading
if you
from
go,
Ford.
DM, what direction were they going?
If you guys are going southeast, it probably went north.
So that's kind of the direction I don't want to go, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, it was going. It's heading right towards that big old storm that's coming through. I really wouldn't advise trying to chase after it. You'd probably run into the storm before you ran into the person with the Moorbounder.
Well, if the storm is 30 minutes away, we'd be able to see it by eye right now. Well, perhaps not with my eyes, like squints.
Well, no, I just mean if they've got a head start and we're encumbered over here with extra people, it's just going to be harder to catch up to someone who's probably riding their Moorbounder as we speak.
Well, we could send 1 or 2 with one of the Moorbounders to chase it. Strike it down.
Not a friend of yours, then I'm guessing.
No one here is a friend of mine.
Wait a second. Since when do you call the shots?
I'm merely
Not a
making
friend of any of the
suggestions
rest
as
of you.
nobody else is
Oh, okay.
at their voice.
I've got
I
an
don't think
idea.
This is a
So,
bad idea, you know.
so everyone line up in high order,
What?
like at school.
No.
Okay, come on, come on, guys.
Cass just immediately goes to do it and starts like helping arrange people because he just seems to be wanting to get things expedited a little bit. And
Just
is
to
quite
clarify,
happy
if
to-
a Moorbounder runs
Excuse me very much. Excuse me.
pure mechanically, a Moorbounder runs 140 feet in a round. If you can run faster than that in a round, you will be able to run alongside it, in theory.
I'm
No, I
looking
can
at
only
the
Wait,
room.
how do you
90
see
feet
how
around.
far you can
Right,
run?
Rogue, how fast can you go?
Well,
Yeah,
it's more like your if you can use a bonus action to dash, and then your movement speed, and then obviously double that for dash action. So you can probably move 3 times your move speed in a turn. If it's higher than 140, you wouldn't need to ride. Just as an FYI.
How do you see? Is your
With-
move speed just the walking speed, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Long Strider
also-
lasts an hour as well.
The haste spell on top of that.
Yeah, if you
as
wanted to add
well.
like there are solutions to help out, obviously.
Okay, so if Rasha goes on Gebcat and then Roman goes with him and Zug, and Naddan, and then Aku and Ascor and me and Casadius on the Cass on the other, then I think that should even out with weight.
Well, hold
I
on.
believe I should be able to
no.
hold
won't
my
allow.
own against the Moorbounders. I should not need to ride one.
Oh. Why didn't you say?
You never asked.
Okay. So he's off. So there's 3 on this one and 4 on the other. That should be fine, right?
Well, this Casadius isn't riding on Thaddeus.
Why not? He helped rescue Thaddeus. You wouldn't have Thaddeus if...
No, he can ride on the other one. I'm sorry, but I've just met you.
I'll trade him for Zug. Zug is sort of heavy, you know? He has all this armor.
What's supposed to mean? Oh,
You-
fair
you
enough.
know, just all the plate and the big weapon I made you. It is heavy.
Yeah, I guess so.
So
I
it's-
won't take it personally if you'd rather not have me on your Moorbounder. I understand. People
So-
have boundaries. It's fine.
So it's
Absolutely.
Ascor, Aku, me, and you see Hayden's head, like, face just go, like, bright red. Me, and then, Zug! Yeah, that's fine.
He sighs and
Works for
jumps
me.
on the one with Hayden.
And so on the other one is, Rasha and,
Yes.
Naddan and Cass.
Naddan? Yeah.
Okay, I would say that both Moorbounders will need to make a strength check as you guys are moving. That will be if whoever's cat they are. Moorbounders have a plus 8 to strength saving throws. So if you could roll and let me know how they do.
I cast guidance on my cat.
Yes.
He looks
one
like
second, I'm
he's
just gonna
struggling.
turn
Probably
my
that's
light on.
that's
Ah,
Luke.
good job, Gevcat. What's the bonus? Sorry.
Plus 8.
Plus 8.
That's 8. 26.
26.
yeah.
Cat is not struggling.
Woo.
How's Thaddeus doing, Ascor?
Was I using the stats for a bristled moorbound?
Yes, you should be, yeah.
Bristled Moorbound.
A bristled
Bristled.
moorbound. So what am I rolling? Sorry.
Strength saving throw, essentially.
Saving throw.
Or a check. Strength check, sorry.
What did you say?
Did you say? Plus 4, I believe.
What?
So botch. It's 13.
13. Okay. Given the time, we'll conjunct this with your survival check to see how quickly you guys are traveling throughout the battlefields and what effects that has. However, we shall have a quick break. Thank you, everybody, for joining. And yeah, it's 22. So if we are back for 10 to 9, see you all in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, this is kinda weird, didn't think you would show up yet. Thought I'd stagger around a bit and strut in my element. I mean, no, it's not relevant, but I guess you could tell a bit that I was living single life to fullest, but the hell with it. I was only trying to throw a party, get a couple friends by. When I get the message, can I bring a mate of mine? Yeah, mofo, you know I don't mind. And at the time, I assumed you were another guy, no lie. But come 9, the door rings and I'm still cleaning lazily. Open up the door and score the friend is quite a lady. See, now my main mission, once I find out I'm mistaken, is to figure out this beauty and to find out if she's taken. I remember you were wearing just a tight blue and black dress and messing with my mind when you were sat up on my mattress. Yeah, I saw you wearing just a tiny blue and black dress, and I was getting thoughts when you were sat up on my mattress. Do you remember back to that first December when you met me? I could already see stars on the ceiling, but I had a feeling that I was just waking up. I wanna ask a question, but I didn't wanna say it, so I'm acting all observant. Gotta see the body language. Were they holding hands? No, we said they were not dating, but could someone only be a friend with such a foxy lady? Alright, Brandon, stop. You're probably staring, she probably thinks you're weird. Quick, show her you're ferret. No shit, don't do that, she probably doesn't really care. Would y'all please excuse me, I'ma run and fix my hair. I grab a change of clothes, you know I gotta look fly. Ah, shit, nobody said it since 2009. Alright, calm down, deep breath, suit up in a tie. This evening is no longer just chilling with the guys. Like, I got myself together, called a car to the apartment with a driver in a suit, popping champagne from a compartment. Cause I know a guy who knows a guy, the bill is quite alarming. But I'm trying to be charming, better roll out the red carpet, right? Do you remember back to that first December when you met me? I can already see stars on the ceiling, but I had a feeling that I was just waking up. I remember your eyes on mine when we started dancing. And for a drunken club, it was kind of romantic. Did your heart race too? Did it feel kind of frantic? Caught me by surprise. Haven't really been one to panic. And after closing time, after the subway line, you all came back to mine. I said that you could stay the night. And that's part I remember well. Despite a hazy swell up in my mind before we said goodnight, I'm really not one to kiss and tell. I'm really not one to kiss and tell. But do you remember back to that first December when you met me? I can already see stars on the ceiling, but I had a feeling that I was just waking up. Do you remember back to that first December when you met me? I can already see stars on the ceiling, but I had a feeling that I was just waking up.
I've got a wild side, got a child's mind, insecurities and a wall built up a couple miles high. She knows this, she obsesses over all the words I say and the little games I play when I'm restless. The one thing she don't know, 'cause I never let show, is that I miss her when she's away and I wanna kiss her face. She thinks she's in over her head. She thinks she's the only one who goes crazy. Picks up the phone and she thinks she heard it ring. I hit her pillow every night when she's asleep. But she's not the only one when I'm with her. I can't sleep, wanna know what she's dreaming. Falling in love to the sound of her breathing. Trying to hide, but it's easy to see that. Well, she's not the only one. She's not the only one. You've got those bright eyes looking through mine. I'm trying to figure out if there's any more doubt in my mind. You can test me or confess, please, 'cause I know you've been watching, waiting for me to fall so you can catch me. The one thing she don't know, 'cause I never let show, is that I miss her when she's away and I wanna kiss her face. She thinks she's in over her head. get here? Feels like 10 years. No shadow, I was so real. I don't know how I feel. My heart needs some place to rest.
I'm losing my mind in a wave of you. Swept me up like the ocean blue. Can't lie, gotta face the truth. I'm falling harder than I wanted to. And they say don't go diving in too deep, but I'm already diving in so carelessly. I'm losing my mind in a wave of you. Swept me up like the ocean blue. Can't lie, gotta face the truth. I'm falling harder than I wanted to. And they say don't go diving in too deep, but I'm already diving in so carelessly. Your tide is getting harder to resist, but I don't mind. Honestly, I could get used to this. My mind in a wave of you. Swept me up like the ocean blue. Can't lie, gotta face the truth. I'm falling harder than I wanted to. And they say don't go diving in too deep, but I'm already diving in so carelessly. Your tide is getting harder to resist, but I don't mind. Honestly, I could get used to this.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. And on that bombshell, we are back. So, you guys have got on your various Moorbounders, 2 of them. Thaddeus is, despite his size, is struggling a little bit under the weight. Roman is sprinting, manifesting echo to keep up, and running. And Gebcat, however, seems to be doing quite well. Remember, you're leaving at about midday, so going to do this in kind of segments. Could I get a survival check for your journey through the barb fields this time around? Happy for anyone to take it on behalf of the party. Or there was an interesting idea, I think, Clue told me, which is if you believe your character, for some reason, would know this area well and want to make a roll based on that check. So say if you were incredibly proficient in history, or you wanted to know it, or you know the area well and therefore you know a lot about it, so you want to have a role in mind and you can justify that to me, I'm happy for you to do that rather than survival. If that's kind of more dynamic way of just, hey, everyone make a survival check. So yeah, floor's yours.
I would like to do a history roll. However, I have a question. Since I now am level 11 and have reliable talent, as previously mentioned, and will be continued to be mentioned for the rest of this campaign, I can add that number on things I'm proficient, but the reason why I am proficient in history is because I'm attuned to the Wand of Orcus. So, does that count for my... does it account
Well,
for
you'd need
attuned items?
to justify why you know this area particularly well, and I think I'd argue that Haydn maybe wouldn't.
So my justification is the Vespin Chloras, which is the soul that is trapped inside the wand, I believe, would know the area well. So if he's like... So I feel like that the knowledge that Haydn has potentially absorbed from the wand, which has now made him proficient in history, would maybe be specific knowledge that about like the calamity and things that happened before Vespin was sealed into the wand, etc.
That's pretty good logic. Yeah, fine. Roll for it. And we'll do some of these
I'll
each day and
allow
someone
it.
can justify.
Can
Yeah,
Vespin roll, please?
I'm happy to be convinced about that argument.
Sustained.
History roll for instead of survival, so that's gonna be a +7 instead of a +2. All right, that's a 17.
Roll this then, right? Okay, so
Not too shabby.
as kind of your knowledge filters in from somewhere and you're not sure, but you begin to recognize landmarks as you move, and even without Ghost kind of guiding you guys, and obviously Cas knows the area as well, and that's helping you out as you begin to move. And Haydn, you know this area better than you thought you did, and you begin guiding the party and the Moorbounders through here. Obviously this will be the afternoon's travel. If you guys are chatting on the way, feel free to do that now, and then obviously you guys will make camp and we'll do another roll for tomorrow. So if there's anyone you guys are talking about or doing as you go along, feel free.
So
I just
Rasha's-
want to clarify before we go anywhere that Roman is not Naruto running. Just in case anyone was like thinking that, and I see by your
Mental
reaction, Erin, that
picture
you
is
absolutely were.
ruined.
Yeah, see, you guys
My
had he's
mental
not
picture
Naruto.
is
I have to clarify, he's
destroyed.
not Naruto running. He's not a ninja.
Is
He's
he-
not a rogue.
I'm gonna draw him Naruto
Terminator
running.
running. You know how the T-1000.
Yeah, it
Just
would be
the-
more like T-1000 or whatever the term. It would be more like that. Yeah.
Spam, if you're watching right
Terrifying.
now, you
He's
know
just
what do you have to draw
completely
now.
I need your boots, your clothes, and your Moorbounder.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, so anyway, if you guys are chatting.
so wait, it's Naddan, Cas, and Rasha on one Moorbounder, and then it's Ascor, Haydn, Aku, and Zug on the other.
Yeah.
So Zug, you'll probably notice that when we all first got onto the Moorbounder, Haydn was
Are you
like,
sure? Are you sure he'd notice?
well, you can choose whether you think your character would notice this. So you know when you ride on a motorcycle, you're meant to kind of like wrap your arms around the person in front of you to kind of like, you know, not fall off the motorcycle. I kind of assumed that Moorbounders were a bit like that. So first Ascor's, you know, driving the thing, then Aku's behind him, then Haydn's like,
he
getting
like
really
crosses his
awkward.
legs awkwardly.
He's like awkwardly trying to figure out like where to hold Aku because like the sash of
Aku's
his
just
costume
holding,
is like
if he's at the back, he's just holding onto the back of the seat, by the way. He's not hugging.
like a
he's-
like a badass.
Titty, just do it.
Yeah, it's like it's
Grab
his
the
sash
nipple.
Put a hand
is-
right on the titty.
So
just do it.
Hayden
Roll a kitty check.
Hayden puts his arms around Aku's waist. Okay, man, I wish Sai was here.
Sorry, Sai.
It's all happening now.
Hayden is bright fucking red and not saying anything unless Zug says something to him.
You can't see his face, he's behind you.
You probably notice the back of his
Might
neck.
be his
Actually,
ears
he's got a
gone all
hood,
red.
so.
You appear to be sunburned. Maybe you should consider taking some time out of the sun.
It's a good idea.
That doesn't say that.
Just
running along
go back to
fast.
Naruto running.
Tells me looks sunburned.
Oh my god, Sai just posted in the chat Aku flexes when Hayden grabs onto his bicep.
Delicious.
It's getting mad out here.
Ascor, do you say anything about the shenanigans happening on
What,
behind you?
am I necessarily alerted this? I am,
Yes,
I don't know.
focusing forward.
Yeah.
Your call.
Is Ascor ever alert to anything except his own importance?
No, in fact, not at all. He is, set up very straight, very proudly atop the largest of the steeds, let's not forget. with one hand on the reins and one hand down in his lap, legs either side, just sort of, like a conqueror almost riding into a castle,
Just to annoy Ascor, who obviously doesn't seem to like Cas very much. Cas is going to sit at the back of the Moorbounder he's on, with his tail wrapped around whoever's in the middle, facing
Naddan.
backwards so he can look directly at him, and he's gonna get his lute out and just start playing really shitty limericks just at him. They're all a little
I love
bit
him.
insulting, just a tiny little bit.
And Ascor's going to be like,
He can't actually sing particularly well is the main problem as well, but like it's limericks, you don't need to sing.
But Ascor, is a man of money and, in fact, quite garish taste in many ways. This is quite catchy. It sounds like a popular song.
I wrote it just for you.
So wait, you're on our Moorbounder, or am I on
No,
that Moorbounder? I've lost track of who's on what Moorbounder. I thought it was me,
So
Hayden.
Casadius is on the Moorbounder ahead of Thaddeus.
Oh,
on
he's
Moorbounder.
turning around.
But turning around, that's right. Using
He's
that tail to
literally-
wrap around and hold
His
on.
tail is holding. Yeah, his tail is wrapped around the person in the middle so that he can hold on to like the
I see, I
Moorbounder while
see.
facing backwards. And he's just strumming away with one leg crossed over the other, just strumming away on a lute.
And Zug, you probably hear in your head at that point, well, he doesn't seem to be particularly harmful. He's just a musician, and well, musicians can't really achieve anything in life, so I suppose he's not much of a threat. I mean, he's not really qualified to do anything if you think about it.
Not even that good of a musician, in fairness.
Okay.
So
And
apparently just completely blanks you. Wait, no. How would you? Because obviously he can't. He actually
Oh.
responds in his head, but he doesn't know how to respond telepathically. So I have no idea if it goes through or not.
Can I even
How does one-
actually- Can I even communicate? with
You
him
can,
when
and
we see
if it no, you can, in people. I believe people that he's kind of like. giving
it's like a
consent
knock
to,
on the
and you are
door.
one of them. Yeah,
Right,
you're one of
right.
them. Yeah.
Buzzed in.
Yeah, exactly. But when he responds, you can see his mouth is kind of moving while it's closed, so his lips are moving. So he's clearly like, you probably don't see this, but his lips are moving as if he's talking, but he's probably not actually projecting his thoughts back to you in a way that you can comprehend, unless you can read his mind, just like.
Am I getting like
by
really
default.
erratic volumes, like scored?
Yeah, pretty much. Just be like, why do we assholes? So you can.
Scores, you
So-
just hear there's a long pause, and he just goes, "Get off my Moorbounder."
Oh yeah, guys.
Thaddeus does not tolerate that kind of weakness.
We all forgot again that Zug can fly.
No, we haven't forgotten. No one ever forgets.
It's just not very fast.
Oh right, fair enough.
The AS stuff fight would look really stupid. Like he would not keep up.
So is that just left in the air, or it's?
I mean, yeah.
It's a
I'm
rhetorical
so
insult.
desperate to.
Yeah.
I'm so desperate for Roman to make a comment about Cas's tail, but there hasn't been the opportunity yet. So I'll wait until we.
You can run up alongside and comment if you want
No,
to.
no,
though.
no, no, no. Roman's an appropriate guy, so we'll
So-
wait for the right time.
That first day, Cas, you are pleasantly surprised with the pace that the group makes, and they begin to you all begin to kind of, as the sun goes down and it gets dark for most of you, Roman and Naddan seem to be pleased with the events. You begin to kind of set camp and get ready. You estimate it's, depending on how you travel, 3 to 4 days back to Rosohna from here. When you guys camp, you guys find an alcove again, kind of in some of the dunes where you think it'll be safe. If you are chatting or doing anything before bed, let me know. Otherwise, who's on watch?
I'd like to use Artisan's Blessing to create a parasol for Roman. So he has a little Mary Poppins umbrella he can jog along with. And it has to
feel-
be...
I feel like this might be slightly well-intentioned, given that he's going to be running at 140 feet per round.
No, but you
with a
see, it has to be
fucking
partially metal, right? So we're going to make it like a metal parasol. So it's going to be like a little foldy contraption, yeah? So it's going to have the spokes and all that. But it won't be fabric, it'll be like really thin sheets, which kind of have like, it almost looks like, a lace parasol. It will have that sort of detailing in the really, really thin sheet of metal. So it's almost kind of slicing through the air, but yeah.
I
Okay,
don't
yeah,
know,
you
I
spend an
feel
hour
like
using your
Rasha's adding
like that.
drag to my boy over there.
No,
Maybe he just puts it up when they stop the
aerodynamic.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, he will spend an hour forming the metals in his hand. It kind of floats up and kind of molds itself into shapes around him, kind of molten metal flying about Rasha as he sits in his little prayer circle for, an hour or so. And at the end of it, he presents the parasol to Roman with a, well, if you would not let me fix your clothes, at least take this so, you are not squinting all the time. I guess if you are running in the sun, it's not good for, our people. I don't know why I'm okay with it, but we are not so good in the sun.
Oh, thank you very much, Rashaval. Your kindness will not be forgotten so easily. I appreciate you. And your gifts being bestowed upon me, I feel very grateful. Thank you.
Oh, no, you're very welcome. He's
Roman
obviously
kinda,
not
like,
used
takes-
to the party saying thanks.
Roman takes his parasol out and kind of spins it around, and he's like, "Ooh."
I tried to make it match the.
Thank you.
I was going to make it like the tattoo thing, but then I thought that was not appropriate because it is.
You acknowledging his tattoos, he kind of tries to pull his sleeves over his skin to kind of hide them. Mhm.
It is really cool, though, the tentacles.
Thank you. And he just walks away.
Okay. Yeah, returns to patting his cat, I guess. Hanging out with the boys.
After
Just strum one really discordant note on his lute as that happens, botched.
Haydn hears in Haydn's head, by the platinum dragon. There's not an iota of charisma between the two of them. It's like watching milk and oil try to mix.
Haydn starts to say out loud, but that's why they're so perfect. And then finishes the last of it through telepathic. Together. Don't you think so?
I feel as if we need to spend some time training your mind so that you can answer without speaking out loud.
Then Haydn says out loud, yeah, probably. I mean, and then finishes telepathically. Sorry. Yeah, maybe.
Wonderful. All right. Is there anything Cas would do before bed, or anything you'd like to talk about? 21.
He'll do a once around the camp. He's gonna look back north direction and see if he can spot anything on the horizon.
Perception check. Yep.
Okie dokie. Let's have a look.
Anything
I mean, I
comes
haven't done
stormy
much
out
today. Can I
there,
inspire
you-
Can I inspire myself? Is that a thing
Yeah.
I can do? Can I inspire myself?
In the honor
As he goes to look around, he just
yes.
That's
Taps on his
something my
fingers.
character can do is inspire themselves.
So whatever I roll, I'm gonna add a d6. So we're gonna go. So it's just perception, I'm assuming.
Like a
So I'm gonna add a
D6.
d6 to that, which is okay. So
Is it not a D8 yet? Oh no, wait, no, sorry.
It might be a D8, you know.
No, it does it's bad.
it takes 16.
16. Okay. Gazing out in the dark. Do tieflings have dark vision? They do, don't they? They must do.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Gazing out in the dark, kind of looking up the horizon. Nothing catches your eye, based on that roll.
Based on that roll.
Oh,
Welcome to
Jamie.
Jamie as a DM.
Okay, before he goes to bed, can he, just to be 100% sure, he knows the kind of people that are like likely to be around this area, right? Other than us. Can
Mhm.
he use locate object on an object that he is pretty sure any of those types of people would be carrying?
Yeah, sure. Let me just read this for you.
Like specific types of swords, specific types of like armor
Yeah.
that people in this area tend to wear, stuff like
Yep,
that. See if
you
can
wouldn't-
ping it.
Detect it within 1,000 feet. Nothing pinks.
That's comforting. All right. He'll have like pulled out like a little fork twig that he's just been like twisting between his fingers and just, oh, that's comforting. Just
Does,
chucks it over his shoulder like he doesn't need it anymore.
Does Cas have kind of like a welcoming kind of like aura around him? Like he's happy to talk to anyone.
God, yeah, like everything about him. You know, like when you see a salesperson who, like in Lush, who will just come at you and just be like, "Oh,
This is
just
literally what I
trying to
was
get their
thinking.
commission."
Mm.
He reads as
Yeah.
a dude who's trying constantly to get his commission.
See, if it was
Well.
any other store, I'd be like, I'm fucking out of here. But Lush is the one store I fall for when the salespeople come at me because they're always like,
Those
smell
salespeople
this
make-
really nice thing. And I'm like, okay.
They made me never want to go into Lush, but anyway, not here
Get a
to
headache
shit on
walking
any
into
Lush
Lush, man. It's
salespeople.
so strong.
Respect.
The aromas in there.
Love and
Get that
respect for Lush.
Get that commish, guys, honestly. But yeah, so in that case, Roman is kind of like spinning his new parasol, kind of looking at it pretty fondly with like a critical eye, as though he's seen many fine things in his life and he's kind of assessing it and with he's appreciative of the craftsmanship that's gone into it. And he sees Cas kind of just like doing his own thing with his welcoming aura. It's like might I ask, Casadius?
You can call me Cass if you'd like to, but you can ask me whatever you'd like.
Fantastic. Have you always had a tail?
Interesting question. Not where I thought this was going.
He's got a
yeah.
completely straight, genuine face.
Yes, as far as I'm aware, I was born with a tail. It's always been there, as far as I know. Went through a phase where I used to, think it was missing because it was so short behind me that I didn't always spot it there. But nope, it's still there. Grew right out. Growth
And
spurt.
may I ask your age?
I mean, you ask a gentleman his age.
I just
it's a figure of speech. I'm about 35, 36. Years mean very little to me.
Quite. Very well. I bid you good evening. And he just walks away.
Can I ask you a question? Roman, was it Roman?
Mm-hmm. Yes, of course.
Why the interest in my tail and my age, if I may ask?
Just a passing interest in, well, I suppose you don't know my brother. He never had a tail, so I was just curious.
A
Good night.
fellow tiefling.
Mm.
I mean, it's not. Sometimes you don't have tails. Sometimes we have hooves. Just
Ew.
look at the draw, I guess.
Oops. He sort of like laughs to himself as though you could clearly see him like in his head imagining his brother with like hooves and a tail, just like
Would have suited him.
hmm.
I'm not
Should
there.
have liked to see that. Hmm. Very well, pardon the intrusion. I bid you good night.
Good night. Nice parasol, by the way.
Ah, thank you. I think it rather suits me. And he sort of like spins it around, kind of like.
Very astute looking on you.
Thank you.
if I may say.
And he just kind of like whips it
Cass
shut.
is going to pull his loot off his shoulder and just. Cass is going to pull his loot off his shoulder and just like start strumming it and just wandering the parameter of the camp.
All right. Awesome.
He's not
Um,
playing anything in particular. He seems to just be strumming aimlessly.
Slightly inspiring himself still.
Yeah.
Cool. Yes.
My severed
You're having
finger.
to big up yourself.
A pure severed finger. Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
What kind of
U-turn.
state is it in? May I ask?
Well, it's only been a day, so it's not
Right.
too bad. So you've got like the wound still just kind of there, and it's probably dry now and looking still like a finger. Rot hasn't set in or anything. It's not decomposing, not actively rotting yet.
I should get the sense he could reattach his finger at all.
Rasha's not great with medicine, right?
Well, he's a professional.
Roll a medicine check.
he's,
He's a professional
he's, a,
cleric.
he's a professional. Stops
I like
there.
that he's a professional and then just nothing else.
I don't give a damn if he's not passed the medical exam. He ain't doing
Dude.
shit.
That's a 19 though.
Oh,
Well, maybe
nice.
he did.
Rasha is aware
Maybe he is
that
professional.
what- there have been the
professional.
occasional war wounds or accidents that he's witnessed.
Or
and aware
death.
or death. There are limited time frames in which things can be reattached, and you left that in a baking hot field overnight. It is unlikely that through non-magical means this could be reattached.
In which case, he will remove his severed finger from his pocket, stare at it a while. Can the ring be removed now that the finger is severed? I guess he tries to take it off and have a look
Okay,
at it.
could you make an intelligence saving throw for me?
Right.
Wow.
Oh dear. You guys keep walking into this psychic scream like
The
Bit of
best.
with,
For an
with open
inspiration.
arms. Like, just give me a psychic scream. Just
Am I currently
it.
nuzzled up
On
to
it,
Aku by any
please.
chance?
Yeah, fine.
Well, I rolled a 6, so I don't think even with this bonus we're okay.
Intelligence saving throw, right?
Hmm.
We're getting
you
away
said-
with so much stuff with Aku.
You
Yeah.
say it was 26.
I
sorry.
rolled a 6,
Oh,
so that's
right.
7 plus Aku. So I feel that yeah.
No, that's a fail.
Bro,
Hit me with the
Rolls.
damage.
you
thanks.
guys.
That's
You could have asked for an inspiration, man.
That's cool.
50 points of psychic damage.
50 points of
It's
psychic
just
damage.
Really?
And you are stunned for a minute.
That would have
You
killed
guys have
me.
like a direct line to psychic scream, every single one of you.
So, he's quietly observing the finger. I don't know if anybody would notice him attempt to slide it off. He's probably being quite quiet about his moment with his severed appendage. Maybe you notice him stunned for a minute, maybe not.
Yeah, so as you touch it, there's just this like the second time you felt it, but just the cacophony of screaming in your head that almost makes you want to gouge out your own eyes, but you cannot move. You're just vibrating slightly, and
After the minute, blood streaming from his eyes, his nostrils probably out the ears as well. He nods with a, okay, Ghost, I get it. And he's going to turn to the bag of holding that Ghost gave him before he left.
yeah.
Ooh.
And I would like to look for a specimen jar, please. Does he just have a specimen jar? Any
Yeah,
kind of
yeah, absolutely.
preservatives?
He would have in fact, as you there's kind of a clink, and there's a lot of them.
He will pull out one of Ghost's specimen jars, place his finger inside of it with a kind of slightly grinding, angry kind of, he puts the stopper back in, and he's gonna pop it back in the bag of holding with a undignified humph.
If you didn't ask for an empty specimen jar, you probably were sent
Quite a few.
all sorts of things before you found an empty one.
Probably makes the attempt a few times. And at this point, you might notice him pulling out random jars that you might have recognized once belonged to ghosts. So, like, I don't know what's in there, like
Or like
shriveled
Ascor's
babies
blood and Hayden's
Ascor's
hair.
blood, yeah.
When
So he's flinging all this around.
when Rasha is pulling this stuff out and he sees a jar of blood go flying past, he's like, "Hey, that's mine!" And he's gonna run over. It isn't actually his blood.
Yeah, it would have it marked on it what it is.
And it's like, why does it say Ascor's? And then he sees little trimmings of blue hair in another jar, and he's like, when did he do that? And he's gonna go grab his hair.
Is Rasha just gonna let him steal the things?
It's not
If
stealing.
things are just being thrown out like
It's more he's
overhead
just
and
like
just going
tossing them to the
everywhere.
side. It's more just like at
Yeah,
his side. He's
yeah.
not like flinging them, right?
I'm just saying, if he's doing that, DM, does anything look like it's worth any money?
Good luck.
So nothing like jumps out as being like golden or covered in gems or anything like that. However, a lot of the jars seem to contain weird creature parts, from eyes, claws, blood, smaller vials. With your investigation check, some of them might be worth some money to the right buyers, alchemists, stuff like that.
He's just gonna walk over and sort of lean over, just really nonchalantly, like, "Oh, it's a lot of messy stuff you got going on there." And he's just gonna stick his foot out really subtly and push one of them into the sand and back towards himself with his foot.
So with a passive perception
Do I need
of
to do a
21,
sleight of foot
Yeah,
check?
sleight of hand versus yeah.
Do I need to do sleight of foot?
Yeah, we'll do it against
I'm
21
gonna
as the
do my
DC.
sleight of hand check.
Sleight of foot.
What was it? Sorry,
14.
14. Subtle as you're attempting to
I do
be.
not roll well through this.
Subtle as you're attempting to be, there is a slight clink as the jar like rolls over and begins to get pushed over that Rasha notices.
Rasha just looks up with a confused expression, tilts his head and says, "Oh, do you collect severed monster parts as well? Are you trying to
Oh,
open a
sorry,
portal
I
to
didn't-
the
I
far
didn't-
realms?"
No, sorry, I didn't even realize that was under my foot. My apologies. And he'll reach down, pick it up, and really helpfully pass it back.
Rasha looks like, "I don't even know what it is. Why does he want this?" It's from like some shriveled bit of
You hear
something.
from
That would be that would be
Ascor,
part of the Death Tyrant's skull.
you hear from Ascor just not far away. Get rid of that stuff. Just leave it there in the desert. Whatever it is, it can't be good.
I don't know. Maybe I was thinking if we have this and then he had his study as well in my Sam Keep, maybe we could learn something there. I
We
don't
gotta
know.
get
I
back
don't think
there
there's
first.
anything of
I'll
value
get
in
back
that.
first, but maybe we can look at it later.
I don't think there's anything of value in that stupid bag. You should get rid of all of it.
I beg to differ.
if
My
I-
finger is in this bag now. It is very valuable.
And also,
Finger.
as a person who knows what things are often worth, there are some items in there that you could probably haggle some decent coin for if you wanted to.
Right, so he may have
Just
ruined
saying.
our lives and endangered the world and all of Aku's people, but at least he has left us some money.
Yeah, you didn't check how much actual money was in there either.
Wait, yeah, speaking of that, how much money is in Ghostbanger holding?
Well, let me just load up the ghost character sheet.
Sorry.
If you were to retrieve coin,
He's just gonna peer inside to see if he can gauge it.
so there is 14,793 gold inside Ghost's bag. Because he doesn't fucking buy anything.
Rasha's gonna keep it quiet. And as he pulls out a few coins of gold, he might say, "I suppose also he has helped to build Geb's golden temple." Ghost. He's gonna put it back in the bag.
I mean, that's your dowry, right?
Yeah.
And Roman, his sat ripped clothing, twirling his fancy parasol in the distance.
Oh,
Bless.
with the severed appendage now in the thing and the gold discovered, if people are on watch, let me know. And
Should we
two
do
watches throughout the night.
watch in pairs?
Oh, there's so
Yeah,
many
there's-
of us. Like lots
Zug
of
could
us
be
can
on
have a
first
full night's
watch.
sleep.
Aiden, you want to take a watch together?
Sure. I want to ask you something anyway.
Ah, same here.
Cool.
Okay, first watch will be Hayden and Cas.
Oh, the pressure.
Mm.
Okay, so I guess once everyone kind of starts setting up their tents and getting ready to sleep for the night, Hayden will beckon Cas out, kind of further out from the edge of the camp to do the watch, just because he knows from experience that if he's in... how many feet is it that I have to be within for people to not be able to sleep? Jamie, is it?
I think it's like 30 feet, isn't it?
Oofed. That's gonna be a problem when we go to an inn. So yeah, anyway, he goes about 30 feet away from the nearest tent to make sure that he's not keeping everyone awake with his cursed energy. And I don't know, I guess finds like a boulder to sit on or something like that, and he's like, okay, so you were saying earlier that you could sell some of the stuff in Ghost's bag. How do you actually figure out how stuff is like worth? Because I thought that was all like junk.
Oh no, you check the markets, you go to places, you see what other stuff is being sold for, similar items, you get to know traders, and then you just, whatever the price they offer you initially, you just go about 100 gold up and keep going up.
But what if they say, no, I'm buying it for 100 gold less?
Well, you say, then I'll sell it to someone else, and if they really want it, they'll panic and offer you whatever the hell you want for it.
Hayden takes out this like little black pocket note and he starts like jotting down notes. And he's like,
It's all about gauging interest. You've got to,
gauging
sort of
interest. Okay.
test the waters before you know exactly,
Waters.
before you let them know exactly what you're trying to sell, and then once you know what they're looking for, you can offer them what you think they're interested in, and it's got to know how much money they've got, so gauge what kind of clothes they're wearing, what kind of items are already in their shop.
That's a
That
good,
sort of
that's a
thing.
really
What
good
kind
idea.
of area of a town they're in is really important.
So,
Yeah.
okay, and then so like Hayden kind of like keeps asking questions about like kind of the tricks of the trade until he kind of like runs out of things to ask.
Cass seems kind of weirdly flattered that you're asking and seems quite happy to share this information with you, considering we have a mutual employer.
Out of curiosity, are we at camp currently?
So this will be
Yeah.
happening on watch. If something would have happened beforehand, let me know and we can do that out quickly.
Thanks.
Yes.
So Hayden kind of turns the next page after making notes and he kind of closes the book and he's like, oh, we ran out of music. 1 second. There we go. So, and then he switches to Thieves' Cant, just in case someone's awake. It's definitely the same employer. It is, right?
Cass looks at him, smiles with his big grin and droopy eyes, and then just pops open his bracer and holds up his wrist and pulls his sleeve down, and there's just a nice little familiar looking tattoo there.
Cool, I thought as much.
I just want to say,
I mean,
guys,
if you're not
I've been
actually a
playing
member,
rogues
I am-
for
I am-
3 years, and Thieves Camp, I've tried to make it work, and here it is.
Oh yeah.
Finally, I get to speak to someone.
Oh my god.
I'd just like you to know, if you're not actually a member, I will now have to kill you.
No,
I'm
no, no,
kidding.
no, 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 and Hayden kind of like shoulder checks and does a quick check to see if anyone from the camp is like up and looking. And hopefully no one is, and then he like unhooks his own kind of archery bracer that's on his left forearm and pops it off and shows his own tattoo, and he's like, yeah, you don't have to kill me, we're good. And then he kind of fumbles with
Thought I
reattaching it.
I thought I recognized your name, actually. You're whose group are you with? You're
Kari. Silvercut.
Kari.
Yeah. It's all good things you heard about me, right? It wasn't. Was
Oh
it?
yeah, nothing but good things. Heard
Really?
you're pretty dedicated, from what I pretty damn dedicated is the main thing I've heard. Not heard a lot, if I'm honest with you, but
Oh, well, yeah, I like to keep things on the down low, you know.
would have thought as a class member you'd be a little bit more on the ball with the whole negotiating rates, getting coin. Not really something you're
Well, I mainly do like deliveries, so the payments like usually kind of negotiated beforehand, and I just take it there, and then they pay Kari, and then I get my cut or something. So I don't normally have to do the negotiating. It's not.
You don't negotiate rates when you get there. You don't. You know.
Am I meant to?
And I do every time.
But I thought.
How much of a cut is Kari taking from you as well? Just if you're not negotiating, she's at least giving you fair compensation, I assume.
Yeah, I think it's pretty fair. It's like, what was the last job I did? So I took a package to Amon, and I think the client paid. Hold on, and he opens up his little pocketbook again and like rifles through his notes, and he's like,
Cass
okay.
is gonna get out his water flask and just go to take a sip because I'm ready in myself.
Water flask.
So
Get ready to spit it out. Let's go.
So the client paid 50,000 platinum, and my cut was 50 gold.
Straight out into the air in front of him, just chokes. 50 fucking gold. You're
right. I thought that was pretty good.
He reaches out and puts two hands on your shoulders. You're a lot shorter than him, so he has to like full on like almost like 90-degree turn to grab onto you. That's so bad that I kind of want to curl up in a ball and shoot myself with my own crossbow. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's pretty.
But that's like a week's wages, and all I had to do was like travel to Amon and back. Like I know it took me a couple weeks, but
How much money did you spend traveling? They covered your traveling expenses, right?
No. Why would they do that?
How much money did you spend traveling? You spent like what? You had to pay for places to stay, food, transport.
So like horses was like 5 or 10 gold, and the inn was like maybe about 15 gold. I mean, and then there's food, and I kind of got mugged in Amon as well, so I lost a little bit more. But that was what I had before I went. So when I got back, I got paid. So it kind of it all evens out.
They're expecting you to take your transport money out of your wages. You understand that, right? So actually, you only made like what, 20 gold out of that whole thing?
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you something. This might be a bit personal. You don't have a family outside the Clasp, do you?
Why would you think that?
There's a certain level of let's say loyalty that certain types of people display when they join the Clasp, and you just kind of have that vibe. Correct me if I'm wrong, of course.
Well, I mean, I do technically have family, but I don't really talk to them anymore, so. Kari's like a big sister to me, so.
That's good. Let me guess. Clasp pulled you out of a really bad situation.
You sure you haven't spoken to people about me? It's very astute of you.
It's a very traditional story. They pick you up when you're down and out and make sure you feel welcome, make sure you feel like you're part of the Clasp family, and then they just kind of shoot you in the foot, essentially, in terms of.
Oh,
profits and
hold on,
stuff.
hold on. I was about to agree with you until that last bit. Like, yes, they did pull me out of a bad situation, and yes, they were really kind to me, and they gave me, you know, a roof over my head and food on my plate, and work, which is really hard to get, by the way, because Kymal, at the moment, I don't know if you know, but we've been having a bit of a employment issue recently, so you can't really get good work there. So I would agree with all of that, but I would not say shooting in the foot. They've done me a really huge favor.
Yeah, but you know how the class works, right? Like, if ever you don't do the thing they want you to do, they are gonna get rid of you. You know that, right? Speaking, you know, candidly here, and he'll like cover his clasp tattoo as if to say, like, this is between us and this doesn't go anywhere else.
Well, I've kind of done most of my jobs so far.
Most of them.
Well, my current ones aren't going so well, but when we get back to Rosohna, I'll complete one of them, so that should be all right.
Good.
I hope.
What? Mind telling me what your jobs entail, or is that a hush hush?
Well, between business partners, and Haydn goes into his bag of holding and pulls out this this kind of intricate box. It's kind of just like slightly bigger than like a Rubik's cube, and it's made out of Zorth wood, which is kind of like a I think it's kind of like a fungi type wood blend that you find in the Underdark, and it's kind of engraved on all the edges with this kind of gold, and there's these kind of like different kind of metallic carvings in it, with different kind of geometric patterns on different sides, and you'll notice that a couple of sides of it are glowing different colors, which Jamie might be able to remind me what colors they are right now. I know that one is glowing green, but you said that some others are glowing?
Yeah, I think it's green, green, red, and slightly purple. I think it's the 3 colors.
Cool. So Haydn will kind of pull this out. It's like, so I was meant to deliver this to Essek Thalos, in Rosohna.
That's it.
But I've been trying to open it. I want to know what's inside. You know, I think if I've had to carry this all the way from Tal'Dorei to Wildmount, it's only right that I get to know what's inside and not just like give it to this like wizard and he's just gonna get to like play with the cool stuff inside, and I want to know. But it's like magically locked, and so long story, we kind of went to the Feywild for a little bit, and this side, and he points to the green side, started glowing when we were there, and then yesterday there was all this crazy shit that went down, including some portals, and anyway, since then I've noticed that it's these other 2 sides have started glowing, and I don't know if I can bring it to Essek because I think that he will think that I was trying to open it, which I was, but I don't want him to know that I was trying to open it, and I don't know if that will get me a black mark on my record, or if he'll be like, whatever, you did the job. So I thought maybe what I could do is I could like finish opening it, and then that can like reset the mechanism, and then it will close again and it will look brand new, like I never opened it. And that way, not only will I not get in trouble, but also I will know what's inside, which would be cool. But mainly not get in trouble part.
Yeah, I think not getting in trouble is a really important thing to aim for here. Are you gonna take anything out of it once it opens, or?
I haven't decided yet. I mean, the official answer is no. I take my job very seriously, but it depends what's inside, I guess. If they'll notice.
After my own heart, I understand.
Well, you flatter me, but you're Cas. You're the legend. Like, I heard that you have done like the highest paying deal in all of the Clasp. Like,
you want to know a secret?
What?
No matter how much money you bring in, if I fuck up even once. Wanna know another secret?
What?
Kinda maybe fucked up a little bit.
Then how aren't you dead?
Well, I haven't fucked up with the clasp, if you get me. My problem at the moment, you know that storm I said is following us?
Yeah.
And he's gonna like lean in and put an arm around Hayden and just kind of lean in a little bit, just nonchalantly looking out toward the desert. Yeah, it's more of a shitstorm than a magic storm, if I'm completely honest with you.
Oh. Is it like other Clasp members, or is it the people you're meant to deliver stuff to?
I was picking something up and delivering something to Desdemona at the ready room. And I just we were in our meeting and we were having this great conversation. I was really pushing the deal and I got a lot of extra coin for the clasp, and throughout the whole meeting I was just staring at this box on the desk. This beautifully crafted, ornate little box, and I kept looking at it thinking, you know what, I could sell that for so much money when I get home. I just kept looking at that goddamn box. And you know, by the time morning came, I was walking past the door, and the door was open to the office. Someone was in there cleaning it, one of the maids, I think, and saw that box on the desk and just thought, you know, waste not, want not. Opportunities like that don't come often. I kind of swiped it. And I think they noticed pretty quick, which is why I didn't stop to try and organize the ride home. I just kind of set off and hoped I'd beat him on foot. But you know, Kreen soldiers move a lot quicker than you expect them to.
Kreen soldiers. It's not just.
Oh, it's not that many. It's only 2 of them. You know, two warriors, 2 mages. Nothing to worry about.
Wait, that's 4 now.
That I counted anyway.
Oh God.
Yeah, it's only a few. It's fine. I mean, just between you and me, I'm going to be completely honest with you. If you guys hadn't shown up, I would have totally taken your Moorbounders and just made a break for it. That was kind of the plan.
You know, honestly, that's quite reasonable. If they were, you didn't know, they could have been abandoned, tied up in the sun. They need food
I
and
saw
water
some random guy just walking off with one of them, leaving 2 behind. I figured they were up for grabs.
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
So you're here?
Yeah. Like, pretty lucky, actually.
Yeah. Life has a way of working out that way for me sometimes.
So...
You want to see the box?
Yeah. And Hayden puts his own box back in his bag of holding.
Cas is going to fling his loot back from over his shoulder, and you notice that when he's been playing it, it has sounded a bit off. And he's going to tap the back really hard, and it opens up a fake pocket inside the loot. He's going to pop the back of the loot off, reach in and pull out this beautiful, ornate box.
Yeah,
That's
like it's
so
a
good.
beautiful.
I mean,
like,
DM, what does it look like?
It's a wooden box, kind of painted red, but with a huge amount of gold embellishments, kind of gold pattern on the outside, kind of all kind of leaves around the outside thing, and then the center of it is kind of some kind of reflective metal, with a central kind of golden circle around it with gems encrusted all around it, and like further gold leading off to the side. There is a key to open it, kind of a key lock, but yeah, a red wooden box with like a lot of gold and gems kind of encrusting around it, and a reflective piece of metal on the top.
I'm assuming I don't have the key.
You did not
Not
take
that that's
the key,
ever stopped
no.
me before. Never stopped me before.
Hayden kind of puts his hand out. He's like, "Can I have a look?"
Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, we're sharing secrets here, and it's not like you're going to open it straight away. Just puts in his hands.
Well, have you tried opening it? Do you know what's inside?
I mean, I figured it was going to be something worth a lot of money, and I could always break into it when I get home.
Break into it? You could sell the box if you keep it in good condition. I can open it
Oh
for
yeah,
you.
that's the plan. I mean, I'm pretty handy with a lockpick myself.
All right.
Actually,
Well, I figured as much, and Hayden hands it back.
takes it up.
So how much do you
Just
think you
whatever
can get
do
for
to
it?
get it. Well, I think the plan was, I mean, how familiar are you with Rosohna?
Not very much at all. I've spent maybe a grand total of a day there.
Well, I don't know if you're aware in the sort of, I don't know what the right phrase is, the slightly less affluent areas, sort of the Corona district, that sort of place. There's the Overcrow Apothecary. Tend to give you a good price for items. I know the dealers there. I can probably get a good amount of gold for it.
Nice.
On top of the money I get for this job, it's going to be pretty good.
All right. Well, I'll have to keep that Overcrow's apothecary.
Overcrow.
Okay, and Hayden flips open his pocketbook again and writes it down. All right. I'll keep that in mind.
It might
in the
even give you a little
nighttime,
bit of the cut if
just
you guys
hear,
help me get there.
You hear something. You just hear one phrase, one word, just kind of mumbled and shouting like you hear, milk, milk, milk.
Ascor's having a nightmare. Oh my god.
What is he, like lactose intolerant or something?
So, okay, so basically, and Hayden like kind of goes back into like recounting the tale of like the last day of Ascor getting feeble-minded and basically regressing to the mentality of when he was a toddler and just repeating milk constantly for like half the day, and all of us like trying to like knock him out and like strangle him and like put socks in his mouth and all the different things that we tried to do, and then finally us getting to get him to be quiet, and that whole shebang of what happened in our last episode.
Yeah, not so easy when someone can
You're explaining
speak into your mind.
Cass, while that's happening, Cass will like interestedly pull out his like smoking pipe and just like light up and smoke a little bit while he listens, and just kind of occasionally just like takes in a breath, chokes on it, looks at you like.
And then he learns the
Smokes
word
harder.
well, and then Hayden goes on to the next part of the story, and so on and so forth. And yeah. Is there anything else you want to talk about on our watch, or we hand the reins over to the next one?
We should hand the reins. Cass will definitely attempt to open the box now that it's been raised, that he should try and take a look inside. He was going to leave it, but
Yeah, sure. Make a
he's going to...
tools lockpicking check.
Just when they go to chill and get ready for sleep.
Yep. Make a check. It'll be your proficiency, dex, and yeah.
How do you do that? I don't know how that works.
It's so d20 plus your proficiency bonus plus your dex.
Oh, so my
modifier.
proficiency is +4.
Yeah. I imagine it's probably the same as a dex saving throw. It's essentially just
Okay.
the
Yes,
same
it would
pluses.
be, yeah.
Yeah. It's thinking about rolling. Come on, D. Yeah, 16. Why am
Okay,
I not rolling great?
It's a very ornate box.
Welcome to the
It's not-
party.
This is.
and clearly meant to carry valuable stuff, but it's not magically protected, and it is clearly, to somebody of your talents, not super difficult to open. It takes a bit longer than it might do, kind of based on the thing, but it eventually clicks, and as you pick it up, it's a kind of a silver linked chain, where every other link seems to be a silver ball, and then it kind of drops down and connects into a circular silver object. It's kind of like donut shaped, so you've got the outer circle, then the inner circle cut out entirely, and kind of the inner part of the donut is some black metal with various symbols carved into it. So there's one with like a cross, one that's a triangle with a line through it, one that seems to be a kind of eye, one that seems to be a sun, one with mountain ranges, one with fire, one with kind of a gust of air, kind of emblazoned around this. In total, there's 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's about 18 of these symbols kind of carved in around this thing.
Hayden kind of leans in.
Do I know what it is?
You can make an Arcana check, certainly.
Wait,
Love
did you
the
do
smell
this?
of Uniomancy in the morning.
Did you do this while Hayden was still there, by the way?
If Hayden's chilling with Cass back at the camp, which he's welcome to do,
Cool.
then yeah.
Sweet. Hayden's kind of peering over your shoulder and
Damn it.
looking on in interest. Can I do an Arcana check as well, actually?
Yeah, sure.
Boom.
Cass is just like lying back against his bedroll, which is still like furled up, and he's got it on his chest, and he's just been picking away at it while he's got his pipe sticking out of his mouth, just picking it on
Okay.
his chest.
Both of you recognize it as amulets, as an amulet, clearly a magical one. Both of you can get that. As to its nature of its purpose, doesn't immediately come to either of you. However, Hayden, with that, you would recognize that that a couple of those symbols are familiar, and they seem to denote planes of existence.
Ooh. Okay, well, Hayden's gonna point this out to Cass and be like, so I don't know what this does, but I'm gonna hazard a guess that like you put this on and you can like teleport to a different plane, or maybe talk to a different plane, or something. It's to do with different planes. And he kind of like he points out the different symbols that he recognizes on the amulet. It's like, that one's Feywild, that one's another plane of existence that Aaron totally knows, that one's another one, etc., etc., etc.
Cass is gonna like clap Hayden on the shoulder and just see, you are worth way more than the class was paying you.
Oh,
Great.
thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Emma.
Yeah, you're welcome. This is definitely probably worth more than what I was expecting to be in here. I thought maybe a few gems or something, but this is great.
So what, you can maybe get
Probably sell
like
this in the box totally separate and good.
Do you think you could get like 1,000 gold for that or something?
1,000 gold. Come on, I can totally do better than that.
How much?
Right buyer, I could probably haggle upwards into the 10s, maybe 20s.
Seriously?
Yes, that maybe higher. I don't know. Depends.
Dang. Okay. Well, I took notes from you earlier, so I'm gonna have to try and give that.
They don't call me silver tongued. They don't call me silver tongued for no reason. He's gonna stick out his tongue, and it is forked, and he has a piercing right in the middle of where the fork is.
Hayden,
Little
platinum, you know.
Hayden's face takes on a slightly red tint, and then he's like, I should probably go wake up Zug. I think it's time for Zug's watch.
You go do that. I just like to point out he's a man of good taste, not expensive taste.
Awesome. So as you two go to sleep, it's Zug and who else on watch? Hello, camera. I'm here, not Jess.
Yeah, I'll do the other one then.
Yeah, I was
Sorry.
gonna say, throughout all this time, like, Roman's awake in the background, just fiddling on with his parasol, just kind of like amusing
Aw.
himself in the background. He's not. He doesn't look like he's even attempting to sleep on my camp. He's just kind of like pissing about.
Yeah, I'll pop up and do watch 2.0.
Okay. With Zug, cool. Checks for you guys if you want them. Otherwise, or if you
Yeah.
want to chat.
Well, perception, right?
Perception?
Perception checks. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
Hayden just did a whole watch and didn't once roll perception.
That's a 27.
That's a good point, actually. Sorry. Rewind ever so
Oh,
slightly.
I just
Perception checks.
got a nat 20.
Passive, my
Oh,
No, that's
passive
fine,
is
you can
great.
keep
Just
yours.
leave it on my
Yeah.
passive. My passive is great.
23 for perception
just
from Hayden.
Roll the useless
just-
nat 20.
No, it's fine. You still count the nat 20.
24. So...
That's fine, we could just save it for combat, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, so
No big deal.
24 and 22. Okay, both of you, despite the conversation, despite the focusing on the box, and despite the investigation of the amulet, pretty aware of your surroundings. It is intensely quiet. Those of you who've been in the Barfield for a while now know this is uncommon. Those that do stalk in the night, very quiet. However, both of you find that beyond the wind picking up occasionally and carrying that same kind of strange screams from somewhere far away, nothing picks up to either of your attentions. And so you go to sleep, and then we deal with Rasha and Zug. So Zug, natural 20, Rasha.
27.
27. Both
Oh.
of you are intensely aware of your surroundings. Again, the sound, the wind, vague, unsettling sound from far, kind of something around. Off in the distance, towards the tree, there is a very slight, faint, but both of you manage to see it, purple flash along with green. And when it happens, Rasha, you take 5 points of damage.
Okay.
Oh no.
What?
Interesting.
What does it feel
Rasha
like?
just kind of.
Rasha, it feels like someone
Sounds
struck
a
you
little
across the
bit.
chest with a sword.
It keeps happening.
So Zug in the meantime, as soon as he gets up and he's on watch, like he's sitting in his armor that he was sleeping in because he didn't take it off. He's just fully capable of just falling asleep in his armor, and he's just like with a whetstone, with the hilt over his shoulder, just polishing the blade. And he notices the flash, and his eyes immediately dart to the flash.
You saw it
Did you see that?
Yeah.
Did you just get hit? Like you felt something in your chest, and you just go, "Did I see something like a Skyrim
No.
god?"
He just like.
Who goes there?
Arrow sticking out of chest. What?
Out of his forehead. Like, I must have been the wind.
It's barely a flesh wound.
This is fine.
It's Ghost. Ghost and the Solar probably. Continuing their fight, I hoped they had stopped.
What about the flash, though?
That is. Well. They're fighting, right?
So wait. The flash, does it look like it's off in like the distance? Or
Yeah,
like...
so if you remember, you guys were
Ah.
traveling towards the massive tree in the distance. This is like, it's far, it does tower over the surroundings, even from this distance, but
Yeah.
it's there.
Okay.
Alongside that, you guys would be aware that somewhere behind you to the north, fairly far, difficult to make out, but you both rolled incredibly, there is like smoke indicating that somebody else has a camp somewhere to the north.
And we're not alone in the fields as well, it seems.
No.
I wonder if that is our cat thief.
I thought our cat thief was sleeping over there, and he points to the Cas.
Oh, she was just helping with the cats. He had
Helping.
good intentions, I think. He seems. Well,
I have spoken to a lot of thieves in my time, and I can recognize them.
I have not spoken to many people who can appreciate art, and I recognize them.
Zug just chuckles. He goes, "Ha, they're often one of the same. Believe me, thieves love art for some reason. I don't know why."
But why would they? I guess thieves sell art a bit.
And rich people buy it all the time. I don't understand why.
Yes, so I don't understand why Ascor doesn't give me money to make things for him. If you wanted things made, I would probably be the best person ever to ask.
Have you even offered it?
To be honest, he probably couldn't carry anything I made. He's so small, you know. He's a little small man.
He's not much smaller than me. But he is, smaller.
You're right, he's not strong.
No.
Is Zug? I'm guessing he's not like sharpening his axe subtly, right? So it's probably like quite noisy.
No, that's a
and-
really mild.
Yeah.
No, it's like a mild kind of like scraping sound.
Okay.
Like just
Well-
like a if you ever heard a knife being sharpened, but he's not like aggressively like going for it. It's just a slight kind of scrape.
Okay, well, I rolled a 22 on stealth. Not that I was trying to be stealthy, but I suppose it's like quiet.
Well, with a nat 20, I'm pretty sure I see you, but yeah.
You just hear a cough behind you. Excuse me.
Oh, Roman, hello.
I know we were never formally introduced, but I believe your name is Zug. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Could I
Can I
trouble
help you?
Yes. Actually, since you asked, thank you. Yes, you can help me. I was wondering whether any kind of unsheaths his sword like slowly and non-threateningly, so it doesn't look like he's just fucking come over.
Whether you might
Yes, you can help me.
dying.
Yeah.
It has been quite some time since my sword has been tended to. I was wondering if I could trouble you to perhaps.
You normally just insult people regularly and then ask them to polish your sword.
I thought I asked politely. Is that not?
I mean, yes, obviously politely this time, but you've hardly been exactly friendly the entire time I've been speaking to you.
Was I unkind to you?
Yes, you were.
Ah,
You were not cool. I mean, Roman was probably the nastiest to me, but really, it was fair enough. I did tell him things about his mother too, so all's fair.
Roman was looking confused for a second, and then as you kind of brought that back up, he like remembers, and it sort of like almost bristles like a cat. Yes, quite.
But we are even now, so that is good.
Yes. Well, that aside,
People are sleeping, Roman.
So I apologize.
I will do it on one condition. You answer one question.
Supposing I can answer your question.
Yeah, that's pretty simple. Do you sleep?
No.
You don't. Neither did your brother. Why?
What do you mean neither did my brother?
Well, he never slept. He was always awake. He thought I didn't notice, but I definitely noticed. He was always awake. Whenever I came up off guard, he was awake. He was always wandering around. And he tried to sneak away, but he's really bad at it.
It's true.
This is me smiling, not Roman, sorry. Curious. I had not known Elenia to not sleep, but
Yeah, he never slept. He was always
As-
awake.
perhaps he is more. Interesting. It has been, as you say, 10 years since I've been around. Then I suppose he could have matured differently, but as it stands, no, I need only to collect my thoughts and meditate for a few hours to obtain optimal rest.
Is that like a... And he turns to Rasha, is that like a biology thing? I don't know anything about...
It is how our people function, although strangely I need to sleep. Which again, since I got all of the short straws in the genetic lottery, as they say.
Yeah, I know in like Rasha's portrait he has like black, the whites of his eyes are black, and then he has like gold kind of irises. So is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yeah,
So he
yeah,
has
yeah,
basically almost exactly the same eyes as Ghost as well.
Yeah.
Well, it seems you and my brother share more than just your eyes. Born to our families, but different and special in different ways.
Right. Well, Ghost is a tiefling, but I have a disease, so that is...
I mean...
Well, nevertheless, still family.
Maybe Ghost's disease was that he was a lying dickhead. He says, kind of like, almost like spitting the words out as he continues to sharpen his
Well,
was
perhaps
a
whatever
dickhead.
you knew as Lenya became a dickhead, but my brother was, and like he like pauses for a second and kind of looks down and is like, well, yes, I suppose he was always a bit of a dickhead. Yes.
Roman, can I... Really bothers me. You are walking around with mold on your clothes. Can I please fix this? Just sit down and I can mend the tears and things.
I shouldn't want to trouble you both, since I already asked your friend here to attend to my sword.
I mean, if you wanted a really fancy sword, he's the person you should be asking.
I need not fancy swords or anything to. As long
It
as
is
it's
very,
sharp,
very fancy, though.
As long as it is sharp, it'll do its job.
Well, I can maybe make you something, like... I don't know, I've been doing all these cool magic things, and is this sword magical that you have, actually?
No, it's +2 rapier.
Yeah.
Oh, then it is.
Oh, so it is, okay.
Yeah, it must be.
I mean, it's been in the Far Realm for a
Fancy.
decade, so it's fucking something. But it looks a bit shitty and maybe a bit blunt.
I don't know. Maybe when we get back to town, I can, I don't know, I upgrade weapons a little bit. So maybe I do feel really bad about being so grumpy yesterday. But I guess now you know the context with your brother betraying us so badly. I just feel bad. So if I can, do anything for you, because you've been in a really bad place for a really long time, so it seems very unfortunate you should come out and have to deal with us being so... He kind of looks around at the party and struggles for the word that describes their behavior. So,
We've had a not so great week, to be
so
honest.
crap.
Well, believe it or not, I have had a not so great decade. But it is what it is.
It's funny. The best part of my week was actually being teleported to a realm where I didn't belong. They were
I
so
wish
nice
I
to
could
me
say
over
the
there.
same.
What, you didn't get grapes where you went?
No, it seems the Eldritch Horrors of the Far Realm neglected to acquire the ability to grow grapes or anything, actually. It's
Zach just very frankly says, "Well, I recommend if you ever get banished to a realm, choose the airy one. It's not as bad as it seems, apart from all the falling.
What did you eat? No, the air realm is the worst.
It's not the worst.
Terrible.
It's okay."
I mean, he gestures to Zug just largely. I imagine for some, eternal falling is not so bad.
I know,
Some
but
that can lift themselves up,
yeah, but it's you don't know which way. It's just all air. Like you don't know which way to go. What's the point?
It's all sky.
It is all
Puts
sky.
his head in his hands.
It is all just sky. It's a strange place.
Strange place indeed. Well, if you insist, I shall allow you to improve my countenance, as long as it does not trouble you in any way.
No, I've got nothing else to do.
It makes
Any,
me really happy, actually. I really hate looking at tears on things.
If you could, and he sort of gestures to his arms. Cover this.
Right. And I guess she'll spend the next little while doing some mendings and
No, the sexy tattoos. No.
crime tattoos.
Would he cruelly leave a tattoo bicep gap open for the sexy bicep?
Yeah, please.
Just to ask everybody, is everybody currently on watch right now? They outside of the tent? They outside on watch, looking out the dark?
Yeah. Like by whatever little fire we got going, if we have one. I
It's
don't know.
probably around Ascor's tent. You hear a sort of. And you notice maybe the dirt around in a perfect circle, and his tent begins to sort of move out in a ring, as if there's a slight ripple or wave. Another ring inside it begins to join. A couple of pebbles lift in the air. One larger pebble begins to shake. They're not quite lifting, just shaking on the ground. You hear, oh, Jesus, milk, and then just.
And on that note, thanks. Campaign's over. Bye.
This campaign sponsored by Cloverfield Milk.
Roll dex checks with a nuke.
I'll hit up a couple of milk companies and see if we can get some sponsorship.
Moorbounder milk.
Oh, Jesus.
So, with the campfire in the
milk your
distance,
Moorbounders.
with the thing, slowly but surely everybody wakes up the next morning, safe as you can be in the barb fields, and you will begin to travel.
Was it only the 5 damage Rasha took?
Yes.
Interesting.
Oh, did we get a full night's rest?
You did get a full night's rest.
Hell
yes.
yeah!
If so, to copy something I've done in the past, you guys are traveling for potentially 3 to 4 days. You guys can, rather than make an individual roll, with justify reasons why, for 1 day, you can group rolls together. So you could roll for 2 or 3 days with better outcomes if you obviously roll well. and worse outcomes if you roll poorly. As
Anyone
a reminder,
feeling the natural one?
Are we doing
So,
survival? Yeah,
you will do whatever you can justify.
So I would like to take the floor for a second here, being the 100-year-old Kryn Dynasty drow who is familiar with this field. Who's also a trained chronomancer and therefore can also kind of low-key see the future and predict good outcomes. That he would, in his desperation to
When somebody
return
like
home after 10
overinflates their
years.
CV.
Listen, if Hayden can do it, then Roman can do it too.
I'm a passionate
leaning
and
into that.
punctual chronomancer.
So I would like to use my arcane ability to weave through the fields, avoid the pockets of wild magic and dangerous magical creatures, and return home to my family after a decade of being trapped away from them.
You potentially have 4 days of travel.
How many?
Cas, did you want to say something?
With my plus 11 to nature and investigation and stuff, could I also keep an eye out for anything that looks suspicious? Any tracks? Just anything that looks like it might be dangerous to us to assist?
I will. So, how much do you guys want to risk? I suppose. How many days?
Everything
The
on
whole
black.
travel?
Hey, gambling.
It's 4 days.
All
I
in.
I mean, all or nothing, right? Isn't it?
Okay,
That's
so
what we
it's-
did in the Underdark. It was all or nothing.
And we
Then
were
we
like,
had
"Yeah,
a
but
tyrant, and
this
then
is
everyone
why-
natural one.
I think
Yeah.
they risked a week of travel and they rolled a natural 1 and you got a death tyrant. So
And
we
nobody
lived.
died was insane.
And we
I
lived
think-
and we sold the Death Tyrant skull for quite a bit of money. So
you rolled very well not to all perish.
You say
We
money,
should've
and my
done it.
brain goes.
Okay, so I will allow
Casadius,
both of
here's
you.
dollar.
Both of you to make rolls based on arcane for Christ and nature for Kaz, and you are risking the full 4 days of travel. Good rolls will be very good. Bad rolls, Tiamat is going to kill you all.
Manifest.
So I rolled a 19, but if that's not good enough, then I would like to chronomancy that.
Well, I rolled a 20, so I'm
20.
quite okay with that.
Okay, so do you have to know the outcome of a Rice Dove roll before Chrono, or do you?
Now I can do it whenever I want, baby. That's the
That
nature of
seems-
knowing the
yeah.
future.
that seems
think
kind of
that's
OP, but
worse.
okay.
Then it's up to you if you want to Chrono or not.
Oh wait, it says make this decision after you see whether it succeeds or fails. That's the
There you go.
specifics.
Okay,
Does
That's
a
so
19
busted.
succeed or fail? I can only do it twice per long rest.
so what you guys will find. Sorry, I'm just gonna get out my roll tables. Could Kaz, could you roll? Could you both roll d10s for me? Sorry, I don't know why.
D10s. Ooh.
May a D10. Where is she? A D10.
7. A nice, tasty 7.
A 2.
Okay.
Might want to chronomancy that one.
This is called Cthulhu, right? Low rolls are bad.
So with a 7 on an over 20 on survival, nature, you, with a little bit of preparation, a little bit of desire to move quickly, perhaps more than the party other than Hayden is aware of, you hurry them along, keeping track of things above you. You are impressed with the speed at which the party manages to move through this very desolate wasteland, and you feel comfortable that you've escaped part of them. Ghost, I'm going to say that for a brief second,
Ooh.
while you see the
Ooh.
future.
He's back.
So, Ghost. Oh, sorry, Roman.
He's back.
Sorry.
This is gonna be a
Roman,
recurring
as
theme,
you
isn't
for a
it?
brief second, you see thousands of small, burrowing little legs protruding, like insect-like little carapaces. And if you would like to cast Chronomancy, you can.
Thanks.
Yes, I would. I should
Oh.
like to cast that. And I should like
It's
to.
not going to be a 1, isn't it?
No.
And I'll roll again.
Oh baby, that's a 28. Yeah.
Could you roll another d10 for me?
Okay, well it doesn't make my
Whoa.
D10 any good.
GM's
really.
looking for an encounter, man, making us.
I'm not looking for an
encounter.
encounter. You've got the encounter. You did not
James
get
is
it.
You rolled a
gasping
D100.
for an
You rolled a
encounter.
D2.
I don't mind a bit
Battle
of
map.
Come on.
That's a 3.
Everyone loves a
I mean,
good
it's one better than last time.
Right, so with a 20 and with a 20 and a 28, The barbed fields are a desolate place of wilderness, and as you've seen, undead kraken, sphinxes, shadow monsters and creatures, Rakshasa and
His mom.
solars of Zahir and large giant rocks. And somehow, through a combination of knowing the area well, altering the literal flow of time and fate, moving swiftly across this landscape is relatively easy for the party. For Thaddeus, for Gebcat, things move incredibly quickly. As you move, shoot across this landscape, it actually, Cas, for you, you begin to almost not think about the people chasing you because you're moving so quickly. This is faster than you've ever moved across this area, and you are quite a regular to this trip. You think nobody can possibly move as quickly as the party is throughout this. If there is any roleplay you guys would like to do over your 3-4 days of traveling, given how quickly you're moving, it's probably moving closer to 3, whether at night or whether just chatting to each other, do so. But based on these rolls, and based on your D10 rolls, there is going to be little encounters across the barb fields, except for perhaps the end. So we shall see what happens there. But you guys are, if you guys want to chat along the way or anything.
I'd like to ask Roman.
On a
Roman,
date.
while they're running one day.
Sorry.
Are you going to have your convention when you get back?
Wait, is this while we're going? So he's like fucking just jogging, like
running.
Or say if
Yeah,
like at
Roman's running, yeah.
at a camp or something. We camp in one of our camp nights.
Nah, it's gotta be running.
while we're camping. Okay,
We
okay,
camp.
got
It is a
okay,
camp
okay, okay,
moment.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. Excuse me.
You know your convention.
Perhaps this is a mistranslation. I don't understand.
What is it? He turns to the party. Is it contemption? What is it that Roman has?
Constipation.
It is not that one.
Cantankerousness.
Condemnation. Condensation. No.
No.
Convincing.
It's circumcision.
Circumcision. When
Really
is your
don't think it's funny.
circumcision?
Excuse me.
Well, is
I
it
am
not
really
that
lost in
one?
what you're talking about.
Oh,
What are you talking about?
Coalescing?
What
What
thing?
kind
The
of word are
thing.
you thinking of?
His father said it was not circumcised. It was the other one he was going to do with Roman.
Castration, of course.
I can assure you all that I am not being, nor am I planning to be, castrated. And should you press this matter any further, I shall castrate the lot of you myself. And he starts like pulling his sword out.
No,
Oh, God's
what?
sakes.
Didn't it sound like
I'm not really a member of this group, so I'm just gonna take a step back.
It was like an execution, but like it wasn't like.
Consecration?
Oh, are you
Consecration?
talking about my consecution?
Yes, the
That's it.
consecution.
That one, yeah.
What do you
What is it?
He just like slowly slides his sword back in his... I'm
Zug just
sorry,
said,
I'm not
that's,
quite...
That's not even a word.
No, what is the consecution?
It's like. Well, yeah, what is it?
That's not a word.
Why do you ask?
Just that your parents were saying to go, Elenia, if that was Elenia, I guess Ghost. You know that they wished that you would have your your things.
Well, I mean, as far as I was aware, once I left, Elenia had not been consecuted. As it turns out, it's probably for the best.
He was resisting it. I was just wondering if it was, I don't know, would it put the Kaifon in all of, I don't know. Is it like a religion thing or a...
Yes, I suppose it is. a somewhat religious ceremony, cultural.
Super secret. Can't talk about it.
Well, and my parents, they really just discussed it openly with you all.
Yeah, well, you're
Yes, they
right.
invited us.
We had dinner. We had it's really nice, your house.
Your mother is fantastically pleasant.
It was.
It would do you well not to mention my mother.
Oh,
Why ever not?
I can see your intentions on your face are not
She was a-
kind.
She was a great host, actually. A lot of good food.
I was told never to look somebody's mother in the eye, so it was a little frightening because, I mean, mothers are, I'm surprised she has not eaten her husband at all or, done any of the sacrificing because when you are so, a powerful woman and things, sometimes you know.
I think
Mothers, they
Rasha
do
is
that.
trying to say that he's an abject savage.
Naddan, back me up here. It was surprising, right?
I mean, this is a strange land to me, a foreign land, everything is surprising. Drow here live above ground, for heaven's sake.
Are there any prejudices that Roman would carry being a
Yeah, he hates
Jorhastian Drow? Yeah. Yes, I suppose. I do forget Rasha that, or I would say Rashval, as we would say his full name. I do forget Rashval that you were raised by savages in quite a barbaric and unholy place. So it is not your fault that, you're probably damned to an eternity of being eaten alive by spiders or some such other ridiculousness. But
I will not
Caspi stood behind Rashad just doing this in the background at Roman.
Or I will not be eaten by spiders because Geb will protect me from the spiders, but I think Naddan probably will be eaten by spiders if we cannot help him.
Roman nods at Rasha. Ah, yes, I see, and then looks at Roman Naddan
The Dan just stares back and I'm trying.
We will find a way. We will, Geb will grow his church and you can join that or I don't know, you can get a consecution.
Yes, let us.
No, he
pay-
cannot have a consecution. I just want to throw that out there right now. That is not on the table.
Calligraphy, I can write you a
As
letter,
much as I
can
wish
get you a
to trust
constitution.
you, Rasha, when last time this came up, you said that even if Geb turned out to be the Aboleth, you would free it anyway.
Well, technically, she will not actually be an aboleth, right? She is the eldritch evil that created the aboleths. So,
Well,
that
the
is-
Aboleth Queen.
right,
So the most Aboleth of all of them, I suppose. One could say.
but not an aboleth, just a big, I don't know, nebulous horror from, you know about the horrors from the great beyond like that, but
Hmm.
I fear you have lost the forest for the trees when it comes to whether or not exactly how many tentacles and evil this creature is.
I mean, Geb is not that creature. Geb is just imprisoning that creature. So I don't know why we are so stressed. I mean, it's just not a thing.
Well, speaking of
Right.
stress, Roman, I hear you're from, a fledgling house, struggling to earn its wealth. Now disgraced, of course, thanks to, I suppose, the severe actions of your brother. As a fledgling noble, what's it like?
Murder him.
Having completely erased Ascor's existence from his mind, Ascor speaking up, as I suppose they're kind of rolling into Rosohna at this point, kind of
Probably on the outskirts at this
probably
point.
walking at this point. I'm not sure what you mean. What is your question?
Well, I suppose my question is, I've just never had this experience, you know, that kind of new money. Is that okay? Can I say that?
I still am not sure what you're trying to ask of me. You will have to be more specific. Perhaps you're not familiar with this language. You seem quite young, so you do not have a full grasp of language yet. Is that correct? Could I switch to something more simple for you?
Well, it's just that it's exciting. It's like like a rags to riches story, you know, and people want to know these things, you know. You come from the earth, you come from the dirt, you know, and technically from where you're from, you're from a noble. I've read a book. I'm a writer, actually, and there's this fantastic piece about it's a rags to riches story, and it's about a minor noble who meets a lady of worth, of actual value, and it's inspiring. I just want to know if, you know, that's you. I'm excited.
While he's doing this and he's clearly being mildly condescending, can Casadius just use thaumaturgy to make it sound like he farts when he takes his next step, like really loud? Without even looking, he just strums on his lute once with like one finger, just really nonchalantly as he walks past, and you just hear it emanate from.
It's really inspiring.
Once more, let me phrase. I am sorry, Ascor. I do not understand your question, but we can help you if you need help. If you need a book, we can. A book. If you require a book, we can go. I can take you to the library. There are many books.
Oh my god, do you follow Chelsea Hart? Because
would that suit you? Would that make you happy, Ascor?
That's fascinating. Speaking to your brother, he had such a drawl compared to you, an impediment perhaps. He would say "book," which frankly was
A real life attack right there.
Wow.
Natural 20 to my heart.
In this stream, we love and appreciate Geordie accents. So
yeah, big time. You know, he said, I believe the word was book, and to me, it really emphasized that salt of the earth.
Oh. Remember what I said about nobody hates Luke's character more than Luke? I might have to revise that.
What do we keep talking about the earth as if the earth is a bad thing? The earth is
Disgusting southerner.
It's not.
Can Cass while walking past Ascor this time, like flick out his tail and try and trip him?
Oh no.
Yes.
I don't even know what type of
You
check
truly
that would
are
be.
one of the party now.
Ascor can make a dexterity saving for us.
So yeah, Roman with exactly 0 charisma doesn't really understand Ascor's like snidiness at all. He is like combining his thoughts of Ascor being this kind of feeble-minded creature that he first met and assuming that's who he was before Rasha gave him like this like personality. He doesn't really understand like that Ascor was changed or whatever. So that's why he's speaking to him like a child, like, "Oh no, we can help you. He's trying to be really nice because he thinks that he's like a bit, nice, simple, maybe. He just doesn't understand what Ascor's getting at all. The whole like thing is just like going straight over his head. And he says, "Book."
During that, his book. During that, Casadius tries to basically make a trip on old Ascor, is it?
Yeah.
DM, what
Just
what
does
do
not
you-
seem to be enjoying. I would say, like, as you're talking about the whole salt of the earth and suggesting, like, it sounds like he's suggesting he's better because he's like old money, and like Cass's shoulders are getting like higher and higher as he's walking by, and the lute strumming is getting like more like tight
Aggressive
string
instrument
ping,
playing.
like, and he just flicks out his tail almost as if he's not even thinking about doing it and goes for your ankle.
Dex saving throw.
For the purpose of just understanding the situation, how long ago, how many years ago was the calamity?
Many.
Oh boy, don't ask me these questions. Give me 2 seconds and I will find out.
So like,
Maybe a
just,
year.
just trying to.
Yeah. It's about 2,000 years ago.
Okay,
Like, I think
just
it's
in terms of-
1,851.
Yeah, just in terms of understanding like the founding of Rosohna, when the dens would have been established, and how old Roman's family actually is, it probably
probably
massively.
1,600 years or something.
Yeah.
Um,
In new money.
could you make it? Yeah, could you make an attack roll for me?
dear.
Cas?
roll.
Not.
Isn't-
This is to see whether or not you
PvP.
hit with the attack.
PvP.
Oh, is
Your
it just an
DC
unarmed
is the
strike?
AC is
Is
15.
it just an unarmed strike, or?
Yeah.
He doesn't see it coming. Do I have advantage?
Let's say no, but
Alright.
just try to trip.
Nah,
Oh no.
not a good one.
Okay, perhaps too annoyed by the anger you're feeling is not the best thing. You kind of whip his ankles rather than tripping him up.
That'll do. Just a little whip.
Yeah. So
Oh, God.
Roman
So-
is basically like,
Plants
you know,
down at him like unimpressed.
having finished his sort of sentence to Ascor, he kind of who's on the Moorbounder with Ascor.
Me, Aku, and Zug.
Okay, cool. He kind of gestures to Aku, Zug, and Hayden. It's like, my family and have access to many of the libraries, and the younglings sections of literature that I would be more than happy to make available at Ascor's disposal, should you desire.
Who's that to, particular, sorry?
He kind of is making eye contact with Zug, Hayden, and Aku, but like he says it out loud to everyone on Ascor's Moorbounder.
I feel like Sai would have a really sassy response right now for this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
He's
think that
trying to
might be
be
a
nice.
little old for Ascor.
There it is.
Well, you should
Sorry.
have to tell me your favorite kind of books, and I shall make them available to you.
Well, I suppose for myself, it's less books, but the books that I'm more interested in. If you know what I'm referring to, of course. I'm really a man of success. But of course, I'm an entrepreneur, and more than happy to share my knowledge and expertise with you in your house. I feel as if from success to what I feel like is someone on the cusp of making it. I have so much to offer you.
Well, I'm very flattered at you considering me successful, but I've only just returned after quite a long departure, so let's see where we land, and then we can...
Oh, of course,
Move
that's
from
right.
there.
I actually was referring to your house, and my house, not your... How long was it you were captured for, out of curiosity? As a specialist in this field, it seems to have taken a very ill turn for you.
Indeed. Well, I mean, you were the ones, and he sort of gestures to everyone that told me it had been around 10 years. Certainly time moves differently among different realms. So it's hard to say. It has been a long
Absolutely.
time.
And I'm a serial philanthropist. And
beg
saving
your
you
pardon?
from your situation is, to me, I get a real kick out of that, you know, just helping the people at the bottom.
Ascor, I'm really curious. If nobles, like young nobles, like the poorer nobles, they are the rags. What if you are not a noble? What is lower than rags?
You don't want to know the
Well,
answer
it's
to that
interesting. Usually, that's all we say. What are you if you're not a noble? But we've never really thought of an answer to follow.
Cas is just glaring daggers at the back of his head at this point.
Right.
Oh my god.
And what about
What?
people who are actually from the earth? Is that, you know?
Well,
Yes, I
you know,
suppose, like,
occasionally
Russia.
we have uprisings in areas of mining. We do come across local denizens who are not willing to accept the terms of the land rights. And, you know, if it comes to blows, we're happy to stand our ground. In fact, it was recently, in Kymal, I believe, there was something of a unionization, and, well, we had to put the boot to, of course, you know, protect the freedom of the economy of the empire. You know, we can't be held accountable. We can't be held to ransom by, you know, a few bad apples. So, and you know, the sad story is, after making the economy more efficient in that area, there is a shortage of opportunity now for people in Kymal. And that's thanks to the unions.
Well,
There you have
regard-
it, Naddan. We will have the boot put to us, it sounds like, if we unite. We should not do a
But-
union.
perhaps some of the
Hey,
ground should
Ascor's
have
just
the
an
boot
asshole,
put to
I think
them.
is the point of this. I think maybe.
I tend to find unionizing's a pretty good way of getting things done.
His kind hires mercenaries. That's what they do.
Ascor. You
Yes.
said, sorry, let me get this straight. You said that it's because of the unions that Kymal ran out of jobs, but your family busted the union in Kymal, so now there should be more jobs?
Well, if you look at it this way, before the unions, there were plenty of jobs, you know, and the employment market was very mobile. It was a beautiful thing. But it wasn't until the unions started so much trouble that we, of course, had to act to save all of these jobs. We really did try.
And when you say we, you
That,
mean the Galvedere family?
Well, it's more of a subsidiary of the group, but yes, of course.
Hayden takes a moment to process this.
And I think you were mentioning before that there's a lack of opportunity for yourself in Kymal, and frankly, I would
He said that all in Thieves'
I
Camp
would blame
earlier
the unions.
when you were asleep.
Oh, okay, in that case. Well, you know, in a way, Ascor speaks his own thieves' cant, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, did Rasha fix Roman's clothes?
Yeah. So that night he spent kind of just mending little tears and meticulously getting any creases out, and just, you know, using mending to restore them back to their original clean pressed and proper colours as well.
Lovely.
So at this point, I will say that
sorry,
you guys.
CM, there's one last thing,
Yep.
and that is, as the conversation sort of came to a close, Ascor on Thaddeus, you know, the second Moorbounder in the file, would sort of pick up the pace a bit, and as we're to be coming past the first Moorbounder, would sort of lean over and whisper to Casadius, in quite close proximity, there was a terrible smell earlier, and a god-awful sound. I'm just worried you might have soiled yourself, and cast prestidigitation, and a soil
You
5
motherfucker.
cubic feet of your underwear, of your trousers, and of course it smells like feces.
Rasha whips his head around and is like, Ascor, do not do this on Cat. Get this thing off my cat.
Sorry, you're right. Let me burn sorcery point to make that a subtle spell.
Oh, you dare.
So,
Oh.
let me burn that point right now.
I can't believe you'd make our first guest character shit their pants.
Hey, man. They took the risk.
In retaliation, as Ascor continues to go past, can Cas cast Mage Hand on him? And just have it grab the back of his like coat so that the Moorbounder keeps going, but he stays in place.
Oh, I'm not sure Mage Hand is that strong. I will.
I can do worse.
Big hand.
I think it's a 5 pounds limitation.
Yeah,
at that
I think
point.
Mage Hand can't lift that quite. Yeah, it's not quite strong enough.
And if you want to
I
go
don't wanna waste an
toe
actual spell.
punk, you can do that.
I mean, I mean,
Have we entered Rosohna properly? yet?
You're on the outskirts, getting close to the place you bought and should return, the Moorbounders.
Hannah, I know the look of someone going through their spell list. I know that look.
I'm thinking.
I'm doing it
He's
too.
gonna wait. He's gonna wait. Cass is a long game player, not a short game.
So, as you
Unlike some people.
so to clarify,
Here for a quick buck.
to rewind ever so slightly to one of the nights, Hayden, about the second or third night you guys have both been down to travel, you have some dreams. And in one of those dreams, there's just a simple message that seems to be left by a skull kind of floating high in the sky. I'm looking forward to when you hold up your end of the bargain, Hayden.
Does anything else happen in the dream?
No,
Um,
I'm gathering my strength. But you wait. I'm looking forward to it.
do you think that this is like one of those types of dreams that like would shock someone awake, or is it more like you'd wake up and just feel somewhat unsettled?
Unsettled.
Dirty.
So,
Dirty.
you guys all return. Cas, you'll be aware of Zorth. Zorth is a older goblin, kind of a tuft of white hair, one arm, that raises and looks after the Moorbounders, kind of on the outskirts of Rosohna. And as you all return, gives you all a bit of the side eye.
Zorth, my man, how you doing? And he's just gonna jump off the Moorbounder and just like go straight in for a hug, despite being like triple or quadruple the size of the goblin.
He'll give you a hug and say, you didn't leave with them, did you?
Oh no, I left a few days earlier, but I'm here now. Made some friends on the way. It's always good.
Lost one of them, I see. That looks over your shoulder at the 2, not the 3 Moorbounders that have returned.
Well, you know, they lost someone, I think.
Well, actually, and Hayden jumps in. Alenya still has it. He still has his Moorbounder because he had some business to finish in the barbed fields on his own.
And if I'm not incorrect, I believe that was left specifically on Chancellor Romen, your house's account.
And we were to get all of our refunds for our deposits, the money that we put down for the Moorbounders.
Yes, on their return, you will receive a deposit if you are leaving them here in my care for now.
Hayden kind of glances over his shoulder at Cas to kind of get that like little seal of approval of like, did I do it good?
Yeah. I was going to suggest, since there is one missing, how about you return the deposits for the ones that we've currently got? And, I mean, you know me, Zorth. I'm from around here. Why don't you give us the third deposit back on good faith? I mean, it's not like their close friend's just going to have run off forever, is it? He's going to be right back.
Make a persuasion check.
Not like they're close
or
friends
deception.
bonded with an eldritch evil.
Which one? Persuasion or deception?
Well, he's lying, so deception.
Okay, just let me double check so I know exactly what's going on here. Yeah. Okay. So did deception. It's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, it wasn't low
Is it
enough
fine?
for my thing to click in. I
Did
don't
we?
think.
Did we tell Cass about Ghost's awful betrayal?
No, I don't think
No.
they would have.
Nothing.
So
I
it
don't think they
could-
did. So I'm not actually lying. Can I roll it as persuasion?
Yeah, you can roll it persuasion. If that's a higher roll, a higher plus, you're plus 10. Okay, 20.
Still not as high as it would have been if I'd rolled a 9. which is
Interestingly, that's the
hilarious.
same roll. That is 2 10s.
Yeah. It still would have ended up higher if I'd rolled a 9, which is hilarious.
Wow. Okay. Fair enough. So 20. You know, he didn't return the last one. Fine. And I think is it 20 gold each? Or was it 100 gold?
It was 100 gold,
It was
DM.
100. It was 100. Sorry, I'm
Honey
scrolling up.
gold.
Honey, go.
Give me
you
my
kinda-
Well,
gold
you
back.
always know that, of course, and he points to Roman, the house will be the guarantor, of course, as it is in these situations, in soft losses.
The house. Yes, he's foreign. And he like leans to Ascor and he's like, established families are referred to as dens around here, in case nobody told you.
Oh, dens. Yeah, we use that word too where I'm from to refer to rodents and foxes, where they live. But I understand.
Oh, how quaint! You have familial relationships with rodents and foxes. How adorable.
Well,
Hayden looks
we
a little
have
bit
to reach
offended.
out to smaller houses, and we don't like to call them that, but if that's how they identify, then that's fine with us.
Jeez.
Hayden scratches his rodent familiar underneath the chin. Don't worry about it, buddy. It's fine.
Thank you for his understanding. Cass is going to slip Zorth 10 gold just out of his pocket. Just give him a little handshake and just there's a little pouch of 10 gold there.
Yeah,
Oh.
just a little like thing and kind of, I could say it, and kind of goes towards his foot and kind of holds up a pouch.
Still
seems to
down
be,
90 gold
attached
though.
to his leg, and gives the party 300 gold.
Wait, Mr. Zorth, what will you do with Gebcat?
Well, he's bonded now, so well, he's in my care. Obviously, he's good breeding stock, but should you wish to travel again or use him, so long as you return him, it's up to you. But I will care for him in the meantime.
Will he be really sad if I leave, though?
Kind of shrugs as if it doesn't really matter.
I just, I find it much easier to talk to him than, and he looks over at the party, just people. Can I come and visit him? And,
Yes, visit whenever you want.
if I
Take
find
him
it
for a walk, feed him.
better
Do my
place
job for me. Fantastic.
But if I find a better place for Gebcat, can I come back and just have him?
You can buy him outright, certainly, and that will cost you quite a bit.
How much are we talking?
300, like I said.
300. Okay. Okay, I will find a place. Okay, thank you. And he turns round and he's gonna pop a little Geb symbol around Gebcat's neck and tie it on a thick leather cord. And just pat him on the nose and say, "Do not forget, who's looking after you." And he'll
Devcat
turn
kind of
away
rolls up
from
against
his
you and muzzles you a little bit and kind of rubs his head up and down.
Okay.
Baby.
Bye.
Cute.
For now. He will
Ascor,
leave his cat in the stable.
That
At
is.
this point has been astride Thaddeus the entire time, talking to Roman, everything. And rode him like a conqueror proudly into the sort of the pen, and says down to what's the Moorbounder Master's name?
Zorth.
Zorth, and let's not forget, I think Ascor probably would be in disguise at this point, using his
Yes. Sorry, you remember now. Yeah.
his hat of, what do you call it? How many colours?
Oh, yeah.
Faces?
You would have seen.
Hat
Zug
disguise?
Hat of disguise, that's the one. Simply named Hat of disguise. This is a fantastic steed. If anything, it's a stud. You should really look after this one.
Well, I was surprised somebody was able to bond with him after quite so much time. Normally, it's too old for this.
Well, it takes, a experienced and confident rider to be able to tame such a wild beast.
Quite. Like, looks you up and down. Looks at the others. Quite. Well, the offer is open to you as well, should you wish to purchase him in the meantime. Should you need him
You
again,
mentioned
he will
that,
be here.
He's such a troublesome creature. Well, how much would be the price? Surely less than a standard Moorbounder.
Well, given that you've said quite rightly, he is a stud, valuable, would be worth more.
Ascor gets annoyed and he cuts him off like, "Oh, don't worry about it," and just sort of dismounts.
He gives Zorth like a big thumbs up in the background, like, good job, buddy. Know your worth.
And he kind of takes them both by the reins. Gebcat, have you taken the armor off Gebcat, or is it still there?
I took it off and yeah.
Cool. He kind of leads them off, and leaves you all kind of at the gates of Rosohna, or like loading there. You guys start walking away at this point, towards Rosohna.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yes, sir.
Right, it's probably about an hour's walk. Last time we did this in carriage, obviously, but there isn't that option this time. Coming to the gates of the city, like you can see it from afar, as you know, but it is very like the cloud kind of obscuring. And for Roman, for you, it is nice to return to even the artificial darkness of the city. The cloud, like the ever-present cloud overhead, the kind of green flares, the slightly gothic architecture spreading out, the very much walls around the bar fields, like it's like the fields and the lack of vegetation and just the deserty sandals immediately hits the wall, and then it's stone paving all the way through. And for you, it is certainly refreshing after the past decade to see your home. Cas, seeing this place as well, given how quickly you've traveled, you kind of scan the horizon just as you go back, and it is comforting at the lack of pursuers you can see, certainly. And as you kind of approach the two guards, the guards on the outside, so both of you would recognize fairly typical Kryn kind of dynasty armor. Sorry, just grabbing it up. Kind of two of them. One they've both kind of got the almost insect-like armor, kind of the black metal, kind of folded around in horns with kind of the protruding spike in the front, and each of their armor kind of with the spikes protruding off the back as well, and the cloaks. And they both just kind of look you up and down. Welcome. Your business, please.
Wait, are we outside the Everthil state?
No, this is outside the city in general.
Oh, okay.
Because you haven't gone through carriage or anything
Got
yet.
it.
It's border control.
I'm local. I believe at least one of these folks is local. If not, having been here multiple times before, we're coming back through, making our way in. Goods to trade, things to do, you know?
Make him away.
Make him away. Certainly he kind of looks at you, Cas, with a hint of recognition.
Grins because he knows it makes him more recognizable.
Looks over the rest of you. Wouldn't have seen you all leave, but given there are no humans, actually, has anyone done anything about Aku?
I mean, there's that. Well, no, I don't know. What did we do before?
When we
carriage before.
Yeah,
we were
carriage.
concealed.
I mean, if
When
worst
we
case
arrive?
scenario, yeah, Cass will happily throw an invisibility onto Aku if you need it.
Ooh, that's a nice spell to have.
That's up to 1 hour. So as we're coming in, he'll look around right before we get to the gate and just be like, "Oh, that's not good," and just like tap Aku on the forehead and just.
Yep. Okay, yeah. As Aku kind of vanishes, I'll do a quick stealth roll for Aku.
What's Ascor got? You've got a hat of disguise or something, right?
Okay.
He looks
Buggy.
like a drow noble, right?
No, it's just a drow like dude, man. I'm keeping it low key. You don't go normal.
Salt of the earth, eh?
Yeah, you know, like
Just
a
like
drow
Roman.
noble. Yeah, do you know what I mean? Like a drow noble, just looking like shit.
A salty earth boy.
Yeah, John Noble just covered in mud and like fucking rags.
Spider webs dangling off them, you know.
Yeah,
Fresh
man.
out the caves.
That's it.
Straight out the Underdark.
Literally, like, squinting at the sun, like.
Okay. As they kind of look you up and down, there's no reason particularly to stop, although there is kind of a glaze given to Hayden. What do you want here?
I'm a mailman. Delivering a parcel.
Like I said, business.
Business. He tries to say more
Very
confidently.
convincing.
You can both make persuasion checks separately.
Good luck, Hayden.
20.
Natural one.
Oh.
He gets
Okay.
real nervous around authority figures. I'm really sorry about that. It's just a typical part of the trade. You get stopped a lot in our business.
It's
Who are you delivering to?
At this point, seeing Hayden shit his pants, Roman steps in and puts a hand on Hayden's shoulders. Actually, all these fine gentlemen with me, and I'm traveling home for the first time in a while, Sergeant. So, kindly step aside. We shall be on our way.
There's no recognition in his face. And who are you?
It's like this, is it? I suppose. Has been a while. I'm of Den Everthil.
His kind of face goes a little bit. Any proof of that, sir?
Do you have like a signet ring or anything?
Oh, maybe actually. Probably not though.
Did you take the noble background? Because if you have that, you have like.
I think he did, but also for decades.
Nothing on your fingers though. Just a signet.
Instead, that he kind of like pulls his sword a little bit out of his sheath, and he manifests two echoes. Would you like to ask me that again?
Fight.
Just looks really concerned. Wait, no, we're not doing this again. Okay, not again. All right. Stop that. We're not attacking
Go on.
this guard again.
Ask me again.
Everyone, please just calm right down. Just deep breath.
Why do I agree?
No, I do not return home for the first time in decades to be treated like this. Not after my decades of service in the Dynasty, in the Aurora Watch. Learn some respect, young man.
You can make an intimidation check.
Oh no, I've got zero
Oh,
charisma. Can I
that's
get
great.
like a advantage on that, please?
You want some inspiration?
You can make it with strength, can't you? Intimidation.
Can I make it with dexterity?
Flexing.
I will occasionally allow with strength. Dexterity is out of here. No.
I don't have any strength.
No,
I'm
you can
not
of course
in-
get inspiration. Yes.
What's a dexterity
Oh, it's
intimidation?
great
I'd love to
dance
see what that is. It's just
Like
like
you do a
It's like a
breakdance
back,
move.
fucking doing a fucking backflip parkour.
yeah. It's so good.
Intimidation. Oh man, where's Ghost when you need him?
Art wheels threateningly.
Does inspiration give me an intimidation?
It's a D6, right, isn't it?
Yeah, I get. So Cass will just tap you on the butt with his tail. Add a d6. Add a d6.
Yeah, take some
Don't
guidance.
help. It don't help.
Rasha puts her hand on the shoulder and says D4.
That's a D6. Oh, it's not good. I rolled a straight 5. So.
If you roll a 6 and a 4, then that'll give you
It could
15.
be good. Yeah.
If I roll a 6 and a 4, which has never happened in the history of our entire game, a D6 and a D4. All right. That's adds a 6, so that goes to an 11. Old man threatens young man.
Oh, that is a D4. Oh, D6 and a D4.
Yeah. So the total combined of those two rolls is 6.
No, that's 6 plus 0.
Wait, what?
No, I
want-
rolled a d6 and
Oh,
a
sorry,
d4,
yeah, sorry,
and I
no, no,
rolled
I
a
don't know why
4
that-
on. I rolled
Yeah,
a 4 on the
No,
d4
it's
and then a
just-
2 on the d6.
Yeah, it's told me that 2 plus 4 is 6, and then 6 plus 0 is 6, so I don't know why roll 20's done that. That's slightly odd.
Wicked.
Okay, 11.
Yeah.
Sizes you up. You see him kind of go to his sword, and like shadows coalesce slightly next to him as well as he's about to manifest. I don't think there's any need for that.
I
No.
agree, officer. There is no need for that whatsoever. Can we not? Can we
Am
not?
I to presume
this
you
time?
do not have verification? Will I need to acquire some?
Yeah.
Hang on. Rasha's gonna rifle through Ghost's bag and see
Ooh.
if he can find any kind of like Everthiel knickknacks. Do we have a ring? Do we have like a journal where he says, "Hi, I'm Elenia Everthiel, and this
deed
is
to
my
a
dream
house?
journal." Yeah. Do we have like I don't know some stuff, some sentimental things?
You might have some documents that let him get into the city. Maybe see if anything like that comes up.
Yeah. Research permit for one Elenia Everthiel. Roman is studying the blade.
My cosplay prop.
Is that Demon Slayer?
Yeah, this is my Tanjiro sword.
Nice.
Yeah, Cas will assist Russia in looking for anything that will like give them permission to enter the city. That might
Gonna
be-
mutter over the bag like, so what what would be helpful? Not the jars of crap, I guess.
Oh, anything that relates to his family, even if he has like written
the jar of
letters
bees.
or a signet ring. Does he own a signet ring or a
I don't know.
family
Is there a
crest or anything?
signet ring in here? I know what the crest
You want
looks
to both? So, if you want to both make investigation checks of the bag, and see what you can.
But it's a bag
Lauren,
of holding, right?
What the,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
so we're
just
just
thinking
trying
what
and
we're
thinking
going
of random shit.
29.
Lauren, would we find anything?
29. Ooh.
Oh, that was
Fucking
actually good.
what?
That's an 18.
You'd find the ring that his mother gave him before he left.
Ah.
Yeah.
Actually, you would know, Rasha, that I'm pretty sure he gave that specifically to you.
Really?
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait, I have a
Wait.
ring for Roman from his mother.
So with the 29, I will say that you find the ring, whether or not you remember it or not, in the bag of holding that does bear the crest of House
Oh,
Everthiel.
that thing. Yes, that thing. Your ghost gave me his ring after I gave him my ring, and he. Never mind. But
Got married.
this is your brother's, Roman.
Well, like Cass will take the ring and just go up behind Roman, and like where his hand's gripping the sword, will just peel back his index finger and just slip the ring onto it, and then pat it gently and just flash your hand at him right now.
How is this for identification?
Looks at the ring, looks at you. My apologies. And they both kind of take their spears down and begin to open the gates. And the gates begin to slowly kind of open behind you. They each take their step side to side. And then you open up into Rosohna. Sorry, as you guys chatting.
This would be good. You'd have had more trouble to deal with if you hadn't let me through. There'd be a very angry woman on the other side of this gate, and he's gonna like tap on the guards on the shoulder as he goes past.
Thank you, Cas.
Welcome. He's just gonna flick his tail and just like tap the other cheek. As he goes.
After they've walked through
Winks
like
at him.
after they've walked through like a couple of feet into the city, perhaps the gates are even closing behind them at this point, Roman sort of like you see him visibly deflate, and he kind of like looks to Rasha and Cass and is like, "I'm so sorry. I didn't know what came over me. That was terribly rude of me. They're just doing their job."
Yeah, that was pretty rude. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you stepping in. I'm sorry, I just froze up. I didn't really know what to say.
I don't appreciate you stepping in. I thought that was a really stupid idea.
I thought it was quite funny.
You've been in the Far Realm for a long time. You cannot be expected to remember how to speak to people, you know?
Absolutely. You know, who knows what your house is worth now? Putting it forward in that way, it's the way you didn't get us any far at all, and how are you supposed to know?
No, you're quite right. I don't know anything about the present state of the society, economy.
Absolutely.
World.
You could be at rock bottom.
I could be a rock bottom. I couldn't My whole family could be dead. But you told me you spoke to my mother.
They're not dead. Your mother is fine. You are the bellman, Belforen, the butler. He's there.
Elfrin's alive.
And your father is he's nice. I don't know. You had a really nice what do they call zucchinis? The things that look like aubergines, but they are green. The
I have
long
no
ones.
idea what you're talking about.
Cucumbers.
Yeah.
It was really tasty. We were given food. The house is nice. It is really pretty. You are not poor. You are definitely not poor now. So that is.
I got to sleep in my own room, and it had a really big soft bed with 4 posters on it. And that was just the guest room in the guest wing.
Right. And they told me if I rang the bell on my bedside table, somebody would come and fight me.
That's service. That's service for you.
Ascor just says,
that's
you know,
that
there-
much is
there
new,
was-
I suppose.
there was
That's
damp. The building had damp, but
Damn,
that's
okay, damn.
that's just culture. That is history.
No, that doesn't sound
I
like
know
culture. That sounds
comes
like
with
dilapidation. That sounds
That's
terrible.
really a
no,
culture.
no, of course not. It's like vintage. Let's say, it's past glory is something historical.
Damp in a
Well-
house is just damp in a house. People get, like lung issues from that. You shouldn't let that fester.
No, we
Ascor
shouldn't. I
sidles
should-
over
I
to
should
you and just over to Cass.
Tell
and says,
Belfrin immediately
"I'm
upon our
trying
arrival.
to be nice, and also,
You could have just not told him that there was mold in his fancy house.
and if you're looking for one of those rings, just let me know." And again, he casts prestidigitation, and just a trinket appears around his finger. That's all it takes. Let's not take the risk.
I should have thought of that. I can do that. Oh.
I can
Uh,
make them for
forgotten
real as well.
cantrip in all of 5e.
I can make real
don't-
softy
in our Strahd game, prestidigitation is used every single day, so don't even worry.
I spent
You
3
don't use
years
it
telling
once a day, you
Jamie
get it wrong.
I spent 3 years telling Jamie I prestidigitate my hair. So like,
Literally,
look nice.
whenever we get covered in blood or anything, our wizards just like
Yeah,
pressy.
yeah.
We're covered in
I just
feces,
know-
you know whatever happens.
Excuse me, DM,
just-
is the floor dirty? No, it's not. I pressed it.
Just to note, when you were all talking about how big Roman's house is and how fancy and how rich he was, Cass was looking increasingly uncomfortable throughout the entire conversation.
Those of you with passive insight over 15 probably notice.
Yeah.
But you are now inside Rosohna. You got your group, despite it being, not too weird, gets a lot of second classes, in particular Haydn, who some people mistake for human a couple of times, I'm sure.
Double take.
No, double take.
I'll use minor illusion to, after I notice a couple people staring at me and I maybe figure out what's going on, I use minor illusion to make my ears look a little bit longer and a little bit more obvious. So look a little bit more elven.
Those of you who have never been to Rosohna before, so that will be, or at least those of you who certainly haven't seen Rosohna during the day. So that is everybody except for Roman and Cas. Those of you who were here before, you were carried through this in carriage. It is a city of nothing like any of you have seen before. The denizens are a mix of races, heights, sizes, and colors. There are drow, there are hobgoblins, there are goblins, there are all the creatures. There's the occasional kind of kobold or even gnoll that seems to have crept in. Like the tieflings, occasionally you see them slightly more than you probably have seen in other cities. There's elves, as well as kind of humanoid-ish creatures that some of you may or may not recognize. But it is just a hustling, bustling city filled with creatures that most of you would have presumed at some point, or at least what you imagine being the Taldore, are fairly bad news. But here, it is just like any other city. Orcs, half-orcs, tieflings kind of meander through, as you'd expect. It is, as you guys saw before, almost perpetual night, a light with thousands of kind of little green lantern glows that are keeping things, they are kind of keeping things light enough so that those of you without dark vision cannot see. Most of the buildings are a combination of stone, metal, or dark clay, lots of different various shapes and sizes. Some of them are clearly older than others, kind of the ruins of what once would have been there are kind of built across multiple times, obviously refurbished. And looking out across this, you can see that kind of very much the city builds kind of in a large circle around to a central point, which those of you would have remembered is kind of the Lucid Bastion, and where perhaps if you have slightly higher perception check, passive perception, I'd say probably above 18 or 19, you would have been able to piece together that that is where you were observing the city from before when you were in Den Epithel. However, right now you are near the gates. You are kind of probably near the firmaments and the Galfrey district. So the firmaments are kind of where it's very much the entrance to the city is kind of the beginning of the higher learning. You have the Marble Tomes Conservatory, as well as a lot of the more kind of religious and academic buildings. It's a fairly geometrically pleasingly laid out area. You would also know that Shadowsire this is for the people who've been here before, so Romen and Cas. Shadowsire is under the city. And it's kind of a subterranean cavern, about a quarter mile across in every direction, generally used for kind of travel and underground trade, and kind of very much the farmland trading district of the city. The Gallifrey district, which is kind of adjacent to where you are, is generally a makeshift kind of more ramshackle area kind of for entertainment. It's music, theater, a little bit more commercial, but kind of in the more the luxuries department. The Corona district is generally the poorer side of town, a lot towards the western side. It's also generally where a lot of the more non-drows live. You obviously haven't been there, and then obviously the Lucid Bastion in the center. So those are kind of the main districts that you two would know or at least remember about Rosohna.
Just check the apothecary I want to go to is toward the Corona district, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yes.
Are we walking directly back towards the rich?
You haven't chosen a direction. I'm going to say you've walked in the door. You've kind of taken in the city. Those of you who haven't seen it before, and Roman as well, obviously a little bit reminiscent, remembering the smells of kind of frying meats, kind of hustle and bustle of town, that kind of overbearing sense of being in civilization again for you, Roman Cas. It's a welcome return. The rest of you, this is a city unlike anything you've ever seen before, and it's a little unnerving given just the creatures that are here, let alone like just the fact it seems to be operating in a normal city. It's kind of a surreal experience for most of you.
I think on the way, on the journey to where it is we are now, you would have heard just a distinct sound. If you're in front of Ascor, behind him, you would have seen it. Distinct sound and sight of somebody kind of tripping up. It's a dark city. He's a human. He's having a hard time. And within that, he probably turns to Casadius, and sort of holds him briefly by the bicep, like, "Can't see. Do you magic?
Do I magic?
Do you magic?
I mean, I can do some magic. What magic are you thinking I'm doing?
The one that lets me see. I can do the light, but everybody will know."
Am I having trouble seeing as well? I thought there's lanterns.
So there are green lanterns, vaguely dim light. Like I'll say the whole area is bathed in dim light rather than like bright light.
Your boys
I haven't got anything that'll help you see. I can give you a little fire though if you want.
What fire? No, I don't stand out here. Surely one of us. Damn it.
It's a little dark, yeah.
Hold on to my tail if you need to, and he's just gonna his tail will unwind from where it was wrapped around his belt like a sash and just sticks out next to him.
No Twilight clerics in the party. Sadly.
Look,
Oh,
I know I
that's-
can't see anything, but I know that's gonna look really weird.
No one will question it. It's fine. Trust me, no one will question it. I tend to escort a lot of nice, well, usually better looking than you, but I escort nice looking people around.
Would it help if I looked a different way? If I was a woman, perhaps.
Oh no, that would make it even more confusing for the people here. They would be really surprised to see me with a lady.
Right. So I just look like this.
Yeah, it's fine. You're not my usual type, but I mean, take what you can get.
Well, what is your usual type? Maybe that'll help the disguise.
Oh, well, let's see.
Point to the
Tall,
Spice Boy, the best.
tall, elven, bronze skin, nice light colored hair, really blue eyes, tattoos up and down the arms, just really buff.
Like Justin Bieber.
God, I should give him another call sometime. What?
Ascor. Alright, I think I've got it. Turns into. Alright, he's thinking drow. He turns into a black Justin Bieber.
Wow.
And he goes, is this it? Is this sort of looking
It's
almost
almost
sheepish,
there,
not
but
really
it's
sketchy?
it's almost there. It's not quite the man I remember, but hey, it's not bad. He'll give him a little whack on the ass with his
Shield
tail.
What do I change? I can do bigger biceps. I can do a smaller ass. I can.
You look enough like my type that no one's gonna question this.
All right. The clothes is. It's okay.
I'd say fewer, but I mean, you don't want to draw too much attention, so don't worry about it.
All right.
You can't tell if he's fucking with you at this point.
He can't, and he's out of his element. He's literally like clinging to the. You know when you're on holiday and one person knows the language, and you're like, please, fucking look after me. He literally just like, oh, okay, and just makes his t-shirt sort of like look a bit more like a tank top.
Oh yeah. Castle just like put his tail slightly around, but not quite touching. Like he's just like leading him,
Hovertailing.
hovertailing. Not quite sure.
As
Why
this
not?
is all
Like
going
you said.
on, like Roman is like kind of he look like previously you guys have seen him. He's been kind of like cross and severe, or kind of very straight faced and sort of like puffed up almost. Like he's kind of just been running in a perpetual state of adrenaline in the like couple of days since you've been together, and like seeing his home and like recognizing all his people and the culture and the smell and the you know the fact that there's no light either. It's just kind of like.
I was gonna ask, does Roman look sad?
He just is just complete. His shoulders are sloped. His like chest is down. He's just sort of like just walking, sort of like almost by memory, just kind of like slowly padding his way back through.
Guys, I think we should. I don't know, Cas, if you are happy to come with us, but Roman has been away for so long. I think we should let him see his family, you know.
Yeah, I'm not in a rush to get back. I've got some stuff to sell, but
Okay. He looks it must be really. I don't know if you'd be happy or sad. What do you think? Maybe both.
a little bit of both.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could always take him down to the market district, get him some nice food and stuff, remind him of home that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we still haven't decided what we're gonna say about Ghost and.
Well, why don't we go for some food, some drinks, get some home food in him, and maybe you guys can figure it out while you're sitting around.
Let's get him to his family, maybe, but let's talk about it on the way. We do need a plan, right?
We could.
But he's sort of already on the way, I guess.
He's not like I guess he's not specifically walking towards his home, but like I guess he's probably like walked to a point where there's like maybe a sort of like mezzanine or something over which he can view like the market or something. He's just kind of like walked to there and just stopped and just kind of like
Sad boy.
nondescript emotions passing through his smooth brain.
Rasha probably walks up to him and just says quietly, Roman, do you want to go straight back to see your family or...
I'm sorry, did you say something?
Are you happy or are you scared to go back or...
I hadn't quite thought about it, to be perfectly honest with you. It's a lot of familiarity hitting all at once, as it were.
If it's excitement or happiness to go back, then I think your parents would be even happier, to see you. So it would be a lot of he looks kind of awkward saying it, a lot of I guess love that will be waiting. It will be nice.
Well, my parents, my family, they clearly waited a long time. They're not expecting me back anytime soon. There are things to be done.
We did tell them that we were throwing Elenia a surprise party and inviting you, so...
I suppose my parents are more easily fooled than you all, which is quite something, really.
Yeah, I thought it was a really clever thing to say, but now I think about it, it was actually quite stupid. Anyway.
Very funny, if not a little stupid.
Funny.
But my brother, he was always very stupid himself, so...
And I'm only ever funny by accident, so... Listen, decide, it is up to you if you want to go back now or you want to... Cas suggested some food, or... You are the one who has been in a really bad place for a long time, so... It is your choice.
I suppose... Maybe I'm not quite ready to face... Food sounds good.
Turns back and nods at Cas. Food.
Well, I know some places on the edge of the district that'll be close to where I need to go, so you could head that way if you want. Get some booze down you. You'll feel great. He just like claps Roman on the back.
You have milk here. He kinda... Is that a thing?
That's what goes with milk.
Like milk.
I mean, I can't guarantee what animal it came. I can't guarantee what animal it came from, but yeah, there's milk.
As long as it's not human milk.
Milk. Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah,
Get
milk.
some milk.
I remember some
Milk,
quite
yeah.
good
Yeah, milk.
goat's milk.
Ascor, stop it.
Pardon?
I've given you your mind back. You don't have to let go of it so easily.
That's so philosophical. What does that mean?
It's keep hold of your senses and stop thinking about milk so
That in
much.
itself is incredibly philosophical. You really are a priest. I've never heard anything like this.
Yeah, I'm like the high priest. I'm the big priest.
You've come a long way, friend.
You are a very tall priest.
Yeah, I guess I have both come a long way. I'm really tall. Yeah.
You're very tall. Taller than any drow I've ever met.
Yeah, it is weird, I guess. I don't know. I don't know who my parents were, but I guess they were really tall drow. But there weren't really very tall drow in my village, so I guess they dropped me off on the way or something.
Well, my brother and I, we're both taller than our parents. Well, you met Elenia. He's not quite sharing the same resemblance. Perhaps it's the same with you. If you have any
Okay.
siblings, perhaps they are tall too.
I'm
I
a damn sight
wonder-
taller than my parents, so.
I wonder if I went back. I don't know. Looking as I do now, I'm sort of cool now. And not, just a stupid little rock. Maybe, I don't know, maybe somebody would own up to me,
Romy just like smiles and nods at him and just says, "Very cool."
Yeah. Yeah. Kinda nods and sets off after wherever we're going for food.
Castle lead. Let's pick
Yeah.
somewhere that's not far from the Overcrow.
Yeah, so are you taking them straight to the Overcrow, or will you be going somewhere nearby first?
It depends if the guys want to come to the Overcrow or not.
Yeah, so I say Cass takes you outside somewhere that looks so obviously going towards the Corona district. Roman, you'd know this. Sorry, just looking up some stuff. Those of you who kind of would have a vague idea about cities and all of this, this is clearly a very different part. There are stacks of kind of domiciles on top of each other, look fairly rickety, heavy mud clay homes that seem to have ogres coming in and out of. There's an exterior wall kind of mark the barrier between this with kind of a couple of gates leading in and out. And as you guys can go in, Cas navigates these streets expertly. And the Overcrow Apothecary, which you probably can go past in Roman, you would have heard of or recognized, even despite it's fairly famous even outside of this, is a narrow but tall 2-story painted structure with mismatched roofing, and lengths of chain running along the edges of the roof, kind of lanterns and little knickknacks hanging from it, and a couple you walk past it and you think I'll come back in a second. And a bit further along, there are a couple of places that serve kind of hearty traveling food, so kind of a lot of soups, a couple of meat from some of the creatures that can be found nearby, of the few of them, or kind of less expensive versions of what you would have had at the Everthil household. So kind of, the mushroom-based kind of vegetarian dishes.
So kind of like slightly salted, but also of the earth.
Literally of the earth, mushrooms. And also obviously wine, rice wine. You would mainly have had of kind of mainly have here in the dynasty rather than stuff like beer. Hey,
Rather than
Kale.
what? Sorry, DM.
Sorry, more just like rice wine, sake, soju. Roshana's kind of always supposed to be modelled on like the Far East, I think, a little bit.
I thought it was modelled upon. Where was, sorry?
I mean, when I was looking at kind of references in for it, other than kind of the architecture, a lot of the culture and food is supposed to be quite modelled on Japan. I was just thinking, I could be wrong.
Yum.
Yum.
I'll eat everything.
Yeah, so lots of rice wine, lots of like mushroom-based sauces and desserts, and like meat. What can be found nearby, although it probably isn't quite as prevalent of fish.
Anyone who's paying enough attention will notice that Cass buys the cheapest items on the menu.
So as you all kind of sit down, and there's not a lot of heed paid to you now as you kind of stretched away, but kind of large bowls of kind of mushrooms and unidentified meat, and root vegetables, rice, and kind of served to you along with alcohol of your choosing, if you wish, or milk, I suppose. Milk of unknown origin as well.
Mystery milk.
Milk!
It smells good despite everything. Roman tastes quite a bit like home. Missing it quite a bit. Cas, it is nice and relaxing to be here, although there's a nagging suspicion. Roshana's an easy city to disappear into, but
I do stand
maybe,
out.
just maybe.
Yeah.
Hayden is shoving food into his mouth at the speed of a man who has not seen a proper meal in a long ass time. And if he's ever like joining in on the conversation, he's doing it with like one chipmunk cheek kind of pushed out, kind of like, yeah, that sounds great, guys. And is just like really enjoying getting into the food, and has done quite a few measures of rice wine by now, and is getting a little bit tipsy, being the shortest one in the group. Bit of a lower constitution there.
Yeah, he's paying. Roman came out of the forearm without a single coin to his name, so.
Ghost is paying.
Oh,
The
Bank of Ghosts! Hell yeah!
Bank of Ghosts.
The least he can do.
Yeah.
I love that
very
Ghost
least.
got away with for so long with you guys paying for everything because he was like, I don't have any money. I'm just a fucking poor academic.
I'm just a
Is
poor
Cas
boy.
included in
Poor
Ghost
boy from a
Ghost
poor
funding?
Yeah,
family.
yes.
Oh, great. He'll like go to put money on the table, see you going for yours, and just be like,
Rasha is just like, if there is one thing a priest of Geb should have a lot of, it is gold. So, you know.
thank you. After my heart, like I said.
Praise Gab.
Yeah, praise Geb.
Praise Gab. I don't know who Gab is. Who the fuck is Gab?
Geb is an aboleth, I've been led to believe.
No, Geb is god of the golden forge and lord of the earth. He forged the pillars that hold up the earth.
Again,
Fellow
marketing.
artisan. Beautiful.
Easily be an
How
aboleth.
how does an aboleth forge anything? Aboleths don't have arms, do they?
Got so many
I said
tentacles.
this. I said this exactly. An aboleth would not know how to teach me how to forge things, so therefore Geb cannot be the aboleth
So
queen.
how did Gabe teach you how to do it?
Maybe he uses his mouth or something.
Well, I grew up.
Tentacles for hands.
I heard the voice of the earth. I don't know how to describe it, but it would always tell me, you know, oh, Rasha, go that way. You should open that geode. It has nice things, you know. And when I was a baby, I would just eat the geodes in the place and lick them, and then they would know it was a lucky one, and they would open it and look. There were lots of crystals and things. So they sort of used me to find, you
Used to
know.
eat rocks.
Can I see your teeth? Is that weird to ask?
No, I just sort of licked them. Apparently, it was really annoying until they realized what I was doing. But anyway, no, I mean, Geb was sort of teaching me, I don't know, just how things work and about metals and how to use them. And
So he taught you with his voice.
yes,
So, in essence, you've never seen Gabe's hands.
well, he has come to me before. He gave me this book actually, and yeah,
With his hands.
he was like, I don't know, he was like a golden apparition. Is
That's
that how you
so
say it?
interesting. It sounds as if, you know,
It was
Geb is
man-shaped.
really the foreman of the Golden Forge, and you're the worker of the Golden Forge.
Do you think that you should seize the means of production of the Golden Forge to... no,
That's a
I don't
terrible
say
idea. I never recommend it.
How do we
That's a race to the
monetize the Golden
bottom.
Forge?
Microtransactions.
Skins.
Guys, I've just invested in Golden Forge, and I'm telling you now, it's about to go up 200%.
It's going to the moon. Fascinating. Is
Actually,
that why you have a...
go on.
You know, I suppose. I'll just come out and say it. Is this why you have an unlimited coin purse?
No, we actually just found a lot of money doing our adventures. No, Gib does not give me gold, and yeah, I have to find it to properly worship, I guess. But one day I have to build him a proper temple, you know, because all I have are some dusty old books with his name scratched out, and I don't know, Moradin people saying, oh no, he's not real, or you should forget about him, or yeah. So I need to make him a proper temple.
Well, if
Good
you
for
have a-
you. I
Spread
support
his wax and make nice
Yes.
things and sell lots of pretty things and make sure everyone knows it was me and Geb who made them, you know?
Well, if you ever want pretty things with Gab's name on it sold around, you send them my way. I can always send you funds back if I can take a small percentage.
That would be really good. Okay, Cassio. So we did this thing once. We sold... There is this other thing I can do where I can make a weapon, magical, but it does not stay magical for a long time. It is, you know, maybe a day worth of being magical and then it stops.
I could sell it as a magical
Well-
item, get you the money for a magical item, and you know it's their fault if it
We
stops
did it.
being magical while it's in their possession. You know, it's not my
Right.
fault.
We did it once and it was so good, and we sold this story about this really special armor from like I don't know Vasselheim, but it was just a thing I made and just made magical for a day. But Aqua and we always thought, right, that this would be a very good way to make a lot of money. So
That is an excellent way to make a lot of money, and if you want to send some of those items my way, I can sort that out for you.
right, because how else am I going to forge the Great Golden Temple without,
Exactly.
it is for the good of Geb. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I'll give you a place to contact me.
yeah. Let us do this business thing.
Business transaction. He'll stick his hand out across the table to shake.
Now Rasha knows what he's doing. He's gonna shake it back.
Yeah.
We practiced this one earlier in the session.
Touch his forehead, but properly touch it this time.
Okay. So I would say, with you all eating, recovering, and aware of the time, obviously going to the Overcrow Apothecary. I imagine some of you will be going to House Everthale, some of you will be going to the Overcrow Apothecary with Cas to finish that off.
He'll
How do
invite
you guys
everyone
want
if
to
they he'll invite
Yeah, or
everyone if they
everybody.
want to come. I've got some business to deal with before I mosey on home. I don't want to step on any toes, and sounds like you've got some pretty heavy stuff to deal with when you get where you're going. Anyone want to come to the apothecary and watch a expert at work? He looks at Haydn specifically.
Hayden like lifts his hand and then like drops it, remembering he's not meant to do that. I will come and observe.
Ascor looking almost clingy for fear of being seen without his sort of cover story, looking like a bit of a hoe. Is probably gonna tag along.
Can't believe Asco's relegated himself to side hoe.
I know.
Pretty much. Ascor is side chick,
Yes.
and he's worried without his daddy. Some other daddy's gonna swoop in and start talking
Daddy
undercommon to him, you know.
We've got
I love it when
Spice
you
Daddy.
speak undercommon to me.
Happens.
Count Daddy. And Cas
How old is
Daddy.
Asco? Because is this like a proper daddy situation?
Ascor is 26.
Ascor has daddy issues as well. So.
Oh shit! Yeah, we've got an almost 10-year age gap. That is a
Oh,
real daddy
wait.
situation.
the
You're
real
getting no
deal.
money out. You're getting no money out of this sugar daddy though.
Reverse. It's like a sugar baby sitch.
More sinister.
But I imagine the party probably wouldn't split, right? Because we have no idea where we're going, half of us. So.
Mhm.
That's okay. So if once the is done, if you all are following Cas the Overcrow Apothecary, or going on the runs. So yeah, again, kind of describing it, is a fairly misshapen like building, 2 stories high. Tiles don't really fit together. An interesting design of a building that I've seen that certainly. And as Cas kind of pushes the door open, you will see a fairly young young female goblin with bright yellow eyes, kind of a very faint underbite, and a row of sharp teeth that kind of hook forward. Ears seem to be slightly chewed up, but very much smiling as you walk in, but kind of like takes a step back when she realizes quite how many are walking in. Those of you with a high passive perception, I will make a roll and let you know.
What do you consider high to be?
I will get what I will tell you after the
10,
roll.
yeah?
Oh,
10 's
sorry.
like
15 or
astronomical.
over, based on that roll.
When
Well,
can we
it's-
have a passive investigation? Because that's the one thing I'm good at, and I need
Ooh,
to know
that's the
that.
question the DM never wants to hear. Passive investigation.
How
That's-
dare you
Mine
ask
as well.
that?
Those of you who know, hey Kale, those of you who know that there might be somebody else in this room, when you walk in, there is a slight chunk, clunk, pat 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 from the side, as the sound of something moving a couple of steps back to accommodate you all, and a potentially invisible creature kind of moves out the way. It's about the fact that 9 people have just entered this fairly cramped room.
I think we agreed it was 8 people.
8 people,
Oh, yeah.
sorry.
This
Yeah,
is-
no, we've summoned a new person.
Well, I think the 9th person makes a huge lot of difference when 8 people walk into a room. But...
Okay, he looks at you. Sorry, going up. Casadius, you're back, and friends?
Muro, it's great to see you. These are some friends I picked up out in the wastes of the world. They helped me out of a sticky situation.
Well, it's one way of getting out, I suppose. It's
You know me,
better than-
always find a way.
So it went well. You delivered the letter.
I delivered the letter. Don't worry about it. It always goes nice and smooth.
Did you read it?
What would you expect me to read the letter? Really? Really?
Of course. Were you not interested?
Of course I was interested. He sort of
So-
grins in the kind of I definitely read it.
I definitely think it was the second one on there.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Definitely.
I brought you a little something as a little treat from my a souvenir from my little expedition, if you will.
His eyes narrow. What? What is it?
Why do you look so upset? I always bring you the best things.
You bring me the best things. And the worst people.
Well, yeah, but I mean, they don't know who I'm bringing it to, so.
Casadius, you hear in your head, my score. Oh, no, I think he's up to me. Is that what he means? He's talking about me.
1, she. 2, that's
Score? Probably couldn't tell.
That's fair enough, actually. Misgendering
No idea.
my goblin, how dare you?
This guy's trash, man.
Can I talk back without saying anything?
You can tell
Yeah, you can talk in the head,
communicate
yeah.
back if you share that
Oh
with
yeah,
us.
oh yeah, 100% about to jump you any minute. They're probably going to offer me like 100 gold for you, but I'll haggle up. Don't worry.
You've got to convince him. You wouldn't.
Well,
Why?
well, first of all, I suppose we deal with your payment as discussed.
Oh,
She kind
yeah.
of goes behind and there's like a sack clinking.
I mean, for the trouble, is there no chance, especially since I had to come back mostly on foot? There's no chance of a little bit of extra to sweeten the deal.
And DM
Is-
on that note, Ascor, in fearing for his life and pleading, pleading with Casadius to sort of like fight his corner and beg his case. Ascor has casted a subtle spell enhance ability, choosing
Okay.
Eagle Splendor. So that would mean Casadius has advantage on charisma checks.
Okay. She looks at you. Are you sure the traveling back is not related to the gift you're about to present? I mean, gift item.
Oh, of course not. It was just a long, long journey, and you know I hate having to walk through that long desert, you know? Can you imagine no water, no food, just trudging along, sad and alone until I ran into these nice people here, of course. The first couple of days.
Paying.
No, they don't need paying. I'll sort them out. Don't worry, but that's why you're going to be chipping in a little extra for me.
As
Yeah, make a persuasion
Casadius
check.
says,
Go for it.
nice people. Ascor is sort of trying to play the part as Casadius sort of
Advantage, right?
gestures.
Yep.
Yeah. As Casadius gestures towards Ascor and the crew. Ascor trying to look the part of like the side chick, just sort of
Shit.
turns to the goblin.
Please
look.
just take the first 2 rolls.
Yeah,
not
that's
the
fine.
Ascor just looks to the goblin and just licks his lips. Trying to look
Oh,
seductive.
She kind of looks back and like under her underbite there's like a long tongue as she licks back.
Oh my god.
That's
That's
gonna
goblin.
message at Ascor and just be like,
Ascor looks away.
I was kidding. I don't know what you're doing right now, but I've never seen her do this before.
Well, you are back quicker than I expected. Important messages. And we must reward those who do well. Fine, take that little one. 10% extra as normal, Cas. And kind of hands it over, and it'll be 2,200.
Thank you very much for my gold.
Um,
That's a delicious.
and the item is, it's simply, you're not offering it to me, are you?
Well, no, of course not. I'm looking for, you know me, you know why I do the things that I do, and you know, I like to get a fair price.
Well, may I see it?
Yeah, he's gonna pull his loot off his back, tap it as if he's giving it a good old whack on the butt. The little hatch pops out. Just to note, he did not put the amulet back in.
Oh yeah.
He relocked the box with his
Yeah, but-
tools, but the amulet ain't in it. That's
Okay.
currently in his butt pocket, just so
So,
you know.
Picks up, picks up the
take out
box,
the
kind
box.
of rattles it around, kind of eyes crackle over a little bit. Anything inside? Have you checked?
How weird would it be if he put just something that's not actually anything in there?
Yeah, I don't know. If you wanted to have done that, that's fine.
Yeah, he's put like a rock in there.
Okay.
I haven't actually looked
It's rattled
inside, but
slightly.
I saw it on the desk when I was, you know, talking to our mutual friend, and it just kept speaking to me. I just couldn't ignore it. And I know you love ornate, beautiful things. And look at the gold inlay. Look at the beautiful craftsmanship. You
Yeah,
know?
it's-
How nice is
Very
it? Does
pretty.
Rasha think it's
It's a-
nice? or-
It's a well-made box, absolutely. Rasha's like not like, oh my god, this is the best thing I've ever seen, but Rasha's impressed by the quality. Where would I be buying the box or the contents or both?
I think it would fall to both, but I do have another item, depending on your level of interest. But I'll see what you make of this one first.
Well, do you mind? She kind of takes out some tools.
Oh no. Oh, I mean, really? Wouldn't you make more of a profit if you sold it on, telling people it was some magical item, you know? Fleece them a little. The magical mystery box. Imagine selling it that way. People see a box that ornate, they're gonna think there's something really impressive inside. You could ask for any amount you want.
I like where your head's at, but I feel as though that is working on me as well.
Oh, is it really? Because you don't look as impressed with this as I was hoping you were gonna be.
No,
so-
it's a beautiful box. I just like to know what I'm buying, running a business. How about this? I will sell it, and whatever I sell it for, you get half.
Half. Huh. I'll take that deal.
How's that hand?
Reaches over and gives you a little shake. He will then pull out something that he's wrapped in a nice little napkin cloth thing from his back pocket. Now I've saved the best for last. I know you like a lovely magical item. Maro, I know this. You know me, I know you so well. I've got something you're gonna really like. Just big pointy grin, and he's just gonna pull the napkin away like he's revealing a magician's trick, and it's just the amulet.
Her eyes kind of go a bit wide. May I?
You may, but handle with care.
She kind of places it down. You see a microscope come out and kind of tapping away, and then eyes crackle blue. She casts Identify, and eyes go very wide.
What is it?
We know what it is.
Oh yeah, we know it is. Sorry. We know what it is.
Do you?
Yeah.
No, sorry, that was what would she say? This is a very interesting item. One that would certainly require some disappearing on my end.
Some
This
disappearing?
is going to go missing and be looked for.
Is it? It's something that I'm sure I can sell. I can sell anything, of course.
I know you could sell anything. You could sell shit to a horse, probably. And they can make that all day.
Utterly will get you everywhere, I'm sure. How
kind of leans in a little bit. How much do you trust your friends?
Oh, I mean, they've been pretty good to me the last few days. Especially this one. He's gonna slap Ascor on the ass.
Ascor sort of flinches. And Ascor the
Ascor.
whole time has kind of been like actually facing away from this goblin, but sort of facing towards Casadius. There was sort of hand on Casadius' chest, sort of like strewn across.
Oh my god.
Like a romance novel cover.
Like Princess Leia across Jabba the Hutt, that kind of vibe, you know what I'm saying? Out of curiosity, DM, like, what language are people speaking currently?
This would be Undercommon.
Right, cool.
Oh, I guess I do speak. I guess I have to speak Undercommon to live here.
Yeah.
Oversight earlier. Sorry.
Yeah. I think they do speak Undercommon and they speak Elvish. I'm going a bit crazy.
It's Undercommon. It's probably...
You
it's
told
Undercommon.
me it was Elvish, but Elvish
Okay.
I know Undercommon.
So as a
That's fine.
side note,
I will clarify. You absolutely, obviously can speak this language.
Yeah,
As-
Rosohna means rebirth and undercommon, so the whole city
Yeah, it is
named
Undercommon.
after.
Okay.
Yeah.
as a side note, during this entire interaction between Cass and the shopkeeper, Haydn has been like furiously taking notes, but because they're speaking in Undercommon, it's like he's writing down the odd word or two here that he recognizes that has been borrowed from like Elvish and Dorvish, which are the two languages he speaks, but he does not speak Undercommon, so he's like only getting like every third word, and he thinks he's following what's happening, but it's not going great.
Probably occasionally peers over his shoulder, and if he gets a word wrong, he corrects it, and it's like, no, this one is
Thanks, Russia, thanks, and scratches out, writes it properly.
I will need to gather some funds before I can afford to buy this off you, and hopefully find a buyer in advance. This will not need to be a normal transaction.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, I'll keep hold of it until then, if that's all right, for your
Maybe.
sake as much as mine.
Bring it back tomorrow. I'd like to buy it off you for this job you just did. She whispers, just 20 times that.
Can we make it 25?
We can make it 25.
Love you.
Especially if I found a buyer already.
Oh yeah, love you. Blows a little kiss.
The rest of you, thank you for bringing Cas back. Is there anything you would like to look around at the shop?
All Ascor does, not understanding Undercommon, just again turns hand on chest, turns back to the goblin and just licks him. Just licks.
She looks vaguely like she looked like she was a bit before, and now she's been a bit weirded out.
This is a new side of Ascor that I have not seen in the entire time I've been in this campaign.
The dude's terrified,
learned so
fighting
much
for his
about
life
him.
right now.
I'm loving it.
I don't know. We've seen it manifest in a couple of different ways. That this is just a very nice way.
Survivor,
Is there
man.
anything?
Survivor.
Is there anything you guys would like to have a look at in here before you go?
In Undercommon?
No, he'll ask in. He'll say that to the group, and then he'll message Asker in common and say, "I've told you all to look around if there's anything you want to pick up."
DM, what kind of stuff does this store kind of stock? Is it? You said it was kind of small. Is there much stuff in it, or?
Yeah, so the Overcrow Apothecary, it's got quite a few books, a lot of scrolls, those of you who know anything about it, some very low-level magical items. It doesn't seem like a lot of powder, so kind of a lot of residuum, some oils, and some kind of bottled liquid. Although
Does
those of
he
you-
fuck up all the potions?
those of you who would have looking at the potions would have noted their color has slightly begun to fade.
Haydn quickly says to Cass, in Thieves' Cant, actually, I think we should leave really soon. Like right now. Like,
I just wanted
let's-
to. I
let's
just
go.
wanted to check one thing with Maro before I left. If that's okay.
Oh, okay, this
Maro, just to check. The house. Has anyone suspicious been hanging around outside? I know you go past sometimes. Wanted to make sure everything's okay.
Well, no one more suspicious than normal. I'm joking. No, although perhaps after that item is discussed, maybe we should keep watch out for a while.
Yeah, I'll maybe suggest the family go somewhere else for a little bit. Cool, thanks. Good plan. Little holiday. Gives her a little like tap on the hand on a counter and then just
Pleasure doing
smiles.
business with you.
It's always a pleasure seeing your beautiful face. Lights up my day.
I wonder sometimes how much exactly I've parted with for your charm over the years.
It's all going to a good cause, you know that. Gonna shuck his loot back onto his back and then shuffle everyone out.
As you all kind of leave, quickly, given the potion situation, I imagine.
Yeah.
Hayden realizing as you go out.
Whoops.
Yeah.
I've never been in this establishment before, but seem to stock some interesting pieces.
Yeah, you seem you don't seem the type to come to this part of town very much, I would imagine.
No, not really.
Well, I'd highly recommend that store for anything you need, really. Good sort.
Seems so. They do well by you.
Oh yeah, all the time. Maro's been buying stuff off me since I was. He like goes from his horns down, and then like, oh, like my horns were like at this height, so you know maybe like a teenager when I started.
So you're from around here?
Oh yeah, really local. Like literally a few streets over.
I'd say it's a surprise I haven't seen you before, but I suppose it's been a while since I've been around these parts myself.
Yeah, we don't tend to mix much, really.
You might have seen my brother around. He would always come down here and find his oddities and curious and cursed objects, I suppose. But
Could have pickpocketed him once, who knows?
I would have loved to see you try.
Be surprised, I've got good fingers.
Yeah, he just sort of laughs and sort of like looks like lost in thought, memories. Old man kind of reminiscing about the past.
Cass is gonna pocket his little amulet, by the way, just to. Oh yeah, I said I'd give you guys some money for the job well done. Let me have a look at what I got here.
What is that thing? She seemed. Pardon me, but her reaction seemed, I don't know, somewhat outsized. Is it a really special amulet or what? Oh, cat.
Oh,
Wow.
Me and Hayden had a look at
Okay,
it, and,
buddy.
Hayden seemed to think it allows you to move through planes, right?
Possibly. I wasn't able to identify exactly what it did, but when I, had a look at it up close, there's a couple of runes on there that I recognized from planar studies, and
I do have this ability, I can't tell you what it does. I don't know if that is of interest to you.
I mean, Maro did it, but it wouldn't hurt to have a full-scale idea of what we're actually dealing with here. Cass will just, hold it out.
Sure. Yeah, pops the identify spell out. We'll not bother with ritual, I'll just straight up cast it.
Yep, so wearing the amulet, you can use an action to name a location that you're familiar with on another plane of existence. On a successful check, you cast a plane shift spell. On a failure, you and each creature and object within 15 feet travel to a random destination that could be on that plane of existence or any plane of existence.
I literally, my concentration lapsed for a second and I missed something so juicy. What does it do?
It's basically it allows you to cast a plane shift spell, and there'll be checks afterwards, and that will then allow you to travel to a random location on the plane you named. You travel randomly to any plane, anywhere, or the place you want to go.
So it could mess you up in a big way.
It could mess you up in a big way. It could take you anywhere at any time, or it could take you exactly where you want to go, depending
We
on
know
whether or not
it's
you meet the check.
always gonna take us back to the air elemental plane,
How-
no matter what we do.
DM, how many people can travel with this?
You got 20,000 gold to give Cass right now.
I mean,
So it's a plane shift spell, so it's 8 willing creatures.
You know what this means, you guys.
Should tell the
Chaos
party.
incoming.
And he just sort of says, well, this is our ticket back to the place with endless sky, or if you want to go see the Feywild people again, or...
Gonna go to Cardi's wedding.
Yes.
And this whole conversation is in common at this point, or
Yeah. Cass is gonna pull the amulet back slightly and just, I don't know, she's offering me a lot of gold for this thing. How much you guys got?
Oh wait, how much is she offering you?
You said it was originally it was gonna be 20 times, then he asked for 25 times, right? Wait, just let me get out my oh good, okay. You sent me a message.
Sorry, I didn't know, but I will.
No, I can pull up a calculator if you'd like. So it was 2,200 is what I got for the job, right?
Yeah.
So
the fucking sword.
Times 25.
You asked how much.
You need
how
to
much
give
is
me
your life worth?
55,000 gold.
This is when the betrayal happens.
It's like 55,000 or 50,000 gold.
If we sold Ascor back to his dad.
Yeah,
if we gave Ascor back to his dad, but
How
also we
much
could
you-
pay off Aku's debt to the Clasp with that money.
But would
like
Aku need to pay off his debt if we were chilling in some chill plane somewhere?
Here's an idea, guys. We trade Ascor for the amulet. That way, Cass has got a hot side piece, and we've got an amulet.
And we don't have Ascor anymore. Yes.
Luke can roll a new character.
As he knows that the party are really genuinely interested, he does kind of pull it back and flip it back into his hand tight.
Yeah, well, guys, one of the things we need is a way to travel, because now we don't have ghosts to teleport us around.
Yeah, this is a big risk though, right? You said it could end
Yeah.
up taking you pretty much anywhere, so it's not a guaranteed form of travel, so...
Really, what we need is teleporting, this plane.
I mean, I'm not gonna play devil's advocate here, but what can I say? I'm practically a devil. How about I sell this tomorrow, get my 55,000 gold, or however much it's gonna be. I can probably haggle up to 55,000. And then I just tell you who it was sold to. And if you want it, you can go get it off the person I sold it to. I won't let you
That
steal it from
seems-
Maro, though. She's nice.
Unnecessarily elaborate. I do believe
I need the
could-
money.
I'm just saying, I
Good.
believe I'm within my powers to just essentially tell you to give that to me, and the chances are you will.
Yeah, but now you've said it. So how about you don't do that?
No, I'm. Let me be very clear. I think there's a particularly strong chance that I could tell Casadius to just give that to us.
Cass
Free
just
of
touches
charge.
himself and casts invisibility on himself. And he is out. Yeah, no,
Yeah,
he's
no, aware of the time. So with that,
Finally,
Oh no, we didn't get to have our chat. Hayden, I'm so sorry.
I will ask him tomorrow who he has sold it to, where it is gone, and we will get it.
He will be like away. He's going to be slightly away from the group, and he's going to yell from being invisible. Just, if you're going to fuck with me, I really need the gold.
you are obviously in a town. The perspective randomly causing a fight will obviously be different. However, that is obviously that what has happened, and that's fair enough considering how the party were acting. So, Hannah, thank you very much for joining. Where the session's gone on to kind of get there, we didn't do everything, but I will message you over the week to kind of chat about how things will go, or what would happen if certain things do. However, it's been really great having you. Thank you so much for playing. And where we've kind of need to practice our outro, but yeah.
We don't have an outro. Like, we don't even have one to practice.
We're just still. I think we're still coming to terms with like 3 sessions ago. Every time, like
honestly, yeah.
I can't believe I didn't get to drop my juicy backstory stuff.
I know.
Well, you know what?
Me and Erin were like, "Oh, we're gonna have a chat about
we had
that."
a thing.
Hayden exposition.
But here's the
Well,
thing.
this is some Cass exposition coming as well.
He's like set up in the city, ready to bump into at any time. Like, who knows? how
We
long
can
we'll be
become
around
pen pals
before.
too.
Oh yeah.
I was actually, I have see invisibility as a spell, so I was literally about to cast it and like run after Cas, but
Aw.
alas.
Where obviously it's now midnight.
Yeah,
so
it's late.
Always
It's
hop
late.
on for like half an hour at the start of your next session if you want. If Hayden wants to talk to Cas.
we can definitely talk about it.
We'll
You're
figure
Rash's
something out.
fence now.
Yeah, we can definitely talk about it. But
Yeah.
everyone, hope you have fun. Obviously, still reeling with what happened. And next time we'll probably be going back to Roman's family and seeing slightly what's up with that, as well as the amulet, and dealing with potentially having an amulet of the plains, and also Cas's perhaps a reason why he wants all the gods. Obviously, the Knights of Hannah for, so we shall see what happens. But yeah, Hannah, thank you so much. Thank you everyone for
It's been great.
watching.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you for
me.
joining us.
No
Thank
problem.
you so much.
And yeah,
Bring
we'll see
tissues next week while we
you
cry over.
next
Why?
Tuesday.
Oh, crying. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we will see you next Tuesday.
Yes, thank you everyone.
Bye.
Well, this is kinda weird, didn't think you would show up yet. Thought I'd stagger around a bit and strut in my element. I mean, no, it's not relevant, but I guess you could tell a bit that I was living single life to fullest, but the hell with it. I was only trying to throw a party, get a couple friends by. When I get the message, can I bring a mate of mine? Yeah, mofo, you know I don't mind. And at the time, I assumed you were another guy, no lie. But come 9, the door arranged and I'm still cleaning lazily. Open up the door and score the friend is quite a lady, see. Now my main mission, once I find out I'm mistaken, is to figure out this beauty and to find out if she's taken. I remember you were wearing just a tight blue and black dress and messing with my mind when you were sat up on my mattress. Yeah, I saw you wearing just a tiny blue and black dress, and I was getting thoughts when you were sat up on my mattress.